Hey everyone. Welcome back for part 3 of What If Naruto's Parents Were Alive. As always, huge thanks to all of my Patreons. Making these videos would be impossible without you guys' support, especially with all the restrictions YouTube places on my type of content. As always, the full story is already out over there for you guys along with about 30 other different stories you can enjoy. Also feel free to send me any messages over there if you have any questions or even if you just want to chat. Link to all of that will be in the description. Anyways, everyone, enjoy the video. Chapter 12, Uchiha Incident. After Anko left the Hokage's office, she was ecstatic to say the least. She was remembering her concerns over picking a Chunin team, simply because she wasn't fond of the idea of babysitting 3 brats while doing boring D-ranked missions. However, when she saw Naruto's potential at the academy, she couldn't help but think at the time how good it would to be the boy's Jounin sensei. When she heard the Hokage say the names of her team, she knew right there that this team would be legendary in the future. The Hokage's son, a Hyuga prodigy and the best Kenjutsu fighter among the graduates, therefore it was a gamble with 100% chance of winning. Seeing that the sun was already coming down and the town lights had already illuminated the city, Anko thought best to tell her team the news tomorrow. Then, she thought about what she would do now, since although Anko was dating Iruka, she wasn't against the idea of simply enjoying a good drink every once in a while. Therefore, she chose to go to her all-time favorite bar in Konoha. The Burning Leaf is quite famous among the high-ranking shinobis, plus the fact the place is owned by one famous jounin from the Third Shinobi War called Aoshi. Shinju Aoshi was one of the best swordsman shinobi around back then and he was one of the responsible for giving the victory to the Leaf, along with the Yondaime Hokage and copycat ninja Kakashi. At the bar. Already inside the noisy and crowded bar, Anko spotted some Chunins celebrating what seemed to be the promotion of one of them to the rank of Jounin, since the guy that was standing was holding a Jounin vest and his Chunin vest in both hands and some random ninjas she normally sees in here. Dismissing such thought, the snake Jounin shouted to the bartender, who happens to be owner. Aoshi, a bottle of sake for me, shouted Anko, to which the tall and scarred man replied with a laugh, while pretty much slamming one bottle of sake on the booth in front of him. After Anko seated on the bench in front of the bottle, she appreciated the man's initiative and opened the bottle with an expertise dignified of a chronic drinker. After serving herself some and then drank everything at once purely for the feel of the burning liquid while traveling down her throat. Man, this is the life. I wonder why Iruka-kun doesn't like it so much. I mean, with a few set of Dango, this place could be called heaven on earth, thought Anko as she drank another glass of sake and then the alcohol was already loosening her senses a bit. Aoshi, when are you receiving sake from Kumo? After I drank it that time, it's hard to drink the regular ones, shouted Anko, to which the scarred man looked at her and grinned. Those fuckers are taking too long, indeed my dear Anko. I'd expected it to arrive yesterday. Said the bartender, to which Anko snorted and drunk it once more. Oh man, I was really eager to have another taste. Oh well, doesn't matter, though. Right now, I just want to celebrate, shouted Anko, to which the man smiled and asked the woman as to the reason for celebration. Well, my dear Aoshi, I received some wonderful news by the Yondaime. As of tomorrow, my Jounin team will become my Chunin team, said Anko. However, because of the volume of her voice, the whole bar ended up hearing the news and like a miracle, everyone stopped the noise and turned to look at the woman. Anko felt like shouting everyone to mind their own business, but since she was on the spotlight right now, it would be nice to mess a little bit with everyone. Aoshi for his part was surprised about hearing this. The man knew of her team's reputation and now they managed to pass the Chunin exams on their first try. Other, however, were shouting words of recognition towards the members of Team 5. Man, the Yondaime's son was the best among the participants. I swear, when he created that lightning storm, my throat was simply dried from screaming, shouted one, which made Anko snort at the guy because of the way the guy called Naruto. No way, that Hyuga Neji was way better. He beat his first enemy with only one attack, shouted another, earning some shouts as well. Anko was almost about to shout Tenten's name when Ni of the Konoikas that was around, did that for her. You man, the only ones you acknowledge are the ones from your gender. What about that Tenten person who used that high-level kata ninjutsu, huh? Asked the kunoichi, earning the approval of her peers. After hearing the final approval of her team, Anko found best to add her commentary. All 3 of them are worthy of recognition for their skills. I'm not only speaking this as their sensei, but as a jounin as well. However, a few words of advice to any of you who are thinking of congratulating the Yondaime's son. First of all, how many of you had to fight to step away from your father's reputations? Asked Anko, before seeing a number of hands on the air. So, how would you feel if even after so much hard work, people would still address you as your father's son? Asked Anko once again, now making people realize their mistake. So, that being said, all of you understand how Namikaze Naruto hates being referred as the Yondaime's son, said Anko, to which everyone nodded and silence was upon everyone. Aoshi, seeing that the bar needed something to continue the mood, shouted some stimulation phrase. Why the down faces? Let's have a toast for new team Anko and their promotion to Chunin on their first try, shouted the man, before everyone followed suit and raised their glasses in approval. After the noise started again, Anko turned around and poured some more sake. However, when she turned, she was surprised to see one familiar face sitting 2 seats to Anko's left, playing with an empty glass of wine. Anko was even more surprised to see such person here of all places. Yugao wasn't someone who would be seen much in a public place unless with either Kurenai or Anko, but now however, she was here playing with her glass looking like something bad has happened. Just as Anko tried to approach the Anbu Kunoichi, Yugao beat her to it. Before you start making conclusions, nothing bad really happened, said Yugao, making Anko approach some more and take a seat next to the woman. What happened, then? You look like crap, said Anko, not even caring with the choice of words, to which Yugao sigh and explain about what happened. Yugao explained how after taking Naruto to the hospital and how much she stayed just looking at Naruto's peaceful face. After that, she told how she kneeled close to him and kissed his lips slightly. Anko, after hearing that, was stunned. She never knew Yugao could be so forward as to actually steal a kiss from a man when the guy wasn't awake. However, she misunderstood the reason as to why Yugao was feeling like this. Yugao-chan, tell me something here. You kissed Naruto and now you're sad? What's the matter? Asked Anko, to which Yugao sighed some more. When I kissed him, I felt something strange. It felt like that was the right thing to do at the time.
I never felt this way, and frankly it's scaring me to death.
I see my parents together and always wondered whether I'd find someone to be with. However, I've never fallen in love before, said Yugao, but was stopped by Anko, who smiled at her friend and ushered her to take a walk outside for some fresh air. Already outside, Anko and Yugao were walking down the road under the moonlight. Anko smiled upon seeing that today was full moon, thus she knew that Naruto was looking at it as well. Yugao-chan, what do you think of the moon like it is tonight? Asked Anko, to which Yugao looked at her for a moment, then she looked at the moon. For a while, Yugao was trying to analyze the sight, as in wondering why Anko would ask such a thing. However, when realization hit her in the face, a smile adorned her facial features. She remembered who would just stare at the full moon for hours and still be lost by the immense beauty. It looks like him, said Yugao, earning a smile from Anko, who replied. It sure does. I remember seeing Naruto stare at it while on a mission, and the moonlight was simply reflecting through his eyes, making quite a sight. Naruto is special, Yugao-chan. He has a spark inside of him that many like him fight to achieve, and I have the feeling that he likes you as well, said Anko, before seeing the Anbu blush crimson, but nodded. He is special, all right. But, what should I do? Do I tell him about the kiss? Do I not tell him? Asked Yugao, to which Anko turned to think. I don't know, actually. Naruto would at least prefer to be awake during your first kiss, but that went out of the window. However, if you describe to him the same way you describe to me, then I'm pretty sure he'll give you an even better one, said Anko, winking at the Anbu Kunoichi, to which up to this point was able to hold her own. However, when Anko told her of such possibility, Yugao was now caught imagining how it would be like if the kiss was in fact better than the first. Anko smiled at this and remembered how she felt when she met Iruka. However, Anko remembered something that could become troublesome for the Kunoichi. Yugao-chan, if you choose to tell him, you have to do it today, said Anko, to which Yugao looked at her quizzically. Why today? What will happen tomorrow? Asked Yugao. The Hokage called me to tell about his team's promotion and also tell me that our team will be performing several missions in a row for 3 months straight. So, he won't be here until then and we leave tomorrow, said Anko, to which Yugao nodded and began the thinking process. Oh man, that's just great. I'm in such a mess right now that I don't think I can talk to him right now. However, I know Naruto won't go to sleep today, seeing that it is full moon. I'll have to have a quick shower and change, thought Yugao as she turned to Anko. I'll have to go home, Anko-chan. Maybe I can catch him awake since he won't be sleeping today. Bye, shouted Yugao before vanishing, thus leaving Anko alone on the street. Good for you, girl, said Anko before vanishing as well. With Naruto. A while later, the blonde was found sitting on the roof, watching the most amazing sight. What before was just a hobby, however, now, Naruto considered more than that. He found that weren't enough names to call such what he was seeing right now. His father's words were echoing through his ears, and he found that his father was right in a very twisted sort of way. Only a werewolf would be staring at the moon like Naruto did, however no commentary would stop him from doing on occasions such as these. It was approximately a week after the Chunin exams, and still the Hokage didn't tell the genins of the exam's results. While it unnerved him to not know the results, Naruto found that the week vacation was doing wonderings for him. The blonde thought about his strongest Raiten technique, the lightning ball, and just wondered about how he could perform the completed technique. Since having to make some last-night improvisations with the jutsu, what once was the lightning ball cannon, for now it's only lightning ball being controlled by a Fuuten jutsu, which obviously cost a lot of chakra to perform. After the exam, he was able to consult with Kakashi to see if he had some ideas. At first, Naruto was hopeful since Kakashi was actually putting some extreme thinking at the time. However, when afterwards he looked at the blonde and said that he didn't have a clue, it almost made Naruto experiment the Raiten attack on him out of anger and pure frustration for not being able to complete the technique. Also, Naruto was contemplating whether or not he would become a Chunin. He thought he did well at the first parts of the exam, though he kind of felt bad for others to see his worst nightmare on the second part of the exam. When Kakashi came to talk to him that day, Naruto instantly knew others have seen it as well. That means there was a possibility his father saw it as well. Speaking of the Minato, Naruto was curious of the man's sudden mystery behavior. However, Naruto guessed it was for the sake of keeping secrecy until the promotions that will occur tomorrow at his office at 10 o'clock. Another thing Naruto was eager to be promoted to Chunin was that he would have access to more restricted and more detailed knowledge of ninjutsu theory, which could help him with his Raiten attack as well as his jutsu creation. Also, Naruto knew that to be further promoted to Jounin, apart from a certain number of missions and experience, a Jounin must have at least master over 2 ninjutsu elements. However, Naruto wanted to try at least one more element to add to his jutsu arsenal, so if he became a Chunin, he could pick up very interesting material and then be able to choose one. Suddenly, Naruto was awakened from his hobby when he heard some footsteps coming his way. Although steady in the fact that whoever it was, he or she was just taking the time to get to him, Naruto was on high alert. Not once had anyone came up here to be with him save for one person, which sadly wasn't seen for days. When the person's figure emerged from the shadows and into the moonlight, Naruto simply sent his jaws to the ground. There in front of him, stood the most gorgeous person in existence. Uzuki Yugao came to tell him what had occurred at the hospital. However, when she saw how Naruto reacted to her appearance, she blushed crimson. Since Yugao hardly focused on the male gender her entire life, the girl wasn't accustomed to causing such reactions to a man, even though without her knowing, other men did fall for her at Onbu HQ. "Hello Naruto-kun?" greeted Yugao, waking Naruto out of his stare at her appearance. "Yugao-chan, you are even more beautiful when under the moonlight. Where have you been all this time?" "I've been looking to see you after the exams," said Naruto, still not being able to take his eyes away from the mix between the best sights that crossed his eye vision. Said girl blushed one more time at how affectionate Naruto was to her and approached to sit next to the blonde.
I was thinking about something, Naruto-kun.
"And I came here to tell you about it," said Yugao, to which Naruto looked at her in wondering.
"When I took you to the hospital, I kind of kissed you," said Yugao before seeing Naruto's eyes getting bigger in realization.
"You kissed me?" "When I woke up, I remember feeling something touching my lips, but I couldn't figure out what was it," said Naruto, earning a nod from the woman, who then turned to see his face for any sign of anger, of sadness, or at least something that would make him mad at her for doing what she did. But before she even knew what he thought about what happened, she turned to explain.
"After I took you to the hospital on the day of the final battle, when I saw your face, I couldn't help but want right there to know the feeling of kissing you."
"I mean, I'll admit I had dreams about us kissing, so I went forward and kissed you. I'm sorry," said Yugao, looking down. Naruto for his part was stunned at the girl's feelings for him to do such a thing. Nevertheless, it didn't mean that he wouldn't do the same had he had to take her to the hospital. "Yugao-chan, you don't need to say sorry for that. Had it been the other way around, I'd certainly do the same thing with you."
I mean, I always imagined how it would be to share a kiss with you under the moonlight," said Naruto, trying to contain the huge blush on his face. However, Yugao wasn't able to, and the image of that happening instantly appeared inside her head, and now she was wondering what would be to kiss him under the moonlight.
"That is very romantic, Naruto-kun. You know, if you want, we can do it right now," said Yugao before seeing Naruto's neck turn almost 180 degrees of surprise at what the girl was implying. So, without even muttering a word, Naruto's head inclined forward in order to kiss the purple-haired kunoichi and Yugao's head went to meet with his. When their lips touched, both of them hugged each other and the makeout section began. Both were enjoying every second of their interaction and even the hands were helping the situations. On occasions, Naruto's hands went over to caress her cheek while Yugao was using her hands to caress his hair. After a while, moaning could be heard from both of them from the momentary breakings for air and then continued to kiss each other. Naruto could say he was in heaven right now and that he was kissing an angel, but after a while, he couldn't know if Yugao was an angel or not. Yugao for her part, remembered to patting Anko on the back from bringing up the idea of kissing Naruto, simply because such sensation was one of the best if not the best thing that ever happened in her life so far. After the new couple broke the kiss, they looked at each other with a new light in each other's eyes. Up until now, although a certain connection was present, their relationship was restricted to verbal teasing here and then. Now that they've kissed like that, the bond was formed. This is the first time I ever got this feeling, Naru-kun. Even when I kissed you at the hospital, it wasn't even compared to the kiss we shared. Said Yugao before was interrupted by the blonde giving her another kiss on the lips. Yugao didn't complain as she began massaging the blonde's hair while playing with her tongue inside of Naruto's mouth. However, as the kiss deepened, Yugao felt yet another surge and now she was worried. Her whole life, she only worried about becoming stronger as a kunoichi, so information about dating, seduction, hormones, etc., was new stuff to her. She was feeling something wet downstairs and wondered what that was all about. It was not the wet feeling that preoccupied her, it was the sudden feeling of arousal and excitement that were rising as the makeout section continued. Naruto, for his part, was having the same sensation, but it was much more difficult to hide his excitement from Yugao for obvious reasons. Now, because of the sudden wave of hormones from both parts, Naruto and Yugao were intensifying the makeout section up to the point of Yugao's arms already rubbing Naruto's arms while his hands were caressing her neck. Suddenly, Naruto broke the kiss and went to lick the girl's neck, making Yugao moan his name as an authorization for him to continue what he was doing. As her hormones intensified, Yugao's Onbu training suddenly caught up and she separated from him before something wrong happens. Naruto was now in trance and wasn't able to stop the urge. However, when Yugao broke free of their makeout section, he was found breathing like he just sparred with someone. I'm sorry Yugao-chan, I don't know what got to me to do all this, said Naruto, now stuttering, to which Yugao dismissed. No, please don't Naruto-kun. I was caught up as well. I mean, it was so good and all, but we need some sort of control over this. These feelings are novelty for the both of us, so for now, let's take it slow, okay? Asked the girl, to which Naruto smiled and nodded. Agreed, said Naruto. After a while of just cuddling together, Yugao bid the blonde farewell and left the premises towards her house. At the Uchiha household. Uchiha Itachi was going home after what appeared to be the most strenuous mission that he ever participated in. Itachi was by no means naive to human behavior. However, while he knew that sometimes emotions can overrule someone's control, what he saw on the field wasn't meant to be seen by one with a weak stomach. Blood spilled everywhere, human arms and legs on the ground, heads hanged on trees. It was a vision from hell. Feeling a sudden need of rest, Itachi landed on the roof of his house and entered inside his room. However, as his eyes were shutting, his ears caught a faint screaming that came from the living room. Sasuke was away traveling with his team on a mission, so Itachi concluded that either his father or his mother were in danger. Thus, he transported to the living room with his ninjato already in hand to take care of the captor. However, the sight before him made his mind snap for a moment in sudden anger. There in front of him was his mother, all drenched in blood and deep cuts on her body from his father's katana. Stay out of this, Itachi. I have to do this, shouted Fugaku before shaking in fear at the appearance of his son. Anger was now consuming Itachi. Because of his mission, he wanted to expel the hideous sight, but now that he saw his own father wanting to kill his mother for reasons he didn't know or didn't care. Stay away? And what, let you kill my mother, are you insane? Shouted Itachi before charging forward and impaling his father on the chest with his sword, thus killing the man instantly. For a moment, Itachi couldn't hear anything, other than the sound of his mother screaming for his name. When he looked at the man in front of him with blood coming out of his mouth, realization was upon him in seconds. He just killed his own father. Even if it was to protect his mother, he just killed his own father, his own blood. Tears started falling from his eyes as his father's body fell on the ground. Uchiha Mikoto got up from the shock and embraced the now crying Itachi. However, when she looked at her son's eyes, she was petrified at the sight of a different Sharingan. Instead of the standard 3 Tomoe, Itachi's Sharingan was similar to a black shuriken. However, seeing that her son was suffering, she hugged him even tighter and whispering comforting words to her son. "It's alright, Itachi-kun. Mommy is here with you," whispered Mikoto, to which Itachi landed his head on her shoulder and started his sad outbursts. "Why did he attack you, Ka-san? Why did he do it?" asked Itachi, to which Mikoto sighed as she looked to her now dead husband. "I'll tell you, my son, but first wait here while I call the Hokage, okay?" asked Mikoto, to which Itachi nodded and calmed down a bit. After a while, Minato was at the Uchiha household with a couple of Anbis to investigate what happened. Mikoto told him what transpired and the Hokage sighed, knowing of Fugaku's ambitious personality. Minato knew only a glimpse of attaining the next version of the Sharingan, but he knew enough as to prohibit such practice. To attain the next level, an Uchiha must push all emotions aside and just murder his or her most beloved person. Fugaku wanted to kill Mikoto in order to attain the next version called Mangenkaiu Sharingan. Minato also heard from the woman that her son ended up killing his own father so as to protect her mother. Upon hearing this, Minato shivered just from imagining being on Fugaku's position. After comforting Mikoto, Minato went over to his Anbu captain, who was now sitting on a couch looking at his hands. Upon seeing this, Minato sighed, knowing that Itachi is imagining that his father's blood was now all over Itachi's hand. "Itachi, look at me," said Minato, but no response ever came from the Uchiha. "Itachi, please look at me," said Minato already with a loud voice, which earned the man's attention. "Hokage-sama, what have I done?" asked Itachi, still looking at his hands. "You did nothing wrong, Itachi, you hear me? You protected your mother from certain death. Now, I'm entrusting a 2-week license for you, your mother and Sasuke when he returns from his mission," said Minato before getting up and leave to talk to Mikoto once more. Upon passing by her, he landed one hand on her left shoulder and looked at her for a second. It was right there that Mikoto knew what the Hokage wanted to tell her. She knew how passionate Yondaime Hokage was about following on Sandaime's Will of Fire speech, so it went without saying that just a look from the blonde was enough to bring confidence to others. Yondaime didn't need to open his mouth to say that he'll help should need arise, and Mikoto understood the message. After turning to see the Yondaime leaving after his Anbu team, Mikoto was wide-eyed to see that the man's presence managed to fill the entire house, as in all attentions were directed at him, rather than the body being carried away. However, Fugaku was the head of the family, and now that he's dead, a replacement would need to be appointed. Unfortunately, the Uchiha family was being seriously reduced over time, simply because some delusional members, who thought that having the Sharingan, would grant an advantage when in battle. Thus, a lot of them lost their lives in battle from forgetting one specific rule of the Sharingan, which meant that while the Sharingan is the copying eye, thus giving an heads up before the attack, the ninja's body has to be evolved up to the point of being able to counterattack or dodge the attacks. So, the Uchiha family only consisted of civilians, scarce members of the Konoha police force who, by the way, don't bother to train more than they need to, Fugaku's family and Uchiha Shisui, a member whose parents were killed during the Third Shinobi War and was raised together with Itachi. So, the only ones worthy of being nominated clan head were Sasuke, Itachi, and Shisui. Itachi and Shisui would compete for the position since they are the same age, and Sasuke was just now placed into a Jinan team. However, Itachi's mental stability was what worried Mikoto. From times that she saw her eldest son, Itachi was very stoic about things, never once losing control over his emotions. However, even though Mikoto was on the verge of dying, she managed to see that Itachi was different. His eyes were twitching, like he was trying to control himself from losing his mind. Maybe he saw something that set him on edge. Walking towards her son, Mikoto asked Itachi what happened before he came home, and the eldest Uchiha responded. As he told to his mother the mission, Mikoto's eyes were getting bigger at each sentence Itachi spoke. It wasn't so much because of the mission's details and yes, the way Itachi was reporting the mission. His eyes were wide and empty, like he was reliving the entire thing over and over again. Mikoto was scared of seeing her son like this. Itachi's face was one of chronic despair, and to Mikoto, it felt like he was telling the mission while the slaughter was happening in front of him. After a moment, though, Itachi's story approached what happened in the house, and his Mangenkaiu Sharingan was visible yet again. Mikoto was afraid because she knew what such eyes could do to a fragile mind, so Itachi needed help immediately. Unfortunately, the woman wasn't aware of anything that could calm Itachi, since all his life was devoted to being a shinobi and not once did he showed appreciation for any sort of care and love that Mikoto gave to him as a mother. However, as Mikoto was furiously trying to think of something, her brain connected and her kunoichi training came in. Before marrying Fugaku, Mikoto was a Konoha jounin and expert on genjutsu techniques. Mikoto trained her eyes to exhaustion in order for her to be able to cast one genjutsu just by looking at the person's eyes, thus disrupting their senses. When she managed to do it, Uchiha was surprised to hear that the woman wouldn't use such ability so as to torture the enemy, even if they deserved. Instead, she focused on just disabling an enemy's senses long enough so as to strike him with taijutsu or a low-level ninjutsu. Now activating her 3 Tomoe Sharingan, which by the way caused some strain simply because she never bothered to activate it for quite some time and saw her son's chakra circulating through his body. Focusing chakra through her eyes, she looked at Itachi one more time and casted one of her favorites called Yumi Kenran no Jutsu, Dream Viewing Jutsu. After a while, Itachi stopped trembling and his face was much calmer. The Manjin Kaiu was deactivated and now Mikoto was smiling upon seeing her eldest son resting his head on her lap. Mikoto always dreamed of seeing Itachi smiling, however he was always so strict and would die before anyone sees him drop the mask. But now, Itachi appeared so at peace that Mikoto wished she had a camera to record such moment. One time, Itachi was happy playing at the compound when Fugaku stopped him and told him that emotions such as happiness, joy, sadness, etc., doesn't belong to a ninja. Ever since then Itachi never smiled again, instead he was found studying books about being a ninja and constantly training alone. Now, however, things would be different and Mikoto was sure of that. However, there was still another thing to worry about and that was Sasuke. The next day, Naruto awoke after a brief sleep because of him being awake watching the full moon and a little interaction with Yugao. Speaking of which, Naruto blushed at the memory of what happened and seriously wanted to kiss her again. However, another thing was in his mind and that was the result of the Chunin exams. Because of the fact that his team was the only genins that participated at the third part of the exams, the promotion will occur at the Hokage's office as opposed to the Junon promotion. Dressing quickly and kissing his pregnant mother goodbye, he went straight to the Hokage's office where he would receive the news of the results. On the way, he ran into Neji and Tenten and then all three went to the Hokage's office together. Upon arrival, they were surprised to see their sensei there standing near the door which led to the Hokage's office. "About time you arrived, brats. I was already thinking of summoning some snake to wake your asses up," said Anko, making the tree Junon flinch from what happened when the word snakes was mentioned. Anko, however, almost exploded in laughter after seeing the look in their faces, earning sweat drops from the team. "Anko, stop threatening them and send them in, would you?" Shouted Minato from behind the door, to which Anko sighed and opened the door for the Junon. At the Hokage's office. After the team entered, all four of them stopped in front of the Hokage. Minato, for his part, decided to scare them a little bit so as to feel their resolve. So, he was making his serious face for a moment, adding a little bit of killing intent so as to gauge their reaction. Seeing sweats coming down their faces, Minato smiled since the three did a great job not showing afraid. "Relax, Team 5. Now, I've called you here so as to discuss the results of the Chunin exams. The first two tests were to test your knowledge and your abilities regarding genjutsu and facing interrogations. As you grow as a shinobi, you'll start being entrusted to some of the village's secrets. If you get caught by foreign ninja, you'll have to know how to live through interrogation. Next, we tested your resolve in breaking your own nightmares. While on the field, there will be tough situations. So, you all have to be in control of your emotions so as to not be overwhelmed by the enemy. Next, we evaluated your performance in one-on-one fighting. Neji, just like your family, you managed to win your fights quickly by utilizing high-level juken and even managed to break the Hyuga tradition by adding some Doton ninjutsu techniques as well. Naruto, your calm and analytical mind worked wonders against the first opponent and your high-level ninjutsu managed to secure your way up to the final match against Neji. And last but not least, Tenten. Even though you've only fought one match, you managed to use Konoha's strongest kata ninjutsu, thus winning the battle. All of you three displayed abilities particular to a Chunin, so it's with pride that I announce to all three the promotion of Chunin. Congratulations, said the Hokage, smiling upon seeing cheers from Tenten and Naruto as well as a smile from Neji. After Minato told the news, he threw 3 Chunin vests to the newly promoted ninjas as well as an outfit that every shinobi, Chunin or higher, uses. Neji looked at the clothes in disgust and seriously wanted that the Hokage said that it was optional. Tenten simply didn't want to wear these clothes for preferring her Chinese-style clothes. Naruto, however, vanished within a small typhoon to get dressed, leaving the rest in the room wondering what the hell the little blonde had in mind. A while later, Naruto appeared, only this time wearing his new clothes. Minato, upon looking at his son, smiled after remembering his promotion to Chunin and him dressing the same style. Anko, for her part, snorted at the Chunin from using regular shinobi clothes, thus not standing up to his model of making his own reputation. Upon hearing this, Naruto smiled and explained his theory to his sensei. Seeing that all three of you are using different styles of clothing, mine would be unique. Plus my regular clothes, as you shall put it, will not stand out while on a mission, thus enemies will take a while to remember me when my reputation is set. Plus the fact that such an outfit is best fit for hiding, said Naruto, smiling at the looks of disbelief by Anko and the others, who didn't think he would care to retort every single thing Anko said. Anko, for her part, wasn't so fond of any type of discussion, so she snorted once again and dismissed the issue. Whatever. Minato smiled at the interaction between the team when he remembered another announcement was in order. Right, now normally Anko here would no longer be your sensei, since you all upgraded to Chunins. However, after reviewing some mission requests, I chose to gather a new team consisted of you 4. 3 Chunins and 1 Jounin. Now after the Chunin tournament, Konoha received quite a number of mission requests, however the peculiar thing about it was that all of the clients asked for all of you to complete for them. Being that said, new team Anko will be on the road for the period of 3 months, performing missions from C to A ranked, said Minato, earning gasps from the team at the mention of doing A ranked missions. Before you ask questions, there will be only A ranked mission and that's going to be a low level one. Anyway, all the details are within a scroll that I handed to Anko here. Dismissed, said Minato before the team in front of him vanished. At the Dango place. After arriving at the Dango place and placing their orders, Anko proceeded to report what the team should be doing. Okay, as the Hokage said, our team will be on the road for 3 months' time, so remember to pack for that period. I know all of you carry scrolls in which you can keep your things, so use as much as needed. Now, even though we will be out of the village, that doesn't mean we won't be training. Our first mission will be a B-ranked escort mission. A very important merchant from Wave Country came to see the Chunin exams and now he paid for a safe escort to his home. The reason for the mission being B-ranked, it is because there has been rumors of a businessman that wants to rule all commerce within Water Country and our client happens to be one of the few who stands in his way. As to training, we'll be perfecting each of your elemental affinities. Neji, ask Kizashi for some scrolls regarding more advanced Juken katas and leave for me to take some advanced forms of Doton ninjutsu. Tenten as well, since I happen to have some books on advanced kata ninjutsu. Also, search some scrolls regarding your weapon techniques as well, they will come in handy. That leaves you Naruto, you already have a natural affinity for wind, which means that Fuuten is already second nature to you, so we'll perfect your Raiten affinity. More so, your trench knife style of fighting will be improved as well, and for that to happen, you are going to increase your speed in which you perform your katas, said Anko, to which Tenten and Neji nodded, but Naruto wasn't sure what would happen. Anyo, Anko-sensei. What do you mean by increasing my speed? What sort of training are we going to be doing? Asked Naruto, but instantly regretted after seeing Anko's devious smile directed at him. Ninpa Shuriken Kage Bunshin no Jutsu, Shuriken Clone Jutsu, said Anko, making Naruto flinch at the insinuation of throwing shurikens at him and expect to slash through them. Now, all 3 of you head to your homes and start packing. After that, Naruto, you have to head to the library to acquire a book on advanced Raiten manipulation. We are supposed to meet the client in 3 hours at the West Gate, so we'll meet up there. Said Anko before the team vanished and went to their specific homes. In Naruto's house. When Naruto arrived, he was surprised to see his father eating lunch with his mother. Hello there Naruto-kun, want some lunch? Asked Minato, to which Naruto nodded and pulled a chair to sit. Kushina smiled from seeing the sudden change in wardrobe, since she knew from Minato that their son was promoted to Chunin. Congratulations on the promotion Naruto-kun, we are proud of you, said Kushina, making Naruto blush in response. After this, Naruto told his mother of how long he'll be out of the village doing missions and that he would be home in time to see his little sister being born. Kushina was worried about her son, but shrugged it off, seeing that he could take care of himself. After that, he turned to his father and decided to ask something. To-san, I was wondering if you got any books on more advanced forms of Raiten ninjutsu. Not being able to master that scroll you got me that time, really got on my nerve, however I realized that no matter how much I tried, I wouldn't be able to do it because of somewhat restricted knowledge towards the lightning element. Said Naruto, to which Minato nodded and told his son to wait so that he could get it from his personal library. After a moment, he appeared in the room with a rather thick book about advanced Raiten ninjutsu for jounins. When Naruto read such title, he looked at his father with fire in his eyes. Minato knew how much his son was eager to learn more every day, and to have the opportunity of seeing his son smiling, Minato would buy as many books as possible just for his son to smile at him. Naruto, just remember that Raiten is a very dangerous element, if not treated with care. Although it's one of your affinities, one wrong application and your body can suffer some serious damages, said Minato, receiving a nod from Kushina. Your father is right, Naruto-kun. I remembered once Kakashi being at the hospital after one failed attempt on creating his Reikiri, lightning edge. His chakra coils were damaged and it took a little while to heal. Just promise me you'll take it easy while trying more advanced forms of Raiten manifestation, asked Kushina, to which Naruto smiled and nodded, assuring his mother that he would be careful. To-san, I was thinking about maybe later try mastering another element, what do you think? Asked Naruto, earning a surprised look from Minato. What's the rush, Naruto-kun? To be a jounin, you only need 2 elements mastery, why are you interested in mastering a third? Asked Minato, to which Naruto smiled and responded. While Fuuten and Raiten are quite strong and handy during a fight, I want to be able to cover any weakness regarding elemental manipulation. You see, so far I have Fuuten and Raiten, however should I fight someone with a fire affinity, I would be in serious disadvantage. That being said, if I could manage to master either one of the other elements, I could at least defend myself better. Doton can repel fire with some mud jutsus, Suten is stronger than Katen and Katen itself repels Katen. I just want to cover any possible attacks so as not to be caught by surprise, explained Naruto before receiving a smile and a nod from his parents. I can't argue with your logic here, Naruto-kun. However, learning a third element in itself is hard enough. As to the elements, Doton and Suten aren't hard to master, however Katen is. Also, just as Raiten, most Katen ninjutsu can do some serious damage to your body. Also, a lot of Katen attacks utilize the air in your lungs to be effective, hence you will be in danger of burning your throat if the molding isn't correct. I don't know which one you could master, sorry. I, myself, am a Raiten user and Katen is my second mastery, you should see which one suits better your fighting style and go from that. It's no good to learn something, you can't find the uses for such a thing, said Minato, to which Naruto nodded and got up from the table. Well, I have to pick some clothes and supplies for the trip, so I'll be heading upstairs, said Naruto, to which Minato nodded, but stopped his son for one more word. Naruto, about your first mission, my instincts are telling me that Wave Country will soon be in turmoil. The businessman our client mentioned happened to have links with several criminal organizations and have sufficient funds to hire any level of missing nin he wants. Be on your guard and try not fighting someone you know you can't beat or least be on par with. Leave such enemies to Anko-san, said Minato. I understand, father. I'll think about the third element, thanks, shouted Naruto before going to his room to seal some supplies into the scroll. After some time, he came back downstairs to say goodbye to his parents and that he will do everything in his power to be around when Misa is born. Kushina kissed her son and wished him good luck while Minato gave his son a thumbs up in confidence, to which Naruto returned with the same gesture and left the household. After leaving, he was surprised to see an Anbu waiting for him outside, but quickly knew who it was. I heard you're promoted to Chunin, Naruto-kun. Congratulations, said Yugao, to which Naruto nodded and went over to the Anbu member. Yugao-chan, I wish I could stay with you, however I will be gone for 3 whole months and... said Naruto, but was interrupted by the woman who took away her mask and kissed the blonde fiercely. After they broke the kissing, Yugao returned the mask. You don't have to apologize for going out on missions, Naruto-kun, it's our job as shinobi. I'll be waiting eagerly for your return, said Yugao before vanishing. Naruto for his part smiled at his new girlfriend and continued to walk towards his team's rendezvous point towards Wave Country. However, seeing that he still had a little time to arrive at the West Gate, he took a little detour in order to see someone. After a while of walking and following the sense of smoke in the air, Naruto reached the place where Asuma was located. Upon arrival, he was surprised to see Shikamaru and 2 other genins with the man, doing some training. Approaching the man, both smiled upon seeing each other and Asuma stopped the training, earning silent thanks from Shikamaru and a scream in protest from the blonde girl. Shikamaru was, however, rather happy to see his Shuji partner and decided to greet Naruto. Naruto-senpai, it's great to see you again, said Shikamaru, earning surprised looks from the blonde in question from the suffix added to his name. After the blonde girl asked Shikamaru how he knew Naruto, Shikamaru responded. Troublesome Ino, Naruto-senpai was the one who fought at the Chunin finals against Hyuga Neji, Hinata's cousin, said Shikamaru. I see you picked a Jinan team Asuma-sensei, said Naruto, to which everyone were surprised at the suffix. Asuma for his part chose to elaborate because of the looks. I trained Naruto for the Chunin finals. Actually, he adopted my trench knife's fighting style. By the way, what do I owe the visit, Naruto? Asked Asuma, to which the blonde smiled and responded. I was wondering if you happen to have some advanced katas regarding the trench knife style. I'll be out of the villages for a couple of missions, so I'll have to find something for training, and Anko-sensei is not proficient enough to teach me some new moves, said Naruto, to which Asuma smiled and picked up a scroll from his vest. I was actually writing everything I know about the style. Here, take my notes and study them. When you come back, I'll see if you manage the new katas and maybe we can discuss some new moves to add to it. I'll be adding this style to Konoha's library and I thought you could co-author it. Both of us are some of the only few Uten masters in Konoha, but I believe that maybe future ninjas would want to learn even it isn't their affinity, said Asuma, to which Naruto nodded and appreciated the scroll. However, when he turned to leave and say goodbye to Shikamaru, he came up with a strange sight. The blonde girl was now fixating her eyes on him in a rather strange way and he wasn't comfortable with it. Upon looking at Shikamaru for an explanation, the lazy Nara just shrugged it off and silently told him that this Ino person was a fangirl. Sighing in defeat from meeting some of his own time, he understood Shikamaru's body language and vanished. Ino, after realizing that Shikamaru was actually talking with the gorgeous blonde, she screamed. Shika, you seem to know Naruto-kun a lot, can you introduce us? Asked Ino, to which Shikamaru snorted at having to deal with this kind of situation. Naruto-senpai's mother is very close to my mother, so he came by often to play some shuji with me while telling me some stuff. As to the introduction topic, I don't think Naruto would be interested in you, said Shikamaru, earning an astonished look from Ino, a drop of cigarette from Asuma and a dropping the chips Kuji. Why do you say such a thing? I'm the most beautiful Jinan in Konoha. How can he not be interested in me? Asked Ino before hearing Shikamaru mutters the word troublesome and proceeded to explain. Naruto-senpai is currently dating an Anbu Kunoichi, her name though he didn't say for her secret identity. Naruto told me that she is one of the best kenjutsu fighter in Konoha and very beautiful one as well. So you see, Ino, he wouldn't be interested in you, said Shikamaru, to which Ino looked at him in surprise over learning that Naruto was dating an Anbu Kunoichi. Asuma for his part smiled upon seeing that Naruto did manage to date Yugao after all, but he would be damned if he said her name in front of Ino. Alright team, let's continue with training. At the West Gate. Upon arrival, Naruto was surprised to see that he was the last to arrive, however he knew he wasn't late so he wouldn't be attacked by one of Anko's snakes. The team, upon seeing their fourth member arrives, smiled and got up so as to head to Wave Country. Anko approached the merchant. Okay Mitokado-san, now that our fourth member has arrived, we can proceed our trip, said Anko, to which the man nodded and got up from the tree log he was seating. Okay then, let's go. My home is 2 days waking from Konoha, said the man, to which the team rounded up around him with Neji in front because of the Byakugan while Naruto and Tenten was on each side of the man. Anko this time chose to stay close behind in order to guard the rear. Chapter 13, Chunin Days. Team Anko was walking calmly towards Wave Country, although all of them were alerted in case of an eventual attack. A few minutes after leaving Konoha, the group encountered a group of bandits that were trying to keep Mitokado from reaching Wave Country. Needless to say, the team handled all the bandits with Tenten and Naruto using their weapons and Neji taking the ones who decided to run away. Naruto remembered his father's words about Wave being in turmoil right now and expressed it to the group. Mitokado eventually said that Gato was ruthless and wouldn't stop at nothing to reach his goals. Therefore, the group now walked around Mitokado with Neji in the back, Anko up front and the rest on both sides. Neji was scouting the place with Byakugan while Anko sent some snakes to take care of some enemies up front. After a while, the group stopped for a while and rested. Anko sighed since she wouldn't have time to teach anything, seeing that this mission required full attention to their surroundings. Neji, Naruto, and Tenten, on the other hand, took the opportunity and each one grabbed a book from a scroll. Naruto took his father's Raiten book, Neji began to read Advanced Juken from Hizashi and Tenten was reading about Katen Ninjutsu. Upon seeing this, Anko smiled seeing that although they wouldn't be able to practice, at least the theory could be taken care of. Mitokado also smiled and became fascinated with this children's drive for knowledge even in the middle of a mission. A while later and a few miles, Anko decided that it was time to end the day. Being the jounin in charge of the mission, Anko assigned Naruto for the first round and then Neji since both of them could scout the area better than everyone. Naruto with his cage bunshines could scout the area and dispel so that Naruto gets the information while Neji would use his Byakugan every once in a while. Summoning 4 of his cage bunshines, Naruto sit in a tree log and this time fetched the twin knife-style scroll that Asuma handed to him. The blonde was ecstatic about having the opportunity of co-authoring a martial arts style and he vowed to help Asuma-sensei in whatever needs he has regarding new katas for this move. As he was passing through the lines, Naruto was amazed by the bearded man's creativity. So far, the twin knife style focused on full contact with the opponent. However, according to the scrolls, they were certain combos that combines full contact kenjutsu with some mid-range jutsus, thus creating very effective combos. Naruto was also surprised that Asuma managed to create a defense shield made by a combination of channeling Fuuten chakra through both knives and making a full rotation, thus creating a little hurricane around you. The catch was that while spinning, Naruto had to expel Fuuten chakra from his body, thus forming the little hurricane by spinning. Naruto was so caught up to his book that he didn't even knew it was the end of his shift and that Neji was practically screaming to get his attention. "Naruto, your shift is over, now I'll take over," said Neji, to which Naruto smiled and jumped down from the tree. Dispelling the clones and letting the information sink in, Naruto smiled and turned to Neji. "Thanks Neji. I'm going to get some sleep," mumbled Naruto as he went towards the shack that Neji was in before Neji called him. "Is that something out there that requires more attention?" asked Neji, to which Naruto shrugged it off and replied. "There was some movement to the left but that was just some squirrels. Other than that, I didn't see much," said Naruto, earning a nod from Neji, who jumped on top of the tree and sit there comfortably. Next day. After waking up and some breakfast, the group continued their journey to Wave Country. Mitokado warned them that as they approached the place, more bandits would appear and there was a chance that dangerous ninja would appear as well. However, even before the group could acknowledge such a warning, a couple of kunais came charging against the group in high speeds. Neji suddenly appeared in front of the group and started his ultimate defense kaiden. While Neji was taking care of the kunais, Naruto and Ko were gauging their opponents. "Enemies all around us," Naruto summoned some cage bunshines to protect the client and then take out as many as you can. "Neji, are there any ninja among the group?" asked Anko as Naruto nodded and then charged the group of bandits behind him with a new jutsu he learned from his father's book. "Raiden Denkugun, lightning release, lightning force," shouted Naruto before arcing bolts of electricity from his both hands, shocking 3 bandits at once. Immediately, some of the bandits backed off a little bit, but Naruto wouldn't let them and charged all of them with his twin knives, thus taking care of them. Neji screamed the presence of a few Chunin-level missing nins and Anko summoned him and Tenten to take care of the low-level ones. She stayed with one who seemed to be the stronger among the group. Meanwhile, Naruto's cage bunshines managed to protect Mitokado from some bandits that felt brave enough to attempt. Back to Anko, she was looking intently at the mark behind the huge cross and managed to learn that the man was from Iwa, thus meaning not a very good sign for Naruto. "So, let's see what Konoha has to offer beside good looks?" asked the missing nin, to which Anko just smiled sadistically and summoned some snakes to deal with the man before seeing him dissolving into mud. "Damn, Atsuchi Bunshine, where is he?" asked Anko, while checking the place to see the man's whereabouts as well as check how her team was faring. Naruto finished with his share of bandits and was already heading to help Neji and Tenten with their share. Suddenly, the man sneaked behind Anko and threatened to cut her neck with a kunai. The man was laughing with the thought of getting his way with Anko until suddenly he saw some movement inside her trench coat. Sadly for him, though, he wasn't prepared as a viper emerged and bit him in the neck, releasing the venom inside his veins. Stumbling backwards and holding his hands from the wound, he screamed in fury at Anko, who by now had a smile that even Orochimaru would be scared. "It's not nice to get behind me so vicious like that. Now, I'm caught in a dilemma. I can either let the venom kill every cell in your body or I could just end your misery with this kunai in my hand. Could you help me decide?" asked Anko while licking her kunai. The man would have pissed himself if the venom wasn't making such a mess inside the man's veins. Anko, however, pointed, seeing the man apparently lost the ability to speak, so she opted to end his misery by sticking the kunai at the man's heart. Getting satisfied, she turned to her team only to see Neji using his 64 chakra strikes on a low-level Chunin and Tenten to exhale a big fireball at a group of bandits. Naruto for his part dispelled the cage bunshines and then went to check on the client to see if he was alright. After him, Anko and the rest of the team joined and sit a while to rest. Anko already placed the missing nin's body inside a scroll and sent back to Konoha for analysis. After a little rest and an inquiry at Naruto regarding his new jutsu, to which he replied by saying that he found it in his book on advanced manipulation. According to him, the user must focus on the flow of Raten chakra and imagine said flow coming off his hands. This way, he could manipulate Raten chakra, and with more practice, he could control it after releasing the energy. Needless to say, his team and even Mitokado were impressed, and Anko vowed to see more of this technique in the future. Okay, team, according to Mitokado here, we're not long from our destination. Being that said, we won't rest until we reach his place, said Anko before turning and continuing her way towards Wave Country. Following the leader and backing the client, Neji and Tenten were discussing about the new technique, and Neji was wondering if the chitin was enough to block the bolts of electricity. To his relief, Naruto said that although the technique seems powerful, the amount of volts couldn't compare with the technique that he's attempting, called Ratenai Kazuki Butu Kaiho no Jutsu, lightning style, Thunderball Cannon Jutsu. Upon hearing this, Neji looked at the blonde while remembering the attack that he used against the chitin at the Chunin exams. Catching his wondering look, Naruto smiled and told Neji that the one used at the Chunin exams was an improvised jutsu, since he couldn't do the original one yet. He explained that the original was shot as cannon instead of using Fuuten ninjutsu to control the lightning sphere. Upon hearing this, Neji didn't want to hear more about it and hoped that the blonde wouldn't use it against him. A few hours later, the group arrived at Wave Country by a boat that was waiting for the client. The boat took the group to his house, and Mitokado said his thanks for the group for protecting him with such effort. Anko, however, asked him of what's supposed to be their last mission, and Mitokado smiled before entering the house and picking up a document. Handling to Anko, Mitokado said that said document was meant to be delivered to an engineer named Tazuna who lived a few miles far from Mitokado's house. However, the man wanted to do something in return for the team and offered them to stay in and sleep for tomorrow. Anko was hesitant to take the offer, but after some whining from her team, she accepted with a smile, and the team appreciated it. Upon inside, the team split up in two rooms with Neji and Naruto in one and the girls on the other one. The group changed their attire and relaxed with a hot shower. Neji and Tenten went soon to bed from feeling tired, but Naruto stayed at the living room reading Asuma's scroll and also writing some of his ideas regarding one of the scroll's techniques. Anko just got out of the kitchen and saw her apprentice studying with a smile on his face, thus making her smile as well. Approaching the blonde wearing some casual cloths, Anko asked about what he was reading. Naruto at first wondered how his sensei was so relaxed with herself, but shrugged it off and said, "Oh, this is a scroll of the twin knife style that Asuma sensei created. He handed it to me so that I could learn some more advanced moves," said Naruto while looking at a strangely smiling Anko. "You miss her, don't you?" asked Anko while smiling deeply at her student. Naruto, upon hearing this, was confused since he wasn't aware that Anko knew of his relationship with Yugao. "Miss who, Anko-sensei?" asked Naruto, to which Anko snorted. "Well, Yugao-chan, who else? I happen to know of you two getting together. You don't have to hide this stuff from me, Naruto," whispered Anko, to which Naruto scratched the back of his head in shyness upon getting caught, but then he looked at the window and turned to his sensei. "I've never imagined I would feel like this, you know? At first, we started as being rivals that used each other to get stronger. After that, we began talking sometimes and we hit the friendship barrier. Now, days before our mission, we started dating, and now every time I am away, I think about what she's doing right now," said Naruto as he smiled deeply while still looking outside the window. Anko, upon hearing this, smiled deeply at the boy growing up nicely. She had doubts at first that said relationship would ever work, seeing that Yugao was 8 years ahead of him. However, since Yugao only focused on becoming a strong kunoichi, she didn't focus much on her feminine side, thus being on the same spot as Naruto, who began to explore the whole dating experience. "I see much of Iruka-kun in you, Naruto. Please do not lose this side of yours. As you grow up, you'll be more and more submitted to temptation. Take Kakashi's damn books for an example. Also, I believe you met Jiraiya, the creator of the book. Jiraiya will, no doubt, try to influence you negatively. Don't let him, okay?" asked Anko, to which Naruto nodded. "Don't worry, Anko-sensei. Both Kakashi and Jiraiya wouldn't even try anything, simply because either my mother or Yugao-chan would tear them apart. In fact, my mother was the one responsible for sending Jiraiya to the hospital just because he wanted my father to read some of his work. Trust me, He wouldn't dare thinking about it, laughed Naruto, to which Anko nodded and wished him a good night's sleep. I'll go to bed, Naruto. Don't stay up so late, okay? As you may or may not know, Wave is not the safest place to be right now and maybe we'll have to face more opponents, said Anko, clearly worried that maybe Jounins would appear and she would be in trouble trying to protect her team and her as well. Nonetheless, Anko was surprised to see that Naruto inherited his father's reassuring smile before saying that with the Byakugan, they could avoid the tougher opponents, thus not endangering the mission nor the well-being of their comrades. Anko smiled at the boy's assumption, but thought about telling him some piece of good advice. I guess you're right. But please remember this, Naruto. There will be times in a shinobi's life that he or she will have others under his or her care. Try to remember that in case we have to face Jounins, no matter what, stick together with Tenten and Neji. Individually, you're still no match against Jounins, but together you can surely overwhelm the enemy. I'll have this talk with the others, but please do not try to face such enemies alone, said Anko, to which Naruto nodded now with a serious face and then telling Anko good night as well. After Anko went upstairs, Naruto formed a little lightning ball and stared at it for a while. He knew that what Anko told him was nothing far from the truth. His team was formed by recent promoted Chunins, thus without any experience with tougher opponents. Suddenly, he remembered his lifetime goal, that was to be able to protect the ones he holds dear in his heart. Closing his eyes, he focused on his goal to become stronger in time and be able to achieve his goal. Upstairs, he was being watched by his sensei, who was smiling upon seeing that the blonde handled said information very maturely. She was having problems wondering how she would relate said knowledge to her team, and she took the chance and just let all out. Fortunately, one of the group already got the picture and Anko knew that Neji and Tenten would handle just as good. Next day. The next day, Anko and Co. appreciate their stay to Mitokado and assured him that the document would be delivered to Tazuna. Once again appreciating for the immense help Konoha was providing to Wave Country, Mitokado said that he would contact Konoha for further services in the future. Bowing in respect, the team then transformed into simple blurs and disappeared from the man's view. The team was now standing on top of some trees and studying the country's map for guidance. Anko already had the talk with Neji and Tenten about sticking together no matter what, and she was happy to see that, like Naruto, the two understood the idea nicely. Now, seeing that they didn't need to walk because of the client, Anko's team charged towards Tazuna's residence with great speed. Not even wasting time on resting, Konoha's team arrived at Tazuna's place before handing Mitokado's document to the man. After reading, the man smiled and looked at the team in front of him. Well, I guess Mitokado-san had a safe trip. That's wonderful, now the bridge will take less time to finish. Mitokado-san is our construction supplier, and according to the document, he told that the material needed to bridge's construction was located not so far away from here, said Tazuna, to which Anko nodded. Well, my team here will be providing coverage for you and your men so that you can be able to retrieve the supplies. The blonde beside me is Namikaze Naruto, following by Hyuga, Neji and Tenten, said Anko, making Tazuna go wide-eyed at the mention of the Namikaze name. Wow, you're the Yondame's son, aren't you, kid? Asked Tazuna, getting an annoyed look from said blonde upon once again being referred by being his father's son instead of just him. However, seeing that the man didn't know and also the fact that the man was a client, he ignored and simply nodded with his head. Well, my men will be departing tomorrow to get the supplies, so why don't you all get inside and... said Tazuna before seeing the one known as Hyuga Neji, suddenly pop some veins near his eyes and turned to Anko. Anko-sensei, we got company. 2 Chunins followed us here and are approaching said place, said Neji, scaring the shit out of Tazuna, who worried about his family above all things. Anko, transforming into Jounin in charge of the mission, issued some defensive maneuver and get ready for the attack. She also said that these 2 should be taken care of so that they can't tell anyone of our location. Suddenly, 2 Kiri missing nins appeared and challenged Konoha's team. If all of you value your lives, you'll hand that old man to us right now and we won't attack either of you, said one of the missing nins as he got into a fighting stance. However, they were surprised when Tenten snorted. No fair. Why it always Naruto who have the advantage? I wanted to fight as well, snorted Tenten, earning sweat drops from everyone including the enemies. Naruto for his part, smiled at his teammate. Normally, I would have. But we're not sure of their powers yet, Tenten, said Naruto, to which Tenten snorted once again and chose to whine once more, to which Anko concluded that she would have a little word with the girl afterwards. Because of the little show, none of the Chunins realized that Neji got behind them and was able to immobilize one of them with Juken. The other jumped while trying to avoid Neji's second attack, but somehow found out that by doing this, he was doomed. True to his fears, Naruto appeared behind him and with a Raiden-induced punch, Naruto managed to take the man down. After the last one fell unconscious, Anko appeared and gave both the missing nins paralyzing venom that only she had the cure for and then sealed both of them inside a scroll. Although I applaud the team for the cunning and yet devious plan, all three of you took a high gamble. However, seeing as the plan worked, I'll drop this, but in the future, try letting me know first, okay? Asked Anko, to which all three nodded and then turned to Tazuna. Sorry for that, Tazuna-san. Now, shall we proceed with the search? For the looks of it, it won't take long until more enemies appear, so we'll have to be ready for them, said Anko before seeing Tazuna nodding, and then walked towards where he would meet with his group and then gather the needed material for the next part of the bridge's construction. A little while later, everyone returned with the gathered material and Tazuna thanked Kami no one dared to attack his group this time. Whether it was because of the Konoha ninjas or just circumstance, he wasn't sure. As to Anko's team, all of them were kind of anxious to some fighting, but left that behind seeing that they still had 10 more missions to be performing before returning to Konoha. Tazuna set Anko aside to pay her for the mission and then the group traveled on different ways. Okay, team. We're good so far. We managed to complete all 3 of the first ones. Now we will be heading to Bird Country. Let's go, I'll explain as we travel and we can stop for some practice since we weren't able to do that so far, said Anko, to which the group nodded and then all of them vanished towards the place where the boat would take them to Fire Country. However, when the boat was visible, Neji warned all of them to scramble and the group evaded hundreds of shuriken that went flying above them. When they turned to face their opponents, Anko visibly stiffened. Although they were all Chunin level missing nins from Kiri, her team was outnumbered by 2 to 1 and that was definitely a bad thing. She could take care of 2 of them easily, but she wasn't sure if the rest of the team could face 2 Chunins and win. Damn it, we are outnumbered and with no possibility to escape. We'll have to fight. I'll take 2 of them with me and the rest of you focus on the next 6. Remember what I said about sticking together no matter what. Also, you 3 happen to have some high-level long-range ninjutsu. Resort to them and even out the numbers, and then you can fight them, ushered Anko before she scattered and 2 of the enemies followed her because of her level and the fact that they assumed the rest of the team wouldn't be much trouble. 6 confident Kiri missing nins against 3 apprehensive Konoha nins. Naruto, Tenten and Neji were actually used to fighting big numbers like this, however all their fights were against genins and bandits. Chunins, on the other hand, was another thing entirely. Instantly, all 3 of them started studying their opponents and began with the presumptions. First of all, they were all from Kiri, so it was safe to say that they had at least suitin abilities, therefore Naruto and Neji would be the best suited to deal with them. However, seeing as all of them carried swords, Tenten was the best one suited for close-ranged fights. Anko told the group about adding poison to weapons for deadlier attacks, so all of them were very cautious and were thinking of fighting all of them in middle to long range, at least until they could even the numbers and fight one-on-one. With Anko. After running for a bit and then stopped in a clearing, Anko eyed her 2 opponents cautiously. Even though she was Jounin level ninja, it didn't take much to kill her. After all, a kunai embedded into the heart can kill anyone, being an academy student or a cage level ninja. Slowly, Anko kneeled down and summoned 2 vipers and then turned to hide and wait for the appropriate time in order to attack them when they are unprepared. I was wondering if you guys are on a rush and maybe we can chat a little bit, asked Anko, to which one of them snickered. Ha, why bother? You'll be killed by us anyway, snorted the man before he saw the woman smiling her trademark smile, and suddenly he was aware of any traps that she could have planned beforehand. Suddenly, the 2 men were caught by surprise when 2 snakes jumped from the ground and bit their necks so fast that they didn't even see it until it was too late. While both Kiri missing nins were fighting their will to live, Anko was wondering if her plan backfired somehow. She thought that if she separated from the group, she would be followed by strong enemies, yet these fools didn't even bother to see the snakes crawling up to them. Now, she was more than worried for her team, simply because the strong ones must have stayed behind and now were attacking her team. Snarling in frustration that her plan didn't work, Anko sped up to help her team against the other opponents. With Naruto, Tenten and Neji forming a triangle defense, the Chunins were holding as much as they could against the many water bullets that were thrown from their enemies. Naruto was tearing most of them apart with his Fuuten charged knives, Neji was using all his reflexes and Juken strikes, while Tenten was using 2 wakizashis. At first, the battle was even if each Konoha nin taking 2 Kiri missing nins. However, one of the enemies moved to attack Tenten from behind and Neji saved her by performing a kaiten. Also, because of Neji leaving his two enemies, they started attacking him from other direction and Naruto had to intervene, thus obligating them to make a triangle defense and block all the incoming water bullets. Shit, it won't take long for fatigue to arrive. We have to think of something, shouted Naruto as he increased his pace in order to take out as many water bullets as possible. Neji and Tenten nodded while increasing them as well. Neji, however, widened his eyes upon having an idea that could work. Naruto, Tenten. I managed to see that they take turns in attacking us. Keep up the defense and when I tell both you, scatter and attack as much as you can. They'll attack me so I'll use Kaiden and block them all. Both of you must take out at least 4 of them. After this Kaiden, I won't have enough chakra, so you'll have to even them and fight one-on-one, said Neji, to which Naruto and Tenten looked at one another and nodded. We're ready when you are, Neji, said Tenten, to which Neji smiled and the team parried the last incoming bullets. Now! Shouted Neji as Naruto and Tenten separated from him just in time to miss the next round of bullets and see Neji perform the heavenly spin. After seeing his opportunity arise, Naruto quickly did some hand seals for Fuuten Beizu Kaze no Yaiba, wind release, multiple wind swords jutsu. Tenten also did some hand seals for Katen Houseka no Jutsu, fire release, mythical fire phoenix jutsu. Suddenly, Naruto's wind swords and Tenten's fireballs fused and by result, huge fireballs attacked the enemy's head on which managed to take all of the opponents. However, just when Naruto and Tenten used the time to breath, both of them heard one of them shouting Suten Suijin Heki no Jutsu, water release, water encampment jutsu, thus blocking the incoming projectile. After the water died, Naruto and Tenten became face to face against who appeared to be strongest of the group. That was some attack you two made. Too bad my allies weren't fast enough to use a defensive jutsu. Well, I guess I'll eliminate you all and then receive all the money, said the leader, earning a snarl from Naruto and Tenten. Tenten, go see how Neji is doing. I'll keep up with this guy until Anko-sensei arrives, said Naruto, to which Tenten at first objected, but after seeing Neji on the ground, she didn't hesitate and went to check how he was doing, thus leaving Naruto alone with the man. It's quite foolish to fight me alone, kid. Cockiness is what get many rookies to die. However, since I'm only here for the money, guess it'll be a walk in the park. After I take care of you, I'll kill your little friends and bring their heads to Gato, said the man, earning another grumbling from Naruto, who was already equipped with his twin knives. Meanwhile, Tenten was treating to some of Neji's wounds that were caused by a few water bullets that managed to pass through the group's defense. Also was the fact that the Hyuga was unconscious from chakra exhaustion. Tenten and Naruto also had some bruises here and then, but Neji took the most of the hits, so it would take longer to heal. Back to Naruto, he got into his style's position of fighting and eyed his opponent with care. Until now, the only thing Naruto knows about this guy was that he has knowledge in high-level Suten ninjutsu, so he considered using more Raiten jutsus to eliminate the guy. Even though Suten aren't weak against Raiten jutsu, water conducts electricity, so Naruto's jutsus would be more potent than his enemies. When the man, suddenly, took his sword and got into position, Naruto smiled at his experience in fighting against enemies who uses both Kenjutsu and Suten ninjutsu, in other words, Yugao. Even though he was certain that Yugao went easy on him simply because she was a Jounin and he was just now promoted to Chunin, Naruto was certain he could beat the man if he focused hard enough. Let's see if your fighting skills are any good compared to your ninjutsu, said the man before charging with high speed against the blonde, who in turn used both his knives to block the sword blow. After the hit, the man wondered why Naruto's knives didn't break upon impact since he put all his strength in that attack. Naruto, however, took the opportunity and pushed the man backwards before swinging his left knife vertically, thus making a deep cut at the man's chest. Very impressive, indeed, channeling Fuuten chakra to your knives, thus being able to send a kind of wind cutter at the opponent. However, now that I know of your little trick, I'll be more cautious. You won't touch me again, said the man before jumping back and doing some hand signals. Suten Suigaden no Jutsu, water release, water fang jutsu. After that, a fast torrent of water charged against Naruto, who in turn channeled chakra to his legs and jumped, barely avoiding the technique. Not one to waste opportunities, the man attacked Naruto with his sword, apparently cutting the blonde in half. However, much to the shock of his opponent and Tenten's relief, instead of Naruto, a log was sliced in half. Snarling at being cheated by an academy jutsu, he turned left to where Naruto was standing, only to see the blonde making a quick succession of hand signs. Raiten Denkugun, lightning release, lightning force jutsu. With that, Naruto extended both his hands and started frying the man's system. This was the scene that Anko saw after landing near Naruto. Anko heard the man shouting and looked at Naruto concentrating on making the technique right. After a few seconds of screaming, the man's voice died and no one could hear the death shouts and begs of mercy coming from the Kiri missing nin. Anko, knowing that it was enough, landed her hands on Naruto's shoulder and asked him to stop now. The blonde hesitated a little bit but stopped, scaring Anko a little bit, seeing that normally Naruto wouldn't be this aggressive, and vowed to ask him what happened later. Naruto for his part went up to Neji, who had just woken up. Meanwhile, Anko saw the 6 missing nins on the ground, dead, and wondered if Naruto killed them all. Tenten, come here a second, said Anko, to which Tenten nodded and left Neji with Naruto while she went near her sensei. What's up, sensei? Asked Tenten, to which Anko turned from checking on the blonde and then turned to see her student. Tell me what happened, did Naruto kill all of them? Asked Anko, suspicious, to which Tenten moved her head sideways and explained what happened. She told Anko about getting cornered by the enemies and Neji's plan, then she told about her jutsu fusing with Naruto, thus creating a deadly attack, and last she told about Naruto's fight with the strongest of them. Anko was satisfied with the answer for now, but she still wanted to ask Naruto. Seeing Naruto angry was the same thing as seeing Jiraiya letting go of his research. After the group attended to Neji's wounds, Anko sent a message to Konoha in order to collect some missing nins and then return them to Kiri. Minato sent her a reply, saying that a team of Anbu would arrive in an hour to capture them, so the team waited. An hour later, Anko was surprised when Kakashi and Yugao arrived together with 2 more Anbus. Being the leader, Kakashi accepted the scrolls with the other missing nins and another scroll with the last 6 of them. Anko summoned Kakashi and Yugao to tell about what Naruto did, and Kakashi was wide-eyed. He knew of what jutsu Naruto used, and he also knew that it was considered a kinjutsu in Kumo. Anko, I don't know how Naruto learned that jutsu. It was labeled as a kinjutsu from Kumo 2 years ago. Upon using, Naruto sends against his opponents thousands and thousands of bolts, literally frying the man's inner organs. Also, in order to attempt this jutsu, the user must be having negative emotions like angry or even revolted, said Kakashi, scaring Anko a little bit. I'll talk to him. It's clear that the enemy said something to him and he reacted negatively. I'll talk to him. I'm not sure if he'd stop using it, since it's only forbidden in Kumo. I'm pretty sure, however, that he wouldn't use it if his comrades were being attacked or something. He is very protective of Neji and Tenten, they grew up together after all, said Anko while looking at said blonde, who in turn was talking with the Hyuga. Yugao for her part, thought of approaching Naruto and ask what happened, but thought against it. The thought of Naruto getting angry at something was almost impossible to happen, so for him to be mad about something, it was because something really serious happened. Kakashi, for his part, chose to change the subject. So Anko, I heard that your team will be on the road for a few months, how is it going so far? Asked Kakashi, to which Anko nodded and replied. So far so good, I couldn't have asked for a better team. All 3 of them watch each other's backs and the way they communicate with each other is flawless. So far we managed to complete 2 B-ranked missions and a C1. Right now, we're heading to Bird Country and present ourselves to their daimyo for the next roll of missions, said Anko, clearly excited with her team. Yugao and Kakashi smiled at said girl's enthusiasm and then said their goodbyes. However, Kakashi became serious and turned to Anko. Now I remembered that sensei had a book of high-level Raiten ninjutsu, and if I recall, Naruto's jutsu wasn't considered a kinjutsu when the book was published. However, he must understand that Raiten manipulation requires some deep concentration. While I'm surprised that he managed to learn this jutsu, if by chance the jutsu was wrong, it would backfire and he would be in a lot of trouble. Just tell him to focus on pure lightning manipulation for now so that this doesn't happen to him. He'll understand what it means, said Kakashi before Anko nodded and he addressed his team to leave. After the Anbu team left, Anko appeared near the group and motioned them to go towards the boat so that they could cross the border and land in Fire Country. Right after docking on Fire Country's soil, the team settled down for the night. Anko would take the first watch and then Tenten would be next. Neji thanked Kami that he would get the time to rest while Naruto was strangely silent. Getting comfortable on top of a tree log, Anko was looking at the sky not doing much when she spotted the blonde leaving his tent and then approached the fireplace. Anko noted that Naruto was deep in thought, so she decided to wait for him to acknowledge her presence before asking what happened. True to her word, Naruto looked at his sensei and then Anko asked what happened that made him get angry. Naruto sighed and explained that the man threatened to kill his teammates and then send their heads to Gato. Naruto also explained about the anger issue in order to perform the jutsu and then told Anko that he was ashamed in killing said man even though he had won the battle. Anko now knew what happened and smiled at Naruto. Naruto, even though you kind of overdid it, you had your reasons to do so. The man did threaten your comrades and Neji was unconscious. However, I know something about Raiten Jutsu to the point of knowing of its side effects in case the jutsu backfires. How about we focus more on element manipulation rather than learning new jutsus for a while? That way you don't have to worry about the jutsu backfiring and end up frying you instead, said Anko, to which Naruto smiled, albeit a fake one. Even though Anko smoothed the situation a bit, Naruto knew what happened. A ninja can't let his emotions rule his judgment, and the way Naruto acted, he was more like a berserker than anything. The blonde said his goodnight to Anko and silently vowed to control his emotions better. Once inside the tent, Naruto was going over his fight with the man. He, of course, felt ashamed for losing to his emotions. However, he remembered about the choice of element the man used. Sutin was a nice element to learn and not so though to learn, he thought. However, he would only study the subject once he returned to Konoha. For now, he needed to upgrade his Raiten manipulation, so as to be on par with his Fuuten ability. Next day. After the sun rose, Anko left her tent but was surprised when she was the last one to wake up. Tenten was cooking something while Naruto was reading his Raiten book and Neji was studying his father's Juken style of fighting. Alright gang, we're a little bit behind schedule. We need to arrive in Bird Country in 2 days from today. We're lucky, though, that only a day is needed if we travel faster and without rest. Now, we'll use this day for training. I will teach Neji and Tenten one elemental jutsu each, and you two will use this day for practice. If by chance, you manage to master it, we'll end the day with physical workout. Naruto, you'll be with me the whole day. You and I will focus on your speed and improving your Raiten manipulation, said Anko, to which all three nodded and gathered close to Anko as ordered. First, you Tenten, the jutsu I'll be teaching you is called Katen Hazy Kizu, Fire Release, Burning Ash Accumulation Jutsu. This one was created by Sarutobi Asuma and was this very technique responsible for his promotion to Jounin. In order for this technique to work, the ninja must exhale ash from his mouth, which will form a black cloud. After the cloud envelops the intended target, you have to click your teeth, thus igniting the cloud in an explosion. I'll first teach you how to expel ash in a second Neji. Your technique is called Doton Ritsudo Tenso, Earth Release, Revolving Split Earth Palm Jutsu. This technique allows you to control nearby stone and rock in order to create a trap or even imprison someone. As Tenten, I'll explain the technique. Naruto, begin with some light movements and I'll be with you shortly, said Anko, to which Naruto nodded and then summoned one Kage Bunshine. While Naruto was doing some light sparring with his clone, Anko was explaining the theory behind both jutsus and then performing it to them. Unlike Neji, however, Tenten had to figure out the necessary chakra manipulation since she didn't have the Byakugan to study Anko's chakra being molded. Okay, you two, go practice it, and after I'm done with Naruto, I'll check on you, said Anko, to which both nodded, and then Tenten turned to Neji. Neji, why Anko-sensei focus only on stamina and taijutsu with Naruto? Surely, she could teach some ninjutsu as well, asked Tenten, to which Neji looked at her. Naruto's affinities are Fuuten and Raiten, and while they are extremely powerful, it's rare to have someone in Konoha who could teach him said jutsus. Anko-sensei has knowledge related to our affinities, so she can teach us ninjutsu. Don't worry, though, about him. Naruto's ninjutsu is like second nature to him. Naruto has been practicing Fuuten ninjutsu since he was 6 years old, I think in Raiten he was 11. Therefore, Anko-sensei is focusing on his physical strength so that when push comes to shove or when he's out of chakra, taijutsu could very well be his salvation, explained Neji, earning a surprised nod from Tenten, who wondered how many jutsus does Naruto knows. Back to Anko, she established a sadistic training that involved Naruto not being able to move from where he is and use his knives to break all the shurikens Anko toss at him from a distance. Surely, Naruto accepted it and went to the place where he was supposed to be. When he saw Anko only taking one shuriken of her holster, he wondered why. However, he quickly understood when after his sensei threw the projectile, she began with the hand seals for Ninpa Shuriken Kage Bunshine no Jutsu, Shuriken Shadow Clone Jutsu, thus multiplicating the number of shurikens by 10. While Naruto was doing everything he could and more to break all the shurikens, Anko smiled at the better fluidity of his style. Naruto told her that Asuma was the one who created this style and would put him as co-author, seeing that Naruto and Asuma were the only one who used it while fighting. When Naruto managed to break the last one, Anko smiled and then grabbed 2 shurikens. Phase 1 is done, now is Phase 2. This time, instead of 10, it will be. Said Anko, but kept the mystery so that Naruto could figure out the actual number of shurikens he need to break. "Shit!" shouted Naruto as the incoming projectiles pretty much doubled. Naruto knew that if Anko increased the number of shurikens, he wouldn't be able to break them all. "Okay, Naruto, you're doing well so far. This is the last phase and the number will be 3 times the first one, so let's see how you do it," said Anko as he threw 3 shurikens and multiplied each of them 10 times. Suddenly, Anko saw Naruto spinning fast and holding his twin knives vertically in front of him as he rotates. Anko was wondering why the hell he didn't try to break the 30 shurikens that would certainly impale him when she heard it. "Fuuten Fukiri no Jutsu Wind Release, Tornado Cutter Jutsu," shouted Naruto as a slicing tornado formed around him and managed to break all the shurikens that approached the blonde, leaving him unscathed. Anko, after seeing the blonde performing what she thought was the Juken with Fuuten chakra, was definitely impressed. Naruto for his part caught the look of surprise displayed by his sensei and smiled. "You can thank Asuma sensei for this one. He was the creator of this defense-type jutsu," said Naruto, to which Anko nodded before regaining conscious and looked at the blonde for a while. He only read about the technique on the scroll and this is the first time he practices it. Even if he couldn't break 2 of the shurikens, he seemed to perform it quite nicely. Thought Anko as he decided to change the training. "Okay, Naruto. Now, we'll be doing some training with your lightning manipulation. Is there a jutsu you know that can concentrate a single target?" Asked Anko, to which Naruto nodded. "Yeah, there is one which is called Raiten Rakurai no Jutsu, Lightning Release, Thunderbolt Jutsu, why?" Asked Naruto. "Okay, I'll start throwing projectiles to anonymous directions and you'll have to strike them with this jutsu. That way, we'll upgrade your accuracy and maybe improve your element manipulation since we'll be speeding things up. We'll start with long periods between throws and then proceed with fewer periods. This way, you'll learn to use the technique without much chakra consumption and perhaps master it to the point of wasting little chakra to do it, so let's proceed. When I say start, you'll begin with the hand seals and when I say, strike, you hit the target with the jutsu," said Anko, to which Naruto nodded and positioned his hands to initiate the hand sequence. In Konoha, Minato was in his desk remembering about his son and his son's team. Truth be told, never in his life had he ordered a team to do such a high number of missions. Minato was aware of the constant reports of Anko that came with Kiri missing nin corpses and knew that her team was coming along quite well. However, being a father, he couldn't shake the feeling that Naruto may be in trouble right now and he wouldn't be there to help. Minato often wondered if his son grew up too fast, but when he voiced those thoughts to his confidant, Sarutobi only laughed and said that he thought the same thing concerning Asuma when he left the village to be one of the Fire Lord's guardians. Also, Minato was worried about Kakashi's report when his Anbu team went to collect some dead missing nins that Anko and Co. left for them. According to the copy nin, Naruto learned from the book he took from Minato, a Raiten technique that was recently labeled as a Kinjutsu in Kumo. He knew about said jutsu and while he vowed to never use it, simply because of the needed state of mind, he wasn't worried about Naruto using it as well. He knew that Naruto wishes to become strong only to be able to protect the ones he care about, and as a father, Minato never felt more proud in his life. Oftentimes, Minato came across those who wished power for negative reasons and his ear would explode if Naruto ever used his power for ill intentions. Selecting some reports to read, Minato came across one from Uchiha Mikoto stating that she and Itachi told Sasuke what happened to Uchiha Fugaku and was happy to learn that Sasuke didn't hold a grudge against his older brother from having to kill his father. Minato knew how reserved an Uchiha was and also knew that a member of that clan could easily snap and become greedy with power, quite like Fugaku was when he considered killing his wife only for him to be able to evolve his Sharingan. Reading the next part of the report, Mikoto stated that she wished to become a teacher at the academy in order to give the next generation advanced knowledge in genjutsu and even teach some ninjutsu if needed. She also told that Itachi was getting better in time and began to spend some time with Sasuke. After reading the report, Minato smiled at the brothers' interaction with each other. He wondered how Naruto would interact with Misa once she was born. If I knew better, I believe that Naruto will become the overprotective brother to Misao, though in the long run, it will be a wonderful thing to see both playing in the backyard, thought Minato as he signed the last report of the day. Being 7 months pregnant, Kushina had to be at least 2 days a week at the hospital in order to check on how the pregnancy is evolving. Therefore, Minato was to be there and pick her up. With Team Anko. After training Naruto, Anko went to her other students and were flabbergasted when she noticed both performing the jutsu perfectly. She complimented both of them and ushered them to travel a bit to a village nearby and find an inn to rest at the hot springs there. Anko told them that the hot water helped ease the muscle strain and also told that she deserved a nice warm bed once in a while. Upon hearing this, the Chunins looked at her in a state of disbelief simply because she didn't need to use the hot water excuse. Upon arrival, the team divided into female and male and each group went to the designated hot springs. Anko ushered Naruto and Neji, a nice rest in that they would join together for dinner later. Naruto and Neji were now found closing their eyes while letting the hot water ease the tension inside their bodies. However, when a schoolgirl-type giggle reached Naruto's ears, he sighed and said to Neji that he was going to the bathroom. Not even bothering to open his eyes, Neji nodded and then Naruto vanished only to appear on top of a tree log staring at a big man with white hair and carrying a huge scroll on his back. "What's up, Uro-sanin?" Screamed Naruto, making said man jump in fright, ending up falling inside the woman's side of the hot springs. Because of the noise, Anko looked up only to see every kunoichi's enemy in Konoha lying on the floor unconscious. It was no secret that Jiraiya of the Sannin was constantly peeping on the girls that constantly used the hot springs. However, she wondered why the hell caused the man to fall inside the woman's side of the hot springs and looked up. Looking up, she saw Naruto looking down at the man with a smile on his face and smiled in appreciation. Naruto for his part looked at Anko and smiled at her before vanishing inside a typhoon. Anko smiled once more upon seeing that Naruto's treatment to perverts and knew that Yugao did manage to find a nice person to be with. However, she remembered that Jiraiya was still inside the woman's side of the hot springs, so she decided to give the man a little beating to teach him not to do this again. When Naruto got back, he was smiling from ear to ear and Neji didn't need to see him to conclude. "You made Jiraiya-sama fall once again, didn't you?" asked Neji, to which Naruto nodded. "Yes, I did. I can't help it, it's so funny to scare him like that. No matter how many times I do it, it's always funny," said Naruto, to which Neji nodded, since he sometimes participated with Naruto in scaring Jiraiya when he was caught peeping. A while later, the entire team and Jiraiya was having dinner together. Jiraiya, upon seeing Naruto and Neji together, remembered all the times these two brats took him away from his research. "You little brats, how many times are you going to do this to me?" asked Jiraiya, to which Naruto smiled even more and looked at the white man. "Actually, the Hokage ushered both of us to an S-ranked mission and that was to prevent you from peeping into the hot springs. He never told us of the mission's location, so I can say that we're just performing what the Hokage ordered of us," said Naruto, earning a giggle from Tenten and a devious smile from Anko. Jiraiya, on the other hand, was furious at Minato for ordering his son to keep his sensei off the hot springs. Back in Konoha, Minato felt like smiling for no ordinary reason. "So, brat, it's been a while, huh? The last time I saw you, you're in the academy and now you are a Chunin already," said Jiraiya, smiling at his godson, to which Naruto nodded and also smiled. "Yes, it's great so far, Uro-sanin. I've been training with my team a lot and we've been doing a lot of missions so far. Plus, there is the fact that Neji and I love to piss off those from Iwa and Kumo, which inspired us to train even more," said Naruto, to which Neji nodded and also smiled, earning a slap on the forehead by Tenten and a giggle from Anko. Jiraiya, on the other hand, was serious this time. "Naruto, you can't piss them off like this. I know that Tsuchikage is very temperamental and could easily provoke war just so that he could kill either you or Minato. Also, I know for a fact that Kumo still wants the Byakugan, thus it's dangerous to provoke these people," said Jiraiya before becoming scared of Naruto's sudden serious face and suddenly, lightning current surrounded the boy. "They should have thought better before sending all those assassins to kill me, Jiraiya. If it weren't for my father and Kakashi Niazan, I would be killed already," said Naruto before he ended the electricity current and smiled. "Besides, it's not that I started any of this, right?" smiled Naruto, suddenly easing the tension that accumulated with Naruto's killing intent. Jiraiya wondered how could the boy manipulate lightning element like that and also wondered how deep runs his feelings for Iwa. Anko for her part was worried about her student and decided to speak. "Naruto, while I concur with the fact that they were the ones who started this mess, you can't let your anger for them cloud your judgment. If by chance, we encounter Iwa ninjas, it wouldn't do good for you to go on a killing spree, thus endangering your team and the mission," said Anko, to which Naruto nodded in understanding. "I know, Anko-sensei. I already vowed myself to never lose control of my emotions while in battle," smiled Naruto before everyone nodded and proceeded to eating. Next day. While the team was getting ready to part for Bird Country, Jiraiya and Anko were discussing some issues regarding the team's next missions. Jiraiya warned Anko of the incoming war between Bird and Fang Country, to which Anko nodded, telling that she very well knew of the incoming war. The country's daimyo believes that someone is behind this war and he hired us to investigate. He hired us for 10 missions involving supplies gathering in case of war, document retrievals that are in possession of a group of mercenaries, some missions relating to guard duties around the country. Our last mission is to stop the war by finding the one responsible for the war, thus eliminating him. Said Anko, to which Jiraiya nodded and thought about it for a moment. I know for a fact that your team is well trained for this type of situations. With Neji's Byakugan and Naruto's Kage Bunshine's usage, plus what you've told me about their fighting abilities, I'm certain that you won't need any help with this. However, I'm concerned if Fang Country thought the same as the Bird Country's daimyo, said Jiraiya, concerning Anko a bit. If by chance, Fang Country hires ninjas to assist in the war, it will certainly be complicated. I'm sure Yondaime already thought of this and established a team of jounins to come to the rescue should help is needed. Good luck to you and your team, said Jiraiya before turning and leaving Anko. If Jiraiya is right, then Fang Country hires ninjas as well. This will be some test to Naruto, Neji, and Tenten. Stopping a war under these circumstances is something even I haven't done it before. I should contact the Hokage for further instructions, thought Anko as her team approached. Traveling towards Bird Country, the Konoha's team didn't realize what they got into and Anko hoped that her team would return, safely, to Konoha. Chapter 14, Summoning Contract. Inside his office, Minato was found reading a letter from Anko. According to her, their next set of missions would be in Bird Country as per request to their daimyo. Also, Anko was expressing her concerns over some conflicts happening in the area between Bird and Fang Country and her worries about an incoming war happening. The Yondaime frowned at this potentially bad news and wondered why the client didn't mention these conflicts in the first place. However, Minato couldn't end the mission from fear of diminishing Konoha's reputation towards the clients. The situation was even worse considering the fact that the client happened to be a daimyo. Sighing in frustration for not being able to help much, at least Minato would chose a team of jounins in standby, in case Anko and her team needs help. After concluding the course of action, Minato wrote in a scroll and gave to the snake in front of him, in order to be delivered to Anko. After the animal vanished from sight, the Yondaime Hokage wondered if Naruto would be okay in all this. He knew the boy was strong and could take care of himself, but Minato already seen excellent shinobis dying from bad luck or a missing kunai. With Anko and Co. While waiting near a river, Anko received the reply letter from the Hokage and sighed in frustration. She also knew they couldn't abandon the mission, simply because Konoha's reputation would fall considerably. She appreciated that the Hokage settled up a team of jounins for backup in case things go wrong. According to the Hokage, the team would camp near the daimyo's castle and wait for the signal that consisted of throwing an exploding tag to the air. Looking up, she saw Naruto and Neji sparring on top of the river and Tenten going over some hand signs for a technique she learned from the scroll called Kadenzukaku, fire release, head mincing pain jutsu. Okay team, let's head out. The daimyo is waiting for our arrival tonight, said Anko before she saw her team gathering their supplies and started walking near her, before jumping towards the trees next to them and jumped towards their destination. They would travel through the trees for half the distance and then take a detour to a river that will conduct them to the daimyo castle in Bird Country. On the way, Naruto asked about the Hokage's answer and how they would proceed in case of a war. Anko explained that a team would be nearby in case they are in need and also they were to avoid any confrontations aside from purely defensive maneuvers. Remember, team, while we're here, we'll be representing the Bird Country's daimyo. So, if by chance Fang Country attacks or even hire shinobis to take care of us, our main concern will be defending ourselves. If needed, we'll have to take care of the shinobi enemies swiftly and without alerting the daimyo. If this reaches his knowledge, he'll certainly declare war against Fang Country and will be in serious trouble, said Anko, to which Naruto, Neji and Tenten nodded, while fully understanding their situation. Neji, however, had a doubt and voiced it to Anko. What would happen if the daimyo order us to engage in battle against the enemy? Asked Neji, to which Anko thought about it for a while and responded. Should he file a direct and express order, our limitations would end and we would have to fight. However, this way, we won't need to worry about starting a war, said Anko, to which Neji nodded and remained silent. Then Anko began explaining their next roll of missions, which involved document delivery to some of the country's defensive posts. Also, they would take care of some bandits that happened to create some trouble to the country's farms, thus endangering Bird Country's source of economy. She, then, explained that the daimyo's daughter was to travel around the country to collect some medicinal herbs and that Anko's team was to protect her through her trip. The next 7 mission, Anko explained that the daimyo would supply them with more information. There are some rumors that the daimyo is having some trouble lately with a cave nearby and maybe he would ask for the team to verify. As the team arrived at the lake, they focused some chakra to their feet and began running down the river with great speed. They could run faster, however that would take a lot of chakra and all of them knew that chakra economy was vital until they returned to Konoha. After a while of running, Konoha's team was in front of the gate that leads to the castle. Upon presenting their documentation to the station's samurai, the group was escorted inside the castle to talk to the daimyo. However, when the team was face to face with their client, all of them were trying their best not to laugh, excluding Neji who was stoic as ever. The client was a midget in size and he was shorter than the Chunins. When the man saw Anko, though, his perverted side emerged and hearts appeared in the man's eyes. Said woman, though, thought about something so that the client wouldn't try anything funny with her. Immediately, 2 medium-sized snakes emerged from within her sleeves which stopped the man dead on his tracks. Daimyo-sama, we were sent here as per your request under the orders of Yondaime Hokage. This is my team, Namikaze Naruto, Hyuga Neji and Tenten and I am Mitarashi Anko, said Anko as she dismissed the snakes before bowing to their client. The daimyo forgot about the woman for a while and addressed them with the proper respect, before initiating the set of missions. I appreciate the Hokage for sending such talented team of shinobi, so without further ado, the first mission will be to deliver some important documents to Bird Country's 2 defensive posts stationed a few miles from here. When you return, we'll discuss the next set of missions, said the client to which the group nodded and picked up the documents, before leaving the premises. Outside the castle. Once outside, Anko gathered her team and explained the plan. Okay team, here is the plan. We need to be fast with this mission seeing there are few hours left before nightfall. We'll split up in teams of 2 and each team will go for one of the forts. Tenten and I will go for the one on the left and you 2 will go to the right. Take this map with you guys and be sure to activate the intercoms. In case of trouble, use and will arrive as soon as possible. Remember, time is of the essence here, got it? Said Anko before all of them nodded and vanished in seconds. The distance to both forts were equal and both teams would reach them in an hour tops. Neji and Naruto focused some chakra to their feet and raised their pace. After a while, it wasn't clear if they were trying to reach the target sooner or betting on a race against one another. However, just after Naruto stepped on a tree, dozens of kunais attacked the duo, giving them no escape other than ninjutsu. Naruto appeared in front of Neji and did some hand seals for Fuuten Shuheki no Jutsu, wind release, wind barrier jutsu, thus stopping the kunais. So much for a quick trip, said Naruto as he and Neji went to the ground and faced their enemies. The enemies consisted of 4 bandits and by the way the kunais were thrown, Neji and Naruto concluded that they have some ninja training. After a Byakugan scan, Neji surmised their abilities as Jinan level mostly because their chakra coils wasn't so developed. Damn brats, give that scroll already and stop wasting our time, shouted one of the bandits as he charged the 2 Konoha nins. Both Naruto and Neji snorted at the man charging straight forward and Neji used a focused palm strike to the man's chest, thus closing one very important tenketsu. The rest of the group charged as well, but they were met with Naruto picking his knives and start spinning for Fuuten Fukiri no Jutsu, wind release, hurricane cutter jutsu, thus taking on all 3 of them instantly. After tying the group, Naruto and Neji began once again the travel so as to return to the castle before nightfall. A while later, they arrived at the fort and delivered the scroll to the fort general before taking the way back. Suddenly, though, the intercom was alive and Anko's voice was requesting immediate backup. According to the Jounin, there were some missing nins and they were sustaining heavy fire. Responding immediately, Naruto and Neji channeled more chakra to their feet and reached the place in no time at all. Upon arriving, they saw Tenten resting on the tree, holding her bruised leg while Anko was defending her against 2 bandits and a Suna missing nin. Without even needing a plan, Neji went to aid Tenten while Naruto attacked the 2 bandits with his Fuuten Beizu Kaze no Yaiba, wind release, multiple wind sword jutsu. When the missing nin turned to inspect their wounds, he found he didn't have to as they were already dead from the attack. However, when he turned, Anko took the opportunity and summoned one of her vipers to bite the man's neck, thus injecting a paralyzing poison inside his veins. After that, Anko knocked the man unconscious before sealing him inside a scroll and sending it to Konoha for the ransom. Naruto, for his part, went to see Tenten and take a look at her wound. The missing nin managed to bruise her pretty badly. We managed to deliver the scroll but on the way back, a kunai came out of nowhere and scratched her leg. Let's go back to the castle, so that we can take care of her leg, quickly, the sun is almost setting, said Anko as she grabbed Tenten and sped up to the castle in record time. The boys arrived soon after and Tenten was taken to the infirmary for some medicine. Feeling the adrenaline of battle, the group decided to sleep and tomorrow they would see about some bandits terrorizing Bird Country's field crops. Unfortunately, Tenten would have to rest for a day so the group would have to go without her. Needless to say she objected at first, but after some words from Neji, she complied. Next day, the group left towards the bandits' camp and Tenten had to stay behind. However, she wasn't alone as Shaho the Daimayu's daughter offered to stay and keep some company. Shaho was the complete opposite to the Daimayu, thus making the group wonder if she resembled her mother. Shaho was a medic and had long dark hair and green eyes. Back to the group, although without Tenten, had already devised a strategy based on the map the Daimayu provided which also related information as to the number of bandits and the base's location. The plan involved some co-op Fuinjutsu from Neji and Naruto. Naruto would settle exploding tags around the enemy camp and Neji would be the one to link each of them for instantaneous explosion. Because of the explosion, the enemies will have only one way of escaping and that will lead to the three shinobis waiting. Upon arrival, Naruto summoned some cage bunshines and ordered them to scatter around the place, in order to set the exploding tags around the enemy camp. After all of them were placed, Naruto signaled for Neji who in turn, made some hand seals for Fuin Hisetsu, sealing technique link jutsu, before slapping his hand on the exploding tag in front of them. In an image that only Neji could see, from the exploding tag, a chakra line was seen leaving the first seal and then tracking all the rest, before finishing where it started. Once done, Neji turned to Naruto who would set the detonation, however the blonde would have to be careful and set a precise explosion so as not to damage the field. Focusing some chakra with the ram seal, Naruto set the explosion with success, thus exploding the entire camp within seconds of the trigger. Anko could only stare as the coordinated Fuinjutsu attack started. She had already participated in a drill with the Anbu Demolition Corps, but never before she seen them in action. Now seeing Naruto and Neji doing what they did, she could know anything more than clap in amazement. True to their plan, lots of bandits left screaming for help, thus meeting the three shinobis. Anko used her snake style, Neji used his Juken and Naruto used his Raiten-induced strikes. Safe to say, no bandit would ever attack again. Upon returning to the castle, the group greeted Tenten who was already standing and walking around the castle with the help of Shaho. According to the medic, Tenten only needed to walk some more and her leg would be fully healed. Anko and Co. nodded and told the girl of the success of the mission. The girl was ecstatic about the exploding seals and wished to know more about this technique. Rest up, team. I'll come get you once Shaho decides to leave for her travel, said Anko before leaving and walking with said woman. The teams found a couch and sit for a while. Both Naruto and Neji knew how dangerous that technique was in case the seals activated before Neji managed to link them all and after the mission, both of them were sweating bullets. After the rush subsided, Naruto and Neji calmed down, before grabbing something to study while waiting. Neji was reading about the upgrade of the Hyuga technique from his father who was able to close 128 tenketsus, however Neji was suffering with this technique simply because he would have to maintain the same speed through all the strikes and that was almost impossible. Naruto, meanwhile, was reading his father's book on Raiten Ninjutsu. The next technique was called Raiten-Jan, Lightning Release, False Darkness Jutsu, and the description was similar to the Rakurai, however the attack was stronger and more precise which earned Naruto's interest. Tenten was scolding her teammates from not keeping her company, instead reading their books. Sighing in frustration, she picked her book and studied more about the Zukaku. Apparently this technique was very difficult to perform seeing as it involved less control and more power, thus more chakra. The technique consisted of spreading fire chakra all around the ninja, then increasing the chakra, thus initiating combustion. Tenten knew that said technique was really dangerous and vowed to ask Anko for assistance while performing. Back to Naruto, he understood the hand seals sequence needed for his technique and the chakra molding. While very similar to the Rakurai, this technique required more precise control. However, unlike Tenten, Naruto felt the need to try the technique and he went to the castle's yard to practice with it after telling Neji in case Anko arrived with Shaho. Once outside, Naruto took one next look to the book in order to memorize the needed hand seals and the necessary chakra molding. The first attempts were rather disappointing to his point of view. The chakra wasn't being molded the way it was expected and he even missed the second last hand seal needed for the sequence to be right. Closing his eyes in concentration, he began the process yet again, now going slowly through the hand seals, while molding his chakra the right way. The results were without a doubt better than the first one since this time the lightning energy managed to be formed. The next attempt, Naruto managed to perform the technique and was impressed by how much different it was than the technique's predecessor. The Raiten Rakurai no Jutsu, Lightning Release, Thunderbolt Jutsu, was a weaker version of this new one, and the lightning energy of this technique was far superior and far more deadly. With Anko and Shaho. While Shaho was setting up her supplies for the trip, which consisted of vials to store the herbs, information regarding the varieties of plants and which one contained the medicines she needed for, Anko decided to follow her and get to know her a little bit more. The mission would be for 2 days tops, since the plant's location is north from the castle and it's near the border. Normally, if only ninjas went to collect, it wouldn't need so much time. However, since Shaho was going as well, the group would have to walk all the way. This meant that the group would be more open for attacks from enemies that happened to want Shaho for many things, from a simple theft of her belongings to rape and possibly kidnapping. The women began to talk about the purpose behind the travel and how many patients Shaho could save at the capital's hospital. Also, Shaho got to ask about a lot of things concerning some aspects of the hidden village in the leaves, as well as the team who would escort her around the country. Anko tried to limit her answers to only very public information, like for instance, some modernizations made from the Yondaime Hokage regarding the shinobi side and how his fiancée Kushina improved the hospital practices in the village. Shaho knew of the Yondaime's wife and her contribution to medicine and wondered where she heard the name Namikaze just recently. She remembered the group of ninjas that would escort her, and her mind clicked upon seeing Naruto's image and the immense resemblance to the Yondaime Hokage. Upon asking to Anko, said woman sighed, since she was expecting questions about Naruto from the lady in front of her. She responded by satisfying the woman's curiosity, stating that in fact Naruto was the son of Yondaime Hokage and Namikaze Kushina, but also alerted her that the blonde doesn't appreciate others to regard him as Minato's son. She was glad that Shaho didn't press matters much and accepted Naruto's space. As the women were walking, though, neither of them realized that their path was leading straight to the patio where Naruto himself was attempting his new technique. When Anko heard the name of the technique Naruto attempted, she, unconsciously, protected her eardrums for the incoming noise that was soon to follow. However, she remembered too late to protect Shiho's ears from the noise, hence why the girl was feeling a lot of pain right now. Shaho was wondering what the hell happened and wondered if it was a thunder. Upon looking up, she saw the blue sky and began to think that she was being crazy all of a sudden. Quickly addressing to see if she was alright, Anko did some hand seals, before her hand was glowing green. After she landed her hands near Shiho's ear, thus easing the pain a little, Anko asked if Shaho was alright and explained what Naruto was doing. Said blonde noticed that his sensei and the Daimayu's daughter was nearby and approached them. When he got closer, he saw Shaho holding her ear as in trying to ease a strong noise inside, thus making him acknowledge that maybe his jutsu was the cause of all this. The blonde apologized for not noticing that someone was around, to which Shaho nodded, dismissing such formality, and explained that she and Anko were just entering the garden when it happened. Sorry for the noise, Shaho-san, I didn't know there were people around, and hearing a lightning jutsu could be quite deafening, said Naruto, to which Shaho nodded, but dismissed the issue. It's okay Naruto-san, your sensei Anko already helped ease the pain a little bit. I have to say, though, I happen to know about ninjas' manipulation the elements, but all that I knew were much older than you. You must train constantly, presumed Shaho, to which Anko decided to intervene. Naruto has been training since he was 4 years old, Shaho-san. Also, he's a part of a few ninjas back in Konoha who can manipulate lightning, said Anko, to which Shaho nodded in amazement, and Naruto continued. I hope I could be as strong as Hatake Kakashi one day, and if possible, surpass the Yondaime, said Naruto, earning a smile from Shaho and Anko in return. So Shaho-san, how soon can we part? It's better to leave with daylight, so that we can cover more ground. If we move during nighttime, the chance for attacks raises considerably, asked Anko, to which Shaho nodded. My supplies are already collected, Anko-san, we could leave right now. I just have to tell father and then I'll meet your team at the front gate, said Shaho, to which Anko nodded and guided Naruto to call Tenten and Neji up. After the group was settled, they met Shaho at the front gate and the second mission initiated. Along the way, Shaho was working as a tour guide to the Konoha Nins, explaining about many sightseeings and important buildings in the capital. She explained about a religious monument just out of the capital where people often came to seek redemption to Kami. The first day was uneventful and the group spent the night inside a hot springs hotel, and since Shaho was with them, the group received one of the best rooms. After settling in, the group separated between female and male. Naruto and Neji opted to stay in the room to read some ninja material, while the girls opted to relax at the hot springs. Even though Naruto and Neji were okay, both Anko and Tenten missed some girl talk. Shaho chose this moment to get to know her two new friends. Being the Daimayu's daughter was nice to some degree, however when it came to friends, she didn't need both hands to count them all. As the girls settled down at the hot springs, Shaho heard some relaxation moaning from Anko and Tenten, thus wondering how stressful a ninja life can be. Eventually, the group began talking about random subjects such as fashion trends and even some shinobi subjects like weapons and techniques, but this part Shaho stayed out of it, instead just nodding along. Eventually, though, she heard Anko teasing Tenten about Neji and Shaho smiled from finally seeing a subject she could talk. Anko told Shaho that Tenten was rather infatuated with Neji and even teased her about some occasional mishaps that made Anko realize that something was going on. Eventually, Shaho stepped into the conversation. "What about Naruto, Tenten?" asked the Daimayu's daughter, to which Tenten smiled and responded. "Naruto is a close friend, nothing more.
Although he's cute, I don't feel the same way for him as I do to Neji-kun.
Plus the fact that Naruto is already seeing someone," said Tenten before Anko completed. "Cute is an understatement, Tenten. He is the splitting image of the Yondaime Hokage. Saying he is cute it's the same as saying that Jiraiya is a closet pervert," said Anko, to which Tenten nodded, acknowledging said resemblance. "So who is Naruto seeing at the moment, if you don't mind my curiosity?" "I'm just not accustomed to have friends this often, because of who is my father," asked Shaho, to which Anko nodded and responded. "No worries there, Shaho-san. Naruto is dating a friend of mine called Uzuki Yugao. She is one of Konoha's Onbu operatives," said Anko, to which Shaho got confused. She happened to know about said ninja division and also knew that to get inside, one has to be extremely competent and experienced in battle. Also, although Naruto don't look like, he was too young to date someone older. Anko sensed the woman's suspicion and confirmed the fact that Yugao is 8 years older than Naruto. After Shaho heard said piece of information, she wondered about the blonde and what a mystery he was. The talk went on about Shiho's dates. While the girls were having fun talking, the boys were enjoying some peaceful time to just do nothing. Naruto was meditating a little bit while Neji was spending time improving his Byakugan range. Of course, he could send his eyes to spy on the girls, but Neji was highly educated by his mother, who in turn drilled into his mind that being a perverted was beneath the Hyuga clan. In fact, it was after he completed his mission with Naruto, which consisted of preventing the Sannin Jiraiya from peeping at the hot springs and hearing his mother saying things like castrating the man for his perverted attitude. Back to Naruto, he was meditating, but this time he was circulating Fuuten chakra around his inner coils. He remembered reading in his lifetime book about ways to improve Fuuten control, so he was now improving it in ways of trying to do technique that don't require much chakra. Some Fuuten jutsus took a lot of chakra, and he knew this would mean trouble in case he confronted a powerful opponent. He wasn't aware, of course, that just like with lightning chakra, he was able to expel Fuuten chakra around his body, thus creating a little typhoon around him. Unlike lightning, the wind was pushing all objects to the wall with force, thus resulting in Neji shouting for him to stop before he leveled the entire room. When Naruto opened his eyes, he saw the room all messed up and laughed a little bit, before gathering the objects and placing them at its proper place. Eventually, the entire group gathered for dinner, before ending the night, sleeping. The next day, after checking out, the group continued their trip towards the place where the medicinal herbs were located. Neji managed to catch 4 presences watching them from afar and told Anko about them. Anko said that since they didn't attack yet, it meant that they wanted the group to find the target before they attacked. "Maybe they are after the herbs just like we are. Naruto, Neji, you two stay behind us in case of attacks. Neji, activate your Byakugan on occasions to spy on their movements. If they attack, run defensive maneuvers until Shaho is safe from harm," said Anko, to which the group nodded and began traveling. Unaware of the imminent danger, Shaho informed them that in 2 more hours, they would reach the location. Neji began focusing on his eyes and saw that they were just following the group close behind for a while. Naruto asked him of the guys' levels, and Neji responded by saying that he sensed familiar presence to Kumo nins, thus setting Naruto on edge. Anko happened to hear Neji talking and was immediately alerted. "It seems Kumo are in on this as well. This complicates a lot of things. We need to be careful as not to cause an incident between the villages. Neji, Naruto, remember what we talked and do not attack unless attacked before. I trust both of you to do the right thing," thought Anko as she looked at both her students, before seeing them nodding back at her. Both Neji and Naruto already knew why Anko was thinking and knew of the plan. A while later, Shaho smiled upon spotting the plants in front of her. Clearly oblivious to her surroundings, the Daimayu's daughter ran to the plant's direction. Tenten, after Shaho collects the herbs, take her and secure her. The signal will be Naruto and Neji deflecting the enemy's attacks. Trust no one that approaches you until either me, Naruto or Neji comes to you with our secret code, got it? Asked Anko, to which Tenten nodded and got ready to charge and grab Shaho as fast as she could. Looking towards the boys, she smiled upon seeing Naruto already making hand seals and Neji already initiating his kaiden. On what appeared seconds to Shaho and milliseconds to the shinobis, numerous kunais and shurikens came flying at the team and Shaho. Kaiden, Heavenly Spin. Fuuten Shuheki no Jutsu, Wind Release, Wind Barrier Jutsu. With Tenten already gone to grab Shaho, Anko and the rest of the team turned to face their opponents. When their faces became visible, their headbands were as well. Why don't you give the Daimayu's daughter and not waste our time? We have a mission to complete and I do not want to have filthy blood on my hand, said one of the Kumo nins. Takata, quit border talking with the enemy, let's just deal with them and take the girl, murmured Takata's companion whose name is Saito. Do not worry Saito, they are just a bunch of chunins, they don't represent danger to us. Other than the Hyuga, the rest are pathetic, said Takata, earning a smile from Naruto and Neji who couldn't help but hear. Anko-sensei, now that they attacked us, can we fight back? Asked Naruto, earning a nod from said woman. Yes, you can, but aim for unconsciousness. We have to interrogate them to see what is Kumo's affair with Shaho, said Anko, to which both boys nodded and got into position. The enemies outnumbered Konoha nins, also they appeared to be jounins, however Naruto and Neji were highly known for being unpredictable in a fight. Neji, we are outnumbered here, what do you think? Murmured Naruto, to which the Hyuga smiled and responded. It's true that the odds are against us, but while they win in quantity, we can overcome them in the quality department. Let's stick together for this one. All of them have swords, so they won't be afraid to use them. While you defend the attacks, I'll use Juken and hit some tenketsus. Then, we charge against them while they are defenseless, advised Neji, to which Naruto nodded and grabbed his twin knives. True to Neji's plan, all four of them grabbed their swords and attacked the duo together. Naruto chose the last minute to use a lighter version of the wind barrier, thus slowing the enemy's attacks, giving Neji the time needed to hit two of them with Juken and Naruto taking care of the rest, breaking their swords in half. Upon looking at the swords, the Kumo nins wondered what the hell happened when they saw Fuuten chakra running through the blades. The ones that Neji landed a hit were on the ground from being unable to mold chakra correctly. Therefore, the battle was now evenly matched. From the back, Anko smiled at the boys' cunning plan and teamwork. Damn it, how did this happen? Our attacks were delayed somehow, shouted Takata as he looked at the blonde in front of them smiling. Focus imbecile, the blonde used Fuuten chakra to slow our attacks. We attacked them without cautions and now we lost the number advantage, said Saito before seeing his companion snarling at the Konoha nins. See if you can dodge this, Raiten Rakurai no Jutsu, lightning release, thunderbolt jutsu, said Takata, as he sent the lightning straight at them. Not wanting to see if the kaiden would block the lightning, Neji did some hand signs and spit some mud on the ground which grew up a wall, thus blocking the attack as well as the enemy's view of the Konoha ninjas. When the walls fell, only Naruto was visible, thus confusing the enemies. The blonde, for his part, made some hand seals for Fuuten Daitapa, wind release, great breakthrough jutsu. The strong air current was enough to send both Takata and Saito towards the incoming tree. Saito hit his head at the tree, thus losing conscious while Takata managed to use the momentum and flipped his body, thus landing safely. However, he failed to realize that Neji was just waiting below ground in case one of them survived Naruto's attack. Suddenly, a hand grabbed Takata's leg and dragged him down the ground, thus imprisoning him and landing a finger on his forehead with Juken. When he looked at the ones left, he saw Anko there placing them on the tree and tied them up, to which Neji assumed the woman took advantage of their situation and poisoned them with her snakes. When the Kumo nins opened their eyes, they found out that they were tied up and that Konoha nins were staring at them. Damn it, untie us right now, shouted Takata. Anko took the opportunity and began her favorite hobby called torture. I wouldn't shout if I were you. You don't want to piss me off. I can be quite vicious and maybe break your neck out of impulse. You don't want that, do you? Asked Anko with a hint of venom in her voice, scaring all people present, even her team. Truth be told, this wasn't the first time they got to watch Anko torturing someone, but in order to grow accustomed to the act, either they needed to empty their stomachs or lose all contact with emotions. However, they needed to maintain the stoic face so that the torture worked. We won't talk, bitch, so stop wasting your time, said Saito, though Anko wouldn't hear him and now focused some chakra to a very good torture technique she learned from Orochimaru called Kanashibari no Jutsu. Instantly, the Kumo nins were paralyzed in fear, while viewing their deaths many times. This technique helped to eliminate the strong mind from the weak and out of the group, only Saito remained san. The others, however, were looking at Anko like they knew she would kill them. Now, you will answer my questions and pray that I'm merciful to your lives. Now, tell me why you are after Shaho? Asked Anko, to which one of the enemies answered between stutters. The Fang countries die, Mayu hired us to kidnap the woman. He would declare war soon after he got the woman's custody. Anko acknowledged said strategy and knew that should Kumo succeed in kidnapping Shaho, the bird country's Mayu would be cornered to surrender his land in exchange for his daughter's life. She was cursing this type of strategies, but couldn't counter the man's ingenuity. The bird country's Mayu cared for his daughter as much as he cared for his country, so either he would exchange without a second thought or make rash decisions and lose both. Good boy, now tell me, are there other missions that Kumo were hired to do by request of Fang country? Asked Anko, before seeing that the man who answered the first question suddenly collapsed and blood came out of his mouth. You bitch, what did you do to him? Screamed Saito before was met with a kunai placed inches from his neck. Don't be such a baby. He is just passed out, now would you tell me what I want to know, asked Anko, to which Saito paled under the threat, but responded. This is the only mission I know. If Kumo sent another group afterwards, we aren't told in case of situations like this, said Saito, to which Anko looked at him for a moment. Now, that wasn't too hard, was it? Now, we'll leave you four here. One piece of advice, though, this area is famous for dangerous animals, said Anko before her group vanished back to the castle. While the way back, Anko was thanking Kami that Shaho didn't hear the content of their mission. If she did, she would tell her father and God only knows what would happen. Looking back, Anko was surprised to see Neji carrying an unconscious Shaho and concluded that he did that on purpose so that they could reach the castle faster. 2 hours later, the group arrived and placed Shaho inside her bedroom together with the plants needed for the medicine. After that, the group went to sleep, but not before letting the client know that they arrived and was ready for the next mission tomorrow. The next day, the group stood before the Mayu while said man thanked the group for assisting his daughter with protection. Even if he didn't know of the attack, the group presumed he was being polite or something like that. Thanks for protecting my daughter on her travel. Now, I have 2 favors to ask of you. And this is where the trouble lies. There are 2 immediate situations that need to be taken care of, and one of them is within the castle's boundaries. The other one is a few miles from here. What do you suggest we do? Asked the Mayu, to which Anko prompted to split the team in 2, with Neji and Tenten forming a group while she and Naruto would form the other group. Right, the first group would be responsible of important document retrieval. One of our messengers happened to lose it near the forest surrounding the forest and we need it back right away, said the man. Neji here can help finding the document better than all of us, so he and Tenten will find. What about the other mission? Asked Anko, before Tenten and Neji asked for the document's contents to the Mayu's personal assistant. The second mission is about 5 miles far from the capital. A few of my workers were sent to collect some minerals, however that was 4 days ago. Up to now, we don't have news of their situation. We're afraid that they are either dead or struggling to survive, said the Mayu, to which Anko nodded and took off with Naruto before taking the location's map. Outside the castle. Once outside, the group was reunited talking. Neji, Tenten, be careful out there. Neji, use the Byakugan to find the document and also use it to escape from the enemy. I don't believe for 1 second that Kumo will stop sending more shinobi, so be aware for them. Me and Naruto will verify the cave and see about the workers' condition and return right away, said Anko, to which the group nodded and then went separate ways. While traveling towards the cave, Anko noticed Naruto was a little uneasy about something and decided to ask him. Anko-sensei, I was wondering about our last encounter with the Kumo nins. It was way too easy to beat Jounin level shinobis, said Naruto, to which Anko nodded and considered maybe a test of sorts. If what they said was true, then their mission failed, simple as that. Whether or not they were testing us, it was a good thing both you and Neji managed to beat them without showing all your abilities. However, I'm more concerned about the Fang country's Mayu. He wanted to kidnap Shaho for leverage against Bird country in case of a war. Only a person with no principles would sow something like that. So, it's safe to say that we will have to face him once again, said Anko, to which Naruto nodded and the rest of the trip remained. In front of the cave. Once they landed in front of the cave, Naruto felt something he wasn't supposed to feel this time of the day. This feeling was the same one he felt upon the full moon appearance. He knew, however, that the full moon would only appear in 2 days, so he wondered about the meaning of this sudden feeling. The cave appeared to be harmless, it was quite open and didn't appear to be dangerous at all, however both Naruto and Anko knew that appearances aren't anything. Walking inside, Anko found a torch and entered the place. It took a while for the sunlight to stop illuminating the cavern and Anko stopped to take a look at the map. According to the paper, the workers were supposed to be inside a room a couple of miles to their right. Not intending to be lost inside the cave, Anko summoned a little snake and placed it near the path leading the exit. After that, she and Naruto walked towards where the group would be located. Upon arrival, though, they couldn't find a single soul, not even traces of the workers. Searching for some clue, Anko spotted a trail of blood that led to a room to the left. Ushering Naruto to follow, Anko took a kunai and was ready in case of an attack. When she entered the room, though, there were the workers, gathered around in the middle of the room. "Who's there? Please don't hurt us," shouted one of them, to which Naruto ushered him to calm down and Anko said that they were sent by the daimyo for help. "Thank Kami, however I'm afraid you won't be able to do much," said the worker, to which Anko asked what happened and why they wouldn't be able to help. 3 days ago, we were collecting some minerals for our king for further negotiations with other countries. However, out of the blue, this huge monster attacked us and wounded our friend here. We managed to escape and hide in here," said the man, thus worrying Anko and Naruto greatly. The woman asked for a description, but the man only managed to see the creature's piercing yellow eyes and monster shape. "If this monster attacked you, then we have to find out why," said Anko, not knowing that Naruto was feeling even more unease now. The feeling in front of the cave seemed to intensify and he could swear he heard some growling a minute before. The blonde remembered about a strange dream he had a couple nights ago. Flashback on. Naruto was walking inside a dark cave. He found he couldn't feel anything. He didn't know whether he was thinking or he was saying simply because there wasn't light inside the cave. He didn't know if his eyes were open or not, simply because it didn't matter. It was dark and he couldn't see anything. Even if he placed his hands in front of his eyes, he wouldn't be able to see it. The only thing he could feel was his feet as he walked around, trying to find where he was. He walked around for a while, but he knew he wouldn't get anywhere. In a place where he didn't have any sense of space or time, he couldn't know whether or not he was going somewhere. Suddenly, though, his eyes managed to look at what appeared to be a bright blue light that resembled the moonlight coming out of a door. Upon opening the door, though, the light faded and for a while, desperation filled his mind. Being inside a place with no light, no sound, no sense of touch or smell, could send even a grown-up to despair. At some point, Naruto didn't know if he was even alive. He couldn't use any of his 5 senses and the only thing he could rely on was his brain. Suddenly, the light that appeared before now appeared once again behind another door. However, this door was quite different than the previous one. This one was actually a huge double door and Naruto had to struggle a bit to open it. When he opened, though, he was face to face with a huge creature. He couldn't see it clearly because of the dark cave, but he managed to look at the powerful yellow eyes. Naruto was hypnotized by the look and found out that he couldn't do anything. Suddenly, though, the creature roared louder than anything, and the fact that Naruto's hearing was affected from the place's lack of sound, the roar was even louder, thus sending a huge gust of wind towards the blonde. Flashback off. At the time, Naruto awoke moments after the roar, so he couldn't see the creature. Back to the real time, Naruto was wondering about what could be, when he heard some animal roaring. When he turned and asked if someone heard that, no one nodded and Anko asked what happened. Naruto was looking around until his eyes looked the same light from his dreams, coming out of a passage to their right. At this point, his curiosity hypnotized Naruto and said blonde walked towards the light source. When he was gone from the room, Anko screamed for him to come back, before giving up and went to find him. She knew that Naruto was uneasy the whole time, but didn't take into consideration. However, now she was worried about her student and how the blonde seemed to be walking as if he was some sort of trance. When she saw the blonde stopping and looking up, she acknowledged his petrified look and ran to see what happened. When she looked up, though, she was face to face with the creature the worker mentioned. Yellow eyes looking down at the intruders and considering them to be just insects compared to his presence. However, the creature was uneasy with the blonde that was looking directly at his eyes. Somehow, the monster wondered why this blonde insect caught his interest. Seeing the need to test them, the creature gathered air through his lungs and prepared for the attack. Remembering his dream, Naruto used chakra to stick him to the floor. It was a subconscious action, but somehow he knew the exact thing would happen. True to his wonderings, the monster roared profusely and a huge gust of wind suddenly reached the group, thus sending Anko to the wall, but Naruto remained still. Anko, though, hit her head and was unconscious by the time she landed on the ground. The blonde went to her aid, immediately, before looking back at the creature. Suddenly, said creature began to speak with him and Naruto shivered by the sheer sound of his voice. "Tell me, human, how did you know I would do something like this?" Said the creature, to which Naruto responded by simply knowing this would happen. 2 days ago, I had a dream that was pretty similar to this situation right now. On the dream, I was blown away by the gust of wind. Tell me, why do I feel like someone is calling for me? Asked Naruto, to which the creature narrowed his eyes now. It couldn't be possible. The last person to feel this way was 2,000 years ago. The creature began looking directly to Naruto's eyes and instantly, he entered Naruto's mind, taking the blonde by surprise before pulling his body to his mind as well. Inside his mindscape. Upon opening his eyes, Naruto found himself in Konoha, but more precisely inside Konoha Hospital. On his right, there laid what appeared to be a white wolf sitting while looking at the scene in front of him. When Naruto looked, though, his heart was like crazy. It was his father and mother together looking at a baby. The baby had little blonde hair and Naruto wondered what was going on, until the wolf spoke. "We are inside your mind, boy, this scene before you is you being brought to this world," said the wolf, to which Naruto recognized the voice as being identical to the creature. "What are we doing inside my mind and how do you know that baby is me? How can I have this image inside my mind?" Asked Naruto, to which the wolf answered. "Even though your mind didn't register said image, I have the power to create the surroundings based on what information the mind contains. As to why I'm here, I'll tell you soon enough," said the wolf, to which Naruto snarled, but returned to look at the scene, before it suddenly shifted. Right now, he was facing what appeared to be himself training until exhaustion in his backyard. He heard the wolf muttering words like interesting and training. The next scene was him saving Yugao after sending her flying with a Fuuten technique. Naruto smiled upon remembering that time. He missed seeing his girlfriend smiling and he wanted to come back as soon as possible. The image shifted again and now Naruto and the wolf were face to face with the full moon and an 8-year-old Naruto seating on top of the roof. "The one who is drawn by the full moon will be the one who possessed the mark," whispered the wolf, to which Naruto asked him what it meant. "This is an ancient prophecy that sees the forthcoming of the wolf clan's next summoner. The human who is drawn by the full moon will have the honor of being able to summon the wolf clan," said the wolf, to which Naruto nodded and turned to the now shifting image. However, this image was something he didn't want to witness any day in his life. It was the same nightmare that plagued his mind over and over again, but now instead of only his father and mother, now there stood Yugao, Neji, Anko and Tenten as well. All 6 of them were being crucified by Iwa Nins in exchange for what his father had done while on the last shinobi war. Subconsciously, Naruto clenched his teeth in anger and closed his fist with much strength that blood would appear if this was the real world. The wolf eyed Naruto for a while and concluded that after a lot of time, a new summoner has emerged. The wolf clan summoner has a great sense of protection and loyalty towards its equal. The summoner's drive to protect those he cares for is unmatched. "I can see now, Namikaze Naruto, why you intrigued me before. You fit my clan's prophecy, thus you're able to receive the mark of our clan," said the wolf, before he jumped and bit Naruto right in the left arm. Naruto, though, was ecstatic. He knew his father shared the Toad contract with Jiraiya and he would get to sign it sooner or later. However, now that he was the sole bearer of the wolf clan, he now got more power to protect those he deeply cares about. The place where the bite was, a wolf tattoo emerged and the wolf once again spoke. "After 2,000 years, finally the wolf clan will rise once again through your hands. Use our help when you feel the ones you care about are in danger, use our help when your life is in danger. I could see, as well, of your drive for power. However, instead of wanting them for petty reasons, you want to use it to protect the ones you care for. I happen to respect that a lot. Welcome to our clan, Namikaze Naruto. My name is Fenrir and I'm the wolf boss," said Fenrir, to which Naruto smiled and nodded at said wolf. However, one thought occurred to him. "Fenrir-sama, why did you attack those workers?" Asked Naruto, to which said wolf smiled. "They violated the wolf's sacred ground. Below this grounds, laid our ancestors and the minerals the other humans happened to be collecting them, were offered to them as sign of respect. They can leave this cave, but with a warning that should they return, a worse fate will fall upon them," said Fenrir, before all went black and suddenly Naruto was back at the cave once more. Looking up, Fenrir was now visible and handled a scroll for Naruto. This scroll contains the jutsu needed to summon us and which wolves are there to summon, including me. May the full moon guard you and the ones you care about and don't hesitate in calling us for help, said Fenrir before he vanished from the room. Moments later, Anko awoke while tending to her head as it was quite a bump she suffered. When Naruto went to treat her, she asked as to the creature's whereabouts and Naruto explained the whole situation, before showing the wolf tattoo on his left arm to prove. Needless to say Anko was flabbergasted with Naruto's story, but chose to press on it when they reached back to the castle. According to Naruto, this cave was sacred to the wolves, thus the boss came to stop the workers from collecting the minerals that were meant for the wolf clan's ancestors. After finding the group once again and then taking them to the exit, they charged to the castle in hopes of reaching there before the sunset. While walking, though, Naruto chose his time to study the scroll and know about the jutsu named Okami Kushios no Jutsu, wolf summon technique. Also, he was getting to know about some wolves and their abilities. Chapter 15, Avoiding a War. It was a sunny afternoon in Konoha, bird chirping and people walking around without a care in the world. People often said that just by looking at the village was enough to take away all of his or her troubles, but one person was far from carefree. Namikaze Minato was considered the best Hokage to ever assume the control of the village, but when it came to experience while handling things, he acknowledged the fact that his predecessors surpassed him by leaps and bounds. For instance, the Sandaime Hokage was leading during the Second Shinobi War against Iwa and Minato very well knew that should something occur during his leadership, he wouldn't have half the Sandaime's competence to rule the villages in times of war. Not to mention the fact that his entire family is now passing through difficulties. Naruto, Kami forbids, was about to get himself into a war between two countries and Minato wasn't sure what would happen. Also Kushina is 8 months pregnant with their second child Misa and was now running some tests at Konoha Hospital to ensure the baby's well-being. Minato appreciated when Naruto's girlfriend Yugao stopped by the hospital to give his wife some company simply because work was being a murder right now and he didn't have the time to rest more than half an hour before something came up and needed his immediate attention. The ex-Sandaime arrived sometimes to give him a hand or two, but that didn't help ease the constant load of paper. He remembered his son asking Minato why he didn't use Kage Bunshin and double or even triple to workforce and smiled, at the same time, missing his son's smartass remarks. Minato could only imagine the even bigger headache he would have if didn't send Anko's team to do a complete set of missions and have only one report. Of course, he didn't count the client lying to him about an imminent conflict with another country, but still one team doing next to 14 missions in one go, not only increased the number of shinobis available for further missions, but also increased the village's economy. Now, he could only pray that Anko's team comes back unharmed or at least, with non-lethal wounds. Instantly, one of the Hokage's messengers rushed in his office, screaming. "Hokage-sama, an important message, you need to take a look at this," shouted the man, to which Minato sighed. What else is new? At the Konoha hospital. After the many precautionary exams were taken, Kushina was found resting inside a hospital bedroom with Uzuki Yugao there to assist the woman should need arise. Kushina voiced, many times, that she didn't need help and that Yugao didn't need to worry about her. However, deep inside, she appreciated the woman's presence with her, since apart from Nara Yoshino and Hinata's mother, no one would come to visit her. So, she chatted much with Yugao about many things like onboot and medical knowledge and obviously, their only link with each other, one Namikaze Naruto. At first, Yugao tried to lead the older woman off the idea of her dating Naruto, since she didn't know that Naruto already told them, but in the end, she gave up and opened up to the blonde's mother. It was until later that both of them acknowledged that Naruto was a varied subject to talk about. Since he was born, he didn't stop at all and continued to grow despite many obstacles that need to be overcome. Kushina told Yugao how hard Naruto trained since his arms were long enough to land a decent punch on a wooden dummy. Yugao began talking about how she and Naruto met and how their relationship grew from sparring rivals to girlfriend and boyfriend, before showing a red color to her face, making Kushina smile deeply at the presumed effect Naruto made on Yugao and vice versa. Eventually, both of them expressed how much they missed the blonde and both wished he would return soon. Yugao-san, I know for a fact that my son is strong just like his father, but I can't help but feel frightened when he goes out and does high-ranking missions. Do you really think he's capable of undergoing these tasks? Asked Kushina, to which Yugao smiled at Naruto's mother and remembered her mother once voicing said question to Yugao's father that she would be better slowing down a bit with missions. Naruto-kun is very strong, indeed Kushina-san. He has the skills to undergo these missions with ease and his team is growing just like he is. Both Hyuga Neji and Tenten are excellent ninja and my friend Mitarashi Anko is one tough kunoichi. Naruto only needs experience, though, but that will happen with time. Don't worry, though, he will be a Chunin at least for quite a while. In order to receive the next promotion, his mission repertoire must increase and his sensei Anko would have to vow for his abilities as a jounin, so experience will be taken into consideration. Plus, I don't think Hokage-sama would promote Naruto if he thought he wasn't ready, explained Yugao, to which Kushina nodded and smiled to her maybe daughter-in-law. Her heart is already connected with Naruto from what I can see and it's difficult not to consider her as such. I just hope that Naruto will be okay and return soon enough to witness Misa being born in a month. In Bird Country. Since the workers couldn't keep up with ninja speed, Naruto and Anko had to walk towards the castle and hope they reached there without more delays. Naruto wasn't complaining, though, as he had enough material to read until the group arrived at the castle. So far, he learned some aspects of the wolf clan's history and some of the wolves that represent the clan. He learned how to summon them, which in turn, consisted of cutting his own finger and draw a straight line with his own blood on top of the wolf tattoo, before beginning the hand seals for Okami Kushios no Jutsu, wolf summon technique. Anko for her part chose the time to show her mark as well for the Snake Clan and explain about it for a while. Naruto learned about the disgusting exploits made by Anko's sensei Orochimaru and swore to help his sensei overcome him, should she ask for help, earning a nod from said kunoichi, but advised Naruto to be careful with him in case Naruto ran in with him. Naruto, although I appreciate the help, Orochimaru is one of the Sanins and only a Sannin or the Hokage have enough power to deal with him. Perhaps, you also in the future, but right now, you can't hope to beat him, explained Anko, to which Naruto nodded and relaxed his sensei by saying that it wouldn't do well to face a much stronger opponent with his skills right now, saying that he would be easily killed and that wasn't what he wanted right now. After that, the duo stopped talking for a while and Naruto went back to Wolf Clan Scroll. Naruto was excited as hell to learn that the wolves possess similar power to humans in chakra control, ninjutsu and genjutsu. In the scroll, there were listed wolves with abilities over all fields of elemental ninjutsu, which meant that he could summon one and do a collaboration ninjutsu with his summon. Also, they were also the one called Gecko, Moonlight, who happens to focus on genjutsu or illusionary techniques. All in all, Naruto had a powerful ally to help him protect his precious people. After a while, the group spotted the castle in the horizons and in 20 minutes, all of them walked in and went to talk to their lord over what happened. Neji and Tenten already fulfilled their assignments, thus finding the missing document before anyone could. According to a somewhat brief report, Neji told about taking out some bandits and a low-level missing nin who tried his luck against Neji and ended up with 128 closed tenketsus while Tenten stayed to fight the bandits with one of her weapons. After that, Anko and Naruto explained what happened and Naruto showed to his teammates the wolf mark and how he got bear said mark. Neji and Tenten were astonished to say the least, but congratulated Naruto either way. The three of them were a team and would always be a team. Naruto receiving a summon contract would meant to be used against the enemies, so Neji wasn't afraid of Naruto calling one of them to aid him in their spars. What the group didn't thought, was that Shaho, without knowing about Konoha's efforts to keep sensitive information out of the Daimayu's ears, was talking with her father how Konoha's team bravely defeated a bunch of Kumo nins who attacked them out of the blue. It was clear that the man was furious about knowing of a deliberate attack to his daughter and he very well knew who would do such a thing. He met with Fang Country's Daimayu a few times in the past, mostly in order to negotiate some trading contract between the two countries. He always thought the man to act first and be damned the consequences. So by kidnapping his daughter, the Fang Country's Daimayu would have enough leverage against the Bird Country and initiate the threats to both the country and his daughter. Storming off the castle infuriated and leaving his daughter wondering what she said wrong, the Bird Country's Daimayu rushed to the place where Anko's team were located while resting for their next mission. Anko-san, would you care to explain why you thought better than informing me on an attempted kidnapping on my daughter? Any deliberate act caused by Fang Country is to be carried out to me. We are in a sensitive position with them as it is and I can't risk having my daughter kidnapped by their hands, screamed the Daimayu, to which the team sighed and looked at one another, before Anko addressed the client. My deepest apologies Daimayu-sama, I happen to know about Bird and Fang Country's situation and if by chance, your majesty knew of said attack, it'd be possible that you, sir, would declare war against them. The attackers weren't even able to touch a single hair of Shiho-san and we kept you from this information, in order to prevent a war happening, thus unnecessary bloodshed, explained Anko, but the client wouldn't have it. Although your reasons are sound, Anko-san, any information towards a foreign attack should be delivered to me so that I can deal properly. I admit that going to war is stupid at this time and will only cause the death of my men, but from now, do not keep valuable information such as this one away from me. Now, I have another mission for your team. One of my spies managed to infiltrate one bandit camp south from here and informed me of some of their plans. For instance, they plan to overcome the country's weapons storage and then use it against the country in an attempt to rule Bird Country. Whether or not this information is valid, I want to ensure the security of the weapons warehouse and if possible, subdue the bandits so that we don't have to worry about them. My personal assistant will be drawing a map of the location and handle to you and your team. Please, shall any information about Fang Country's intrusion in these manners, talk to me about it. If by chance, that imbecile of the Fang Country hired other ninjas as well, I'll leave it up to your team to deal with them as my samurai army are no match for their elemental techniques, explained the client, to which Anko bowed in respect just like her students did. After the client left, Anko sighed and turned back to her team for counseling. Damn Shaho, she must be the one who opened her mouth. Now, we must tell him everything that occurred or else Konoha's reliability will be shaken. Well, let's move forward. This will be one of the last missions before we are able to return to Konoha, so listen up. I'm proud at all of you for withstanding the pressure of doing missions in a row and now we're a few missions away from retuning home. This mission is relatively easy and shouldn't cause us many problems. I want you all to remember that we are representing the Bird Country's daimyo, so in case we ran against their forces or some nins hired by them, we won't attack unless fired upon. The client has our sentiment to avoid war at all costs, but should something happen, he won't have a choice, explained Anko, to which the group nodded. It wasn't long until the daimyo's assistant came and handed the scroll to Anko, containing the location of the warehouse and some info on the bandits. In 10 minutes, the group was already traveling in high speed towards the designated location. The place was just a few miles away from the capital, hence why it took only a few minutes to arrive. Once settling down, Anko went to talk to the one in charge of the place's security and presented the daimyo's orders. The man was relieved to say the least, since he knew his comrades wouldn't stand a chance against large number of bandits and he appreciated the help. After returning to her team, Anko initiated her plan as to the procedure involved in guarding the warehouse. Okay, team, here is how it's going to be. According to the report, the bandits are to attack the warehouse in exactly 2 days from now. We'll use it to place some traps around the perimeter and also implant a security system that consists of every one of us guarding the house for a specific period of time. Neji and Tenten will come with me in order to plant the traps around the perimeter, while you Naruto will use 3 cage bunshines and make a full protection from all sides. After the traps are settled down, we'll gather and devise a rotation system to guard the warehouse. Move! Screamed Anko, getting a prompt nod from the team before each of them went to their designated location. Naruto immediately summoned 3 clones and each settled down in one of the warehouse's sides, while Anko, Tenten and Neji began placing traps which consisted of invisible wire which, upon stepping on it, numbers of kunais and shurikens would attack, field genjutsu so as that the enemy can't be aware of the traps hidden, and even some covert holes that Neji, so gladly, supplied to the group. A few minutes later, the field was all taken care of and the group was gathered for further instructions. Okay, now we'll have to wait for the bandits to strike. However, even if the house needs full-time surveillance, that doesn't mean we can't use the time to train a little bit. So, each person will be rotating in 2 hours periods and the rest of the group will be training, explained Anko. Since Neji was first, he sat down near the front of the warehouse and focused on activating his Byakugan every 10 minutes. Since it was already night time, the group postponed training and turned to rest until Neji's 2 hour was done and Tenten would be next and then Anko. The next day. After breakfast, Naruto positioned once again his cage bunshines to guard the place while his team got to train. Anko focused more on physical skills, in hopes of increasing their speed, strength and stamina during fights. So, she started with a couple of muscle building exercises and long endurance ones as well, before moving on to sparring 2 against 1. This way, they would be able to learn how to fight in disadvantage and exploit his or her resources. Ninjutsu wasn't something Anko focused much now, because both Tenten and Neji already learned most of the jutsus she had to teach, so it was only a matter of time until they would see the high-level ones at the library or even create a jutsu of their own. Also, the fact that Naruto was even better than her in the ninjutsu department was what convinced her to change the group's focus. Eventually, Tenten carved in and Anko let her rest for a moment while she sparred against Neji, whose taijutsu was just as good as Naruto's ninjutsu, which was saying a lot. Your form improved a lot, Neji. I can see your father's scroll was beneficial in that order, said Anko as she dodged an incoming Juken blast from the Chunin. Suddenly, Neji used one familiar jutsu and attacked Anko from both sides, making her use a Kawarimi and escape the two attacks. Ha, good move there, copying Naruto's sneaky style of fighting. I'd have to say I didn't see that coming, said Anko, to which Neji smiled and nodded. Yes, we tend to trade techniques once in a while. He taught me the cage bunshine and said Neji, being completed by Naruto, who in turn added. And Neji taught me the kaiten, heavenly spin. Anko-sensei, my time is up, you're next. Yes, but before I go, I'd like to see you doing the kaiten. Sharing a simple jutsu like the cage bunshine is one thing, but sharing a clan jutsu is another. Neji, if this becomes your father's knowledge, he wouldn't be so happy about it, said Anko, to which Neji nodded. To-san approved the exchange, but with a condition. He asked Naruto to use the kaiten and try mixing with Fuuten in jutsu so that no one would get suspicious, explained Neji, to which Naruto completed. I also changed the name of the technique so no one would get suspicious. It's called Fuuten Shippuyiten, wind release, hurricane spin jutsu, said Naruto. After hearing the name, Anko relaxed since she was expecting the name to be the same except for the word Fuuten in front of it. So, she went to guard the warehouse before setting Naruto to do a couple of exercises and practice his stealth ability together with Neji. Anko once said that if you could manage to fool a Hyuga then you could fool pretty much anybody, so Naruto, on occasions, tried to hide from Neji's eyes, but he always failed miserably. It wasn't because Naruto's stealth skills weren't good, since Tenten couldn't find him and Anko had to struggle a bit, but for the Byakugan not to see Naruto, the blonde would have to suppress all his chakra, and seeing that Naruto was a chakra house, it was almost impossible to accomplish. However, that didn't mean the blonde would quit what he's doing, though, as he disappeared from view within seconds. Neji, without his eyes, was the same as Tenten, he couldn't see. However, when he activated the Byakugan, Naruto's chakra network, though a little bit faint, was still visible up in the trees, so just like the 100 times they tried this exercise, so far Naruto's chakra control didn't allow him to suppress his chakra entirely. You could perhaps fool the Sharingan, Naruto, but not the Byakugan. With the Byakugan, I don't need to be looking straight at you, quite the contrary to the Sharingan, said Neji out loud for the blonde to listen, before said person appeared and mumbled incoherent words that only Neji could understand, from being accustomed to Naruto complaining about stupid dojutsus. After that, for the remainder of Neji's time before he had to take over for Anko, he and Naruto had some light sparring and even some low-level ninjutsu to spice things up. However, when a fight between rivals, one couldn't hold his own and start using the stronger ones. Suddenly, Neji started with the hand signs for Doton Ritsudo Tenso, Earth Release, revolving split earth palm jutsu, and instantly, all rocks nearby were thrown against Naruto, who in turn, took his trench knives and began spinning, thus forming his tornado cutter technique and turning all the rocks to shreds. Instantly, Naruto did some hand seals and shouted Fuuten Ripfushu, wind release, gale wind palm jutsu, thus sending Neji flying to where Anko was waiting. Ah, Neji, so nice of you to stop by, my time is up and it's now yours, said Anko before smiling and walking away, leaving a grumpy Hyuga to complain about stupid winds and stupid blonde who always win in ninjutsu. This routine went on and on until the day was finally upon them. According to Neji, who by the way improved his Byakugan range, spotted a group of bandits carrying all sorts of weapons and heading towards the warehouse. Little did they know, though, that the path they'd chosen were filled with hundreds of well-placed traps and that they'd be walking towards their doom. Anko instructed her team to behave like nothing has happened, in order to lure them to the traps. Truth to the team's cunning plan, the team of bandits walked right in the area genjutsu which affected their vision, thus making all of them fall inside the huge holes or getting pierced with 100 shurikens. In the little space of a minute, all that could be heard were screams and the sound of kunais piercing the human flesh, which to Anko was quite amusing, and, what can I say, she is a sadistic kunoichi. However, when the sound died down, the Konoha group could see 4 shadows approaching and became stiff. There were 2 ways for anyone to survive the traps, and that were either luck or ninja training, and the group definitely knew it was the latter, which meant that there would be another fighting involved. True to their worries, 4 Kumo nins approached the group and all of them carried smiley faces. Well, it seems you all did us a favor, by eliminating these bandits for us. By doing this, you managed to reduce our workload to only killing you guys, explained one of the enemies. The group from Konoha wasn't stupid and the enemy's mission was easy to figure out. The enemy disguised themselves and mingled with the bandits so that when the time came, they would be able to destroy the warehouse, thus hindering Bird Country's army greatly. Okay, team, wait until they attack. Their mission is to attack without worrying at causing a war, but that doesn't mean that we can respond in equal force. Naruto and Neji, get in the front, you two will be our shields for their first attacks. First of all, Neji, give us a quick assessment of their skills and chakra, said Anko, to which Neji nodded and activated the Byakugan. All 4 of them are Chunin level ninjas with Raiten elemental chakra. Only one of them has Fyuuten, and that happens to be the one on the right. Their chakra's capacity, although slightly high, isn't above Tenten's level, explained Neji, to which Anko smiled and settled the course of action. Great. Tenten, you will take on the Fyuuten user, since you have an elemental advantage. The rest of you just choose one to fight. Remember, though, if one of you are in danger, the other one will arrive to protect, just like every time we did. Now, Naruto, would you do the honors? Asked Anko, to which the blonde nodded and initiated a fast series of hand seals, before screaming Fyuuten Kyomu Shippu, wind release, fierce hurricane jutsu. What came next could only be described as one of the most potent wind blasts ever witnessed by his team. The enemy, though, didn't even see the wind coming until they were already flying in different ways. Okay, although that was bit overkill, it got the job done. Now, each of you choose one of them and eliminate them, shouted Anko, to which the group nodded, before rushing towards their destinations. Neji arrived first and decided to wait for the opponent to get up. After all, above the ninja duty, the Hyuga clan was famous for its pride amongst other things. When the enemy got up, he looked at the Byakugan eyes and immediately wondered how he would be rewarded back in Kumo for capturing the Byakugan. You'll die here, Hyuga, then I'll take your eyes and return to Kumo, shouted the man as he fell into a battle stance. Neji, however, smirked and replied. I've got one thing to say to that. You're in my field of divination, said Neji, but before the man could reply, Neji was already in front of him, delivering the Juken sequence of 128 Tenketsus. When Tenten arrived, her opponent was already standing and didn't waste efforts, thus charging Tenten. The girl, for her part, summoned a sword and defended the blow before swinging the weapon, making a deep cut on the man's Chunin vest. You shouldn't attack blindly like that, you know. You'll end up dead in seconds, said Tenten as she made some hand seals and screamed Katen Ryuka no Jutsu, fire release, fire dragon jutsu. The fire dragon didn't hit the target, but the man's arms were badly burned, thus hindering its usage. The man knew he had the disadvantage here, so he didn't resort to ninjutsu. Instead he focused chakra to his feet and charged Tenten now faster than before. Although it was difficult to follow the man's movements, Tenten didn't need to worry, since she knew he would have to come near her to land a blow, so she summoned 2 wakizashis for mobility. True to her plan, when the guy appeared right in front of her to deliver a punch, Tenten was faster and was already swinging her swords downwards. Meaningless to say the man was dead before he fell on the ground. Keeping her swords inside the scroll, Tenten looked up to see Neji walking casually towards her. Anko's foe, though, wasn't easy to beat. Her snakes weren't an option simply because the man was immune to poisons, being a poison expert himself. However, when she thought that he was a long-range user, hence why she began fighting close-ranged, she tossed that thought aside upon receiving a direct punch which hit the left side of her face, thus making her bleed a little bit. Going for ninjutsu, Anko made some hand seals and screamed Doton Doryudan no Jutsu, Earth Release, Earth Dragon Mud Projectiles Jutsu. The mud projectiles charged towards the man who smirked and made some hand seals, thus creating a lightning barrier. Now resorting to genjutsu, Anko was becoming desperate and without options, since not only the guy dispelled it but also locked her inside one, obliging her to dispel it. However, because of her worry about the genjutsu, the enemy chose to attack her and land a kick right at her stomach, making her lose quite a bunch of air. You can't possibly be a Chunin, who are you? Shouted Anko, earning a smile from her opponent, who in turn nodded and presented himself. No, I'm not, but seeing your face when I pretty much countered everything you threw at me was marvelous. Allow me to present myself to you, Anko-san. My name is Tenroku Kusashi, or in case you read the bingo book, Ikazuchi Shikaku, Thunder Assassin, presented the man, before smiling upon seeing Anko's eyes widen with fear. Anko had her reasons to be frightened of this guy. According to the bingo book, this man was responsible for the majority of the assassination missions in Kumo. He got this nickname from the Reikage, because of the fact that Kusashi took only a couple of seconds to kill a man he was ordered to. He is an elite jounin, thus not within Anko's abilities to be on par with the guy. Yes, now that you know who I am, it's time to die, Anko-san. You'll be my 100th victim so far, congratulations, said Kusashi, Before he made some hand seals before he created a sword forged by pure lightning chakra and proceeded to kill Anko. I won't let you, Raiten Genshugun, lightning release, lighting force jutsu, shouted Naruto as the energy hitted Kusashi straight on, before all he could do was to scream. While struggling to withstand the pain inside his bones, Kusashi had his attacker and his eyes widened to impossible amounts. The man was a splitting image to one of the village's worst enemies, the Yondaime Hokage. Also, he was using a Kumo Kinjutsu. Naruto was vivid upon seeing Anko getting her ass kicked by this Chunin and instantly, his blood boiled with intensity. He wasn't about to lose one of his precious person anytime soon. Anko for her time thanked Kami for Naruto's technique, before her Jounin instincts rushed in and she stopped Naruto before he got to kill him. Naruto, stop, he's finished by now, said Anko before landing one hand on top of his shoulders. The blonde hesitated a bit, but calmed down, thus stopping the technique. Thank you Naruto, you saved my life. He was an A-rank shinobi, Naruto. If Kumo learned that he died by your attack, Kumo would barge in our doors demanding answers. I just inserted a death poison, he'll die in short time, don't worry. Now, how was your fight? Asked Anko, to which Naruto breathed a little bit and was about to speak when two presences appeared right next to them. Anko was about to attack the new arrivals, when she saw two little similar wolves appeared looking at her. Anko-sensei, allow me to introduce the Rensei, drilling, brothers. They were the ones who dealt with my opponent, said Naruto, smiling before the brothers spoke, the second one completing what the first one said. The man wasn't much of a challenge, only one of us would be enough to beat him, said both in unison. Thanks a lot you guys, you can rest, said Naruto, to which the wolves nodded, before dispelling themselves. Anko for her part locked the killed man inside a scroll and sent to Konoha so that Minato knows what to do. She explained what happened and her concerns over the mission and Kumo's objection to Kusashi being killed by Konoha. In Konoha. Once done with the paperwork for today, before going to visit his wife at the hospital, Anko's snake suddenly appeared and dropped a scroll to be delivered to the Yondaime. Minato cursed yet another paper to read, but since it involved his son, he unrolled the scroll and turned to read. Hokage-sama. During one of the missions for the bird country's Daimyo, we ended up facing Kumo's Ikazuchi Shikaku. The guy was the toughest opponent I ever fought and in the end, I wasn't able to kill him. He was about to kill me when Naruto rescued him with a canalized lightning attack, thus frying the man from inside out. I also injected poison inside his veins so that Kumo can't see that their elite Jounin wasn't killed by one of their Kinjutsu. Anyway, the body is inside this scroll for you Hokage-sama to decide what to do with him. Anko. Minato was astonished to see his son killing an A-rank shinobi, but tossed it aside before summoning Kakashi. What can I do for you Minato-sensei? Asked the Onbu, to which Minato nodded and responded. Take this corpse to analysis and tell them to write me a report on the cause of death. Treat this with most secrecy possible, if words get out, we'll have another bloody incident with Kumo to handle, said Minato, to which Kakashi took the scroll, before vanishing once again. How Naruto was able to increase his headache, he didn't want to know, since he would visit his wife even if a damn Baijuu was to attack Konoha. Upon arrival at the hospital, Kushina was having dinner and Yugao was just excusing herself to give the couple some privacy, but Minato asked her to sit for a while, since he had news from Naruto. I just received news from Anko, who said that Naruto managed to kill Kumo's Ikazuchi Shikaku, said Minato, before he saw Yugao widening her eyes and dropping her jaw a little bit. That couldn't be true, Naruto is strong, but in no way, he could beat a man of this level, it's just impossible, thought Yugao. According to the message, Anko was going to be killed by said man when Naruto used a lightning attack, thus killing the man, explained Minato, making Yugao relax somewhat. Of course, she was relieved that Naruto was okay, but her kunoichi pride got in the way of things and an immediate jealousy fell upon her. After all, they were rivals apart from being lovers. Kushina was oblivious to the conversation, so she changed the topic and asked her husband about his work. Minato for his part scratched his head and told that this week, several important missions were being performed, that needed his immediate attention. He told about some of Suna's activities and the Sandaime's worry of a future relation breaking between the two villages. Minato also expressed concerns over the treacherous snake and his recent activities towards founding a new hidden village. All of these are pretty much happening all together. Sarutobi thinks that it won't be longer than 2 years, before Konoha will have to endure either war or invasion against another hidden village. Iwa and Kumo are neutral to all this, but that could change given the right incentive, explained Minato, to which Yugao and Kushina became serious, acknowledging the treat. With Naruto and his team. After returning to the castle and explaining everything that occurred without using ninja terms, the group eyed their client to see how he would interpret this act. Certainly, Fang country must have hired ninjas from Kumagakure to aid him against my country. However, since you were able to stop them for damaging the warehouse, I guess no harm fell upon this country. Now, the bastard Daimyo from Fang country sent a letter addressed to me in hopes of reaching a negotiation, thus ending this conflict. I don't need to tell you all that he hopes to kill me once I cross the border. I don't have a choice, though, since he took the initiative. If I back out, he will take it as disrespect and I don't know what he's capable of. So, I have to go. However, the man could easily wipe out whatever guards I take with me, so I pretty much cornered here, explained the Daimyo, letting the group sink in the information before continuing. Your four are my best choices of survival once I cross the border. So, your last mission will be escort me to Fang country as my bodyguards and protect me from harm, said the client, to which Anko nodded and accepted whatever mission the Daimyo wanted. We'd gladly protect you, Daimyo-sama, however I'm sure you know that once we leave, the enemy will take the opportunity and try kidnapping your daughter for leverage. It would be safer to send her to Konoha so that she would be better protected, advised Anko, to which the Daimyo nodded and asked about the needed procedure. We have a team stationed near that could escort her to Konoha right away, explained Anko. I'm ashamed to say I didn't think about my daughter's situation in all this. I appreciate your concern, Anko-san, and please tell the Hokage my thanks, said the Daimyo, earning a nod from Anko, who in turn paged for the backup team to report. Instantly, 4 Jounins appeared inside the place, 1 Mito Gai, Shiranui Genma, Yui Kurenai, and Sarutobi Asuma. Since Asuma was the lead of the operation, he approached Anko and asked what the Jounin needed. Asuma, my team will be escorting the Daimyo to Fang country to meet with their Daimyo. However, he is concerned for his daughter's welfare, hence why sending her to Konoha for protection is our top priority right now. Be aware that Kumo nins are on the loose and may try to abduct his daughter, said Anko, to which Asuma nodded and proceeded to return to Konoha with Shaho while Anko's team went with the Daimyo. Once outside the castle, the client was watching his escort with great interest. He was able to attend the Chunin exams that day and was able to witness these 3 shinobis displaying superb skills. Also, the Jounin was there as well, so the man actually felt safe for an instant. The group traveled with Anko on the front, followed by Naruto and Tenten on the client's sides with Neji on the back, so that he could see behind with his all-seeing eye. Their trip would take awfully a day to reach the border, so the Daimyo chose the time to explain to the group how this little conflict started and how it became like a snowball ever since. According to the man, Bird and Fang country used to be in peace with each other until the fateful day when one of Bird country's merchant caravans were attacked by samurais from Fang country. The reason of the attack was taking control of a certain route that would link Fang country's commerce to other countries and expand the country's economic department. Eventually, the 2 countries tried to reach towards a negotiation, but neither of their respective daimyos wanted anything to do with the other for a while and a cold war began. The client explained that should this negotiation fails, both countries will have no other choice but to engage in a war, and the one who won would control the majority of the commerce routes. Anko asked about the daimyo's perspective about Fang country actually wanting to sign a treaty or just lure him into a trap, to which the man responded that he didn't know. Fang country's daimyo was always a sick, twisted fool who happens to be delusional with power and money. Neji eventually asked about the route they would be taking and that Anko showed them the map indicated. I believe it's best we take another route to enter the castle without having to face any foes on the way, said Neji, to which all the group nodded and stopped to look at the map for a while, before discovering an old route that happened to link the 2 countries, but it was just about sea level and the group would have to climb quite a big mountain. The daimyo was a samurai at heart, so he didn't oppose to climbing mountains if it meant that he would arrive at the castle unscathed, and also after arriving at the castle, no one would dare try anything from fear of not only wrecking the place, but also show the enemy that he deliberately attacked first. The alternate route began a few miles ago from a bifurcation of the main route, and now the group was passing by a dense forest, which worked to their advantage, since this way the enemy wouldn't be able to track them and attack. After the forest, a little lake was next, but since there were some rocks to step, the daimyo was able to pass without needing to be carried. Eventually, the huge mountain was upon them, and above the mountain, they could see the daimyo's castle even if it was just the last floor. Normally, the daimyo would want to climb on his own, but the circumstances showed him otherwise, so Naruto was the one who carried him up faster so that the enemy wouldn't be able to catch them off guard. After taking their time to hide behind some bushes, Neji used his Byakugan in order to scout how many people are guarding the place and if Kumo nins or ninjas in general were located within the castle's premises. Anko-sensei, it seems the man is crazy, but he came prepared in case of an invasion. Outside the castle, there are only his samurai guards, but once anyone enter through the front door, 2 Kumo nins are taking shifts to guard the place. Also, I found several chakra presences scattered inside the castle, reported Neji, to which Anko nodded. Can you find a place where we could enter undetected by the Kumo nins? Asked Anko, to which Neji focused more on his Byakugan in hopes of searching for a window without anyone nearby. Luckily, he found that the ceiling would be a place to start. According to Neji, the ceiling was guarded by 1 ninja and that was it. Okay team, we cannot enter the castle together since the Daimyo is with us, therefore Tenten and I will stay to guard him in case we run into trouble. Naruto, go with Neji to the ceiling and subdue the enemy fast, either using precise lightning strikes or focusing on certain tenketsus. Once done, enter inside the castle and take out as many enemies as you can without alerting the others. Remember your stealth training, Naruto. Neji, with your Byakugan, you can sense their presence and also know if they are able to find you too or not. Use it. The Fang Daimyo is located at the furthest room in the back of the castle, so he won't be alerted by anyone. I happen to carry some of these, in case we need it. It's intercoms, place it on your ear and set it on channel leaf. Do not worry about them tracking the signal since this will be a secure link between us. Once you're done, head back here and we'll enter casually from the front door, explained Anko, before Naruto and Neji nodded and looked at each other, before disappearing out of a sudden, much to Tenten's dismay and Anko's giggling. Boys, why do they always want to show off their abilities? Asked Tenten rhetorically. The Daimyo expressed his concerns over their plan, but Anko smiled and said that Neji and Naruto would get the job done in no time. Since, even if the enemy is stronger, Neji's Byakugan and Naruto's stealth are enough to take all of them without anyone knowing they are even inside the building, earning a nod from the client. I just hope you're right on this, Anko-san, said the man. With Naruto and Neji climbing the castle fast, Neji and Naruto surprised the Kumo nin stationed at the ceiling and Naruto used his Raiten Raiko Dageki, lightning release, lightning strike jutsu, and subdued the enemy fast and precise. After that, Neji used his Byakugan and once spied on the ventilation shaft that happened to be their only way in. After certifying their clearance, Neji yanked the little door and both entered inside the castle in record time, before voicing it to Anko outside. Neji managed to see 2 Kumo nins approaching the area, so he and Naruto moved to a storage room and waited for them to turn around so Neji would use Juken and send them to unconscious. Once the ninjas turned their back to the door, Neji used his Juken to the base of their necks, thus securing their way in. Once they positioned the Kumo nins inside the storage room, Naruto tied them together and added some chakra removal seal, thus killing them in a short while. Okay Naruto, in this floor there are only 2 more shinobis down the corridor on your left. They are currently playing cards so it shouldn't be hard to subdue them as well, explained Neji, to which Naruto nodded, before both of them moved forward to the designated room and spotted the 2 Chunins laughing about something. Suddenly, Naruto used his lightning attack called Raiten Dageki Mahi, lightning release, shock paralysis jutsu, and electrocuted one of them to death while Neji focused on the other center tenketsus, thus killing his one. Anko-sensei, last floor cleared of all enemies, 4 of them. Proceeding to the next floor, communicated Naruto through the intercom, before locking the other 2 together with the ones before. Naruto, the only way of going downstairs is to leave this floor from that window and enter the window below. It's currently empty and shouldn't be anyone there, said Neji, to which Naruto nodded, and soon, both of them were at the next floor, cleaning the enemies who were samurais. Only now, instead of killing them, Naruto and Neji only sent them to unconsciousness and tied them all together inside another storage room. Once all the samurais were hindered unconscious, Naruto took out 1 Kumo nin who was passing by with the shock paralysis technique. Meanwhile, the group below the castle was hidden, just listening to what was happening inside the castle. The Daimyo was speechless every time either Naruto or Neji's voice appeared, telling the updates. The man was impressed with the ninja's abilities to infiltrate places and vowed to contract Konoha for further missions. What did I tell you, Daimyo-sama? Naruto and Neji are the best at this coordinate infiltration. Their teamwork is flawless, said Anko, to which the client nodded and focused on Neji's voice next, telling Naruto to take on the 2 Kumo nins on the left while he took on the other 2 from the right, and then Naruto's voice acknowledging and hindering them unconscious. The 3rd floor is secured, Anko-sensei, moving on to the last one, said Neji from the intercom, but his voice betrayed him. His chakra was being depleted fast because of the Byakugan. "Neji, take this soldier pill." "I won't need it," said Naruto, offering it to his partner in crime, to which Neji looked at Naruto and nodded, before ingesting the pill and feeling his chakra recovering. "Okay, the last floor is the hardest to come by. The two Kumo nins at the door aren't much strong, but I don't think we'll be able to pass through 3 jounins located in front of the Daimayu's office." "What can we do, Anko-sensei?" asked Neji, through the intercom. Anko thought about it, before voicing her plan. "Neji, you and Naruto take out the 2 Kumo nins at the front door and then open the door for me to enter. Tenten will remain hidden and protect the Daimayu," buzzed Anko through the intercom, to which Neji turned to Naruto and both nodded. True to their plan, the 2 Kumo nins were sent to the ground after a lightning burst and canalized Juken. Upon opening the door, Naruto was surprised to see Anko there and no guards, but waved it off since they are probably trying to fight some poisonous snakes. At Konoha, Minato was doing his paperwork when 4 jounins and a woman entered his office. Minato was surprised to see the backup team for Naruto's mission back already and asked about the identity of the girl. Asuma, being the leader, reported. "Hokage-sama, Anko contacted us and told about a chance of a negotiation between both countries. However, she feared the enemy country would try kidnapping the client's daughter, so Anko asked us to bring her here, in case the enemy tries anything," said Asuma, to which Minato nodded and ordered Kurenai to find a hotel for Shaho and stay with her until needed otherwise, before dismissing the backup team. Minato was surprised about Anko's decision, but couldn't help but applaud the girl's choosing on this matter. The client was definitely impressed with Anko's idea that he sent his daughter to us for protection against the enemy. These set of missions proved to be quite the test to Anko and her team, and, surprisingly so, the team managed to complete all the missions settled for them, which is quite a feat for all the integrants of the team. He would gladly reserve some time to read all the reports. Back with the team, Anko, Neji and Naruto eyed the jounin with care. Anko's idea revolved around a snake genjutsu recently created with the help of genjutsu mistress Kurenai, and hoped that the enemy would fall for it long enough for the boys to subdue the jounins to unconscious. Immediately asking the boys to close their eyes, Anko initiated the hand seal sequence needed. After she finished, the words were like whisperings in the air: Megan Heavy-Guman, demonic illusion snake torture. Suddenly, in front of the ninjas appeared the biggest ninja snake they ever encountered, before the cobra's acid began crawling up their skin, dissolving them to the amount of bones appearing. The ninjas were so distracted with the snake, that Naruto and Neji didn't have trouble sending them to unconscious. "Tenten, would you please bring the client inside? Someone here wants to discuss certain points," said Anko through the intercom, to which Tenten nodded and took the Daimayu inside the now empty castle. Inside the Fang Daimayu's office, a big bald man wearing an eye patch was signing some documents referring his future plans to Bird Country. If things go according to plan, then the Bird Daimayu's head will be delivered for him in a silver platter. Suddenly, though, his door opened and the 4 people entered. However, the Fang Daimayu paled upon recognizing the smiling figure of the Bird Daimayu entering his office, followed by what seemed to be 3 Konoha nins. It didn't take more than a second to realize that his plan failed and that the Kumo nins weren't able to neither kidnap the man's daughter nor kill the man. "Daimayu Dono, I'm here in response to your letter sent a few days ago about a negotiation. I'm all ears to your proposition," asked the Bird Daimayu, earning a snarl from the Fang Daimayu, since he was cornered now and didn't have any other choice other than negotiate with the man. 2 days later, after being cleared by the client, the Konoha group rushed towards their home village. There has been a while since they left and all of them wished to return as soon as possible. The deal was mostly beneficial to Bird Country, of course, since the enemy didn't really have any route possession other than one which led it to Bird Country, so the Bird Daimayu sold a couple of routes towards Wave and Sea Country in exchange for no longer bothering Bird Country nor its citizens. Actually, the routes he sold was clearly not the best ones, as both Wave and Sea Country has only a few good to trade and not all of them were beneficial to Fang Country. Stopping for a while, the group was able to see the enormous gates that separated Fire Country from the hidden village in the leaves. It was safe to say, though, that all 4 of them were in need of a special vacation of at least a week before their next mission, which meant Naruto being finally able to eat some ramen and get to clean the Hokage's wallet, as well as, obviously, spend time with his family and his beloved Yugao-chan. Anko missed Iruka a lot and was already picturing the number of things they would be doing inside the bedroom walls, not to mention being finally able to eat some Dango and also clean Iruka's wallet for good. Neji and Tenten were just happy to come home to their families and nothing more. Chapter 16, Little Sister. After returning to the village, Team Anko wished nothing more than rest for a while. However, like every ninja after a mission, they must undergo a report addressed to the Hokage. That being said, all 4 of them were in front of the Hokage, explaining in minor details how the majority of the missions went and delivering the letter of the clients appreciating for their services. Minato, for his part, managed to see that having to report almost 2 months of missions all at once was really taxing on his peers, but rules were rules after all. Nevertheless, Minato was both proud at the team for beginning a new precedent and proud of his son who played a key role in all the missions, alongside Neji. Minato also came to know about the addiction of the wolf contract for Konoha and could only imagine what the wolf boss saw in Naruto that earned the entire clan's trust. When Anko and her team finished the explanation, they couldn't hold their sigh and dismay at living everything that happened once again, which in turn, earned laughter from the Hokage. Minato joked about seeing his son getting tired for the first time, before seeing said blonde scowling the Hokage since he happened to be doing missions nonstop for 2 whole months. Easy, Naruto, I'm just playing. Well, I'm pleased to tell all 4 of you that the clients were most pleased with the outcome of the missions and displayed their enthusiasm in contracting Konoha for further missions. Your money will be transferred to your accounts as of right now and I'm pleased to grant all of you 1.5 week vacation enjoy, said Minato, earning a star look from everyone before vanishing, well except for Naruto. What can I do for you, Naruto? Asked the Hokage, though he was also holding his own urges and not rush and go hug his son after not seeing him for 2 whole months. Needless to say, Naruto jumped at his father and gave him a big hug, showing how much he missed the big blonde. Dad, I missed all of you so much. How is Ka-san? Is the baby alright? How is Yugao-chan doing? Bombarded the little blonde with questions, earning a smile from his father, before Minato responded that everything was okay and that the baby would be born shortly. After explaining about the abilities he acquired during the trip, Naruto explained to his father about how he managed to get the wolf contract. Needless to say, Minato was impressed upon knowing that Naruto's obsession with the full moon was actually linked to an old legend from the Wolf clan. Minato was, in fact, considering teaching Naruto about the Toad contract sometime soon, since Naruto would have already have the necessary chakra capacity to do the technique. However, since the blonde acquired the Wolf contract, that meant that the Toad contract would take a while for the 3rd generation to sign. Misa would have to be at least 2 or 3 years more than Naruto's current age, so as to have the necessary chakra capacity to summon. Naruto, go visit your mother at the hospital, she is worried like hell, said Minato, earning a nod from Naruto, who in turn, greeted his father goodbye, before vanishing within a little typhoon, thus leaving Minato alone to smile at his son's antics. The Hokage looked at the reports once more, before remembering about something important pertaining one jounin from Kumo. Yesterday, he received a letter from the Raikage, expressing their contentment at returning the body of Kumo's thunder assassin and assured Minato that no harm would fall upon their relationship. The Raikage also expressed that the killing occurred within the limits of the mission, so it wouldn't be fair to initiate more bloodshed because of pure mission completion. Minato was relieved to say the least, since he expected the Lightning Shadow to use this as leverage and demand something in return. At the hospital . After asking for his mother's room, Naruto stopped to get some flowers and moved towards the designated room. On the way, he wondered if Yugao's team was sent on a mission, since he forgot to ask his father about it. He wondered if he could pay a visit to her house and see if she's there. Naruto wasn't a stranger to the Uzuki family, from already being introduced by Yugao. Upon arriving at the room, he knocked on the door, only waiting for his mother to say the word, to which she did. Right after Naruto opened the door, he saw his mother there laying on the bed and surprisingly, Yugao was there as well, talking to her. Naruto-kun, you're home. Screamed Kushina as she forgot all about her pregnancy and jumped towards hugging her son with all intensity, earning a smile from Yugao. Ka-san, I can breathe, whispered Naruto, before being released from his mother's hold. He gave her one of the bouquets he brought for her and asked about how Misa was doing, to which Kushina explained that she was a wild kicker. After that, Naruto went towards his girlfriend and handed her the last bouquet, as well as saying how much he missed both of them. Yugao appreciated the flowers and explained how she remained together with Naruto's mother for the duration of her pregnancy, thus being able to learn a lot of interested stuff. Upon hearing that, Naruto's eyes jumped out of his sockets and he turned to complain to his mother as to why did she tell this to Yugao, to which Kushina responded by saying that embarrassing her son was one of her favorite hobbies. Clearly, you didn't inherit your prankster side from your father, Naruto-kun. Although he learned a lot from me, the master throne is still mine, said Kushina with visible pride, earning a sigh in dismay from Naruto and laughter from Yugao. After a while, Naruto explained about his missions and new jutsus that were added to his arsenal. Kushina, though, didn't want for her son and his girlfriend to be shy with each other, so she told them to go and enjoy the day together as a couple. Needless to say, both nodded, and in seconds, Naruto and Yugao were on the hospital roof, talking and sharing experiences that happened since the blonde left for his missions. Naruto explained about the new jutsus he learned from Asuma's scroll and his father's book on Raiten Ninjutsu. He, lastly, showed the wolf tattoo and explained about how he managed to earn the wolf clan summoning contract. Yugao was astonished at how much happened in only 2 months and was ashamed to say she didn't evolve as much as her rival/boyfriend. Upon expressing it, Naruto smiled and said that he was miles behind his girlfriend's level, seeing that he was just recently promoted to Chunin and she was already a veteran Onbu member. How silly you are, Naruto-kun. You just can't compare yourself to someone who had more time training than you did. Instead, you should be comparing with myself at your age, and you can be certain that compared to me back then, you're a lot better, said Yugao, to which Naruto looked at her for a while, before giving her a kiss at her left cheek, earning a blushed face from Yugao, before they were both kissing each other at the lips. Just as before, this was such a new experience for both of them, and both of them were enjoying each second of their kiss together. They both knew that their relationship would evolve at the right time, so they weren't worried about having to speed things up a bit. Eventually, Yugao said that she was supposed to go to Onbu headquarters in order to fill some reports, and said her goodbye to Naruto with the promise of meeting each other tomorrow for lunch or maybe dinner. After leaving the hospital, Naruto wondered about what he could do now that he was home. He considered simply going home and taking a nice long shower, before taking a rest, but he remembered that he had someone to talk to as soon as he got home. Asuma-sensei was waiting for him to give his comments on the twin knife style of fighting and maybe some new techniques that could be added to the style. However, he cursed himself for not knowing where to meet the bearded man. He walked for a couple of miles throughout the village, but found nothing of Asuma. He was about to call it quits, when his eyes caught the sight of the man holding hands, apparently, with Kurenai. Naruto smiled and wondered how many things changed ever since he left the village. Now, even though he managed to find the bearded man, the man was occupied right now, so Naruto understood and turned to walk away. However, he was surprised that it was Asuma who called him and asked him to accompany them for some lunch. Naruto, at first, said he didn't want to bother the couple, but both Kurenai and Asuma thought nothing of it and insisted for his company in order for the blonde talk about his set of missions as well as share his notes with Asuma on his style. After the couple and Naruto arrived at the ramen shop, they placed their respective orders before Naruto began explaining about his missions and the conflicts between missing nins in Wave Country and how his team managed to avoid a war declaration by avoiding direct contact against Kumo's shinobis. Sounds like you faced quite a lot of shinobis, Naruto. The backup team wasn't attacked, so we didn't get to see our enemies much. I can see, though, that your team faced a lot of challenges together, said Asuma, earning a nod from Naruto. Yes, in fact I and Neji managed to hold our ground while Anko-sensei and Tenten finished the rest of the enemies. I even got to see about the next elemental ninjutsu I will attempt to learn, stated Naruto, only waiting for the question that soon followed, but it came from Kurenai. Another element? Don't you have 2 affinities already? Why are you so interested in having another? Asked Kurenai, though it was more directed to the fact that she wasn't so into ninjutsu, but instead a genjutsu user and she just didn't understand a ninja's urge for more ninjutsu. Asuma knew enough from his time together with Kurenai to understand how much the woman displeased ninjutsu overusage, but he chose to hear Naruto's response, before giving the blonde his opinion about it. I know I already have Fuuten and Raiten as my affinities, but if you think about it, I have a weakness against Katen ninjutsu, so should I encounter one in the future, I will have a disadvantage against my opponent. After the team's mission against missing nins, I saw them using Suten ninjutsu and thought about getting to learn defensive type ninjutsu in order to block fire attacks or maybe learn one offensive attack to surprise my opponent. Explained Naruto, earning a nod in approval from Asuma who concurred with the blonde's assessment. However, Kurenai continued to show a face of displeasure at someone not giving genjutsu enough respect, and Naruto sighed in dismay over seeing this. Don't take me wrong, Kurenai, genjutsu sure is important, but I do not have the chakra control needed to use high-level genjutsu, hence why I chose, instead, to focus more on dispelling them, rather than learning how to perform them. Also, illusions just isn't my style of fighting, explained Naruto once again, in order to get Kurenai to open up again and stop criticizing him for not wanting to use illusion techniques. Kurenai did let go for a while, and Asuma took this opportunity to change the subject, asking Naruto about his notes on the twin knife style, to which Naruto smiled. Oh yes, well I made some notes about it right below yours, but don't worry, I didn't mess it up a line, although I know that there is no way a Chunin's ideas could compete with yours, Asuma-sensei. Also, I changed the technique Fuuten Fukiri, wind release, hurricane cutter jutsu, more precisely, the blade's position. While in your technique, the blade are stationed vertically, I tend to bend the blades a little, thus improving the technique both offensively and defensively, since not only improve the attack area, but also increases the wind field around you, said Naruto, earning a smile from Asuma, who took the scroll and promised to take a look, before talking to the blonde one more time about it. Naruto, you shouldn't diminish your abilities into thinking that your thoughts are of no importance. When I was called by the Fire Lord to act as one of his guards, I was already a Jounin, but he called me based on my Chunin career, said Asuma, to which Naruto looked at him in amazement, before displaying an assuring smile that said he would try improving whatever needed to be done. After the orders arrived, the three ate in silence for a while, before Kurenai asked to Naruto about where Anko was, now that they returned. Naruto responded by saying that she was to meet with Iruka, though when he wasn't sure. Kurenai, eventually, mentioned that she needed to get back to her Jounin team and that she would teach them some teamwork exercises, earning a nod from Asuma, who also had to go to his team for some training, thus resulting in the couple saying goodbyes to the blonde. Naruto greeted them all before paying for the bill and leaving towards his house to rest up a bit. He sure missed taking the time to relax every now and then, and he knew that his home relaxed him immensely. Sure, he was sleeping inside the Daimayu's castle, but while on a mission, anything could happen, hence why the team was given less hours of sleeping and more time to perform missions. The Namikaze household ===. Upon entering inside, he found it to be quite empty, but he knew the reason. His mother was weeks away from having Misao, so she was, now, sleeping at the hospital for 24/7 checkups, and his father was trapped at the Hokage's office, so he wouldn't get home for at least some good 3 hours, which was all good for Naruto, who in turn went to his room and took a nice and relaxing shower. As he let the water wash away everything that happened in 2 months, the heavy strain on his muscles, the little time sleeping. As he looked up, Naruto fixed his eyes on the falling water, pretty much in trance over imagining everything that occurred during his travel. The people he met, the people he killed in battle, the sights, the missions, everything passed through Naruto's mind, and the blonde was smiling in relief that he would have a week and a half to rest his body to normality. After the shower and some changing in clothes, Naruto stopped near his bed and just closed his eyes, before losing control of his body functions, thus letting gravity run its course. He was asleep even before his body landed on the bed. 3 hours later, Minato was getting ready to leave the office and go home. He was overjoyed that Naruto came home safe and couldn't wait to see the blonde back home once again. Because of Kushina staying at the hospital, Minato was alone at home from time to time, and those times he missed his family more than anything. Not having a family to rely on when he was little ended up creating a deep enough scar, and when Minato entered into an empty house, it sort of reminded him of the pain it was to not having someone to wait for you at home. He missed Naruto a lot, so he would cook some dinner and enjoy some talk with his son. Just as he was leaving, he returned to the office since he forgot to take one scroll that he found at the library once and thought about his son. Since he has a Hiraishin seal right next to his house, it didn't take more than a second for the Hokage to arrive at his house, before he got to open the door and see Naruto's footwear on top of the welcome carpet. The house, though, was as silent as it was without Naruto, and Minato wondered if the blonde was in his room doing something. As he went up, he noticed the light inside the room to be off and wondered if the blonde was taking a nap. Once he opened the door, he couldn't help but smile at the scenery in front of him. His son was sleeping so profusely that he was drooling. The Yondaime thought about waking him up, but he damn well knew how tired his son was after doing 2 months worth of missions nonstop. However, when he was about to close the door, he heard his son grumbling, asking who was at the door, and Minato chose to enter and explain that he wanted to spend some time with his son. Naruto nodded and got up before rubbing his eyes a little bit. "Okay, Dad, sorry about sleeping. It's just that it's been so long since I could just sleep without a care in the world, and I kind of lost trace of time," said Naruto, earning a nod from Minato, who in turn caressed his son's hair for a while, before responding. "No need to apologize, son, you sure deserve the rest from what your team accomplished. It's just that it has been so long since you left, and I wanted to share some time with you, if I may," asked Minato, though Naruto didn't even need to nod in affirmative and got up and stood next to his father, before both blondes went downstairs and Naruto took a sit in front of the table while Minato prepared ramen for dinner. "So tell me, Naruto, have you improved in your lightning manipulation? Was the book helpful?" asked Minato, to which Naruto nodded and explained to his father about being able to learn quite a few techniques as well as learn how to improve his Raten chakra better. "I'm sure, one day, I'll master the Thunderball cannon, Dad. Just you wait, stated Naruto, though Minato wasn't surprised, but instead happy to get to hear his son's confident words once again. I like to hear that, son. Well, I'd like to have a part in you mastering that technique, and I happen to find this scroll at the library that could help you overcome the obstacle of the cannon part. Read it and tomorrow I'll help you complete the technique, said Minato, earning a look in wonder from the little blonde who thought about it for a while and remembered wanting to test some theory that he found on the book his father gave him. Upon looking at the scroll, though, he found that the scroll possessed notes specifically for the Thunderball cannon technique. Actually, it contained more advanced theory behind the technique. According to the scroll, the technique behind the cannon was to focus lightning chakra directly behind the ball, thus shooting it forward. Once again, the theory was simple, but if the technique really worked like in theory, Naruto wouldn't take as long to finish the goddamn technique. Minato knew that face and laughed inside about the difference between theory and practice and how it sucks to do what the theory and don't get the result. Study for a while and tomorrow I'll help you finish the technique once and for all. Now I guess you're tired right now, son, so let's clean this up and retire for the day, said Minato, earning a nod from Naruto, who in turn picked up his dishes and took it to the sink to clean. After 10 minutes, the two blondes said goodnight to each other and both closed their respective room doors to sleep. However, Naruto didn't intend to sleep anytime soon, simply because he had another chance at mastering that jutsu and he wouldn't rest until he read everything the scroll contained. Next day. The next day, father and son were at the house garden and Minato was watching as Naruto focused instantly on making the Thunder Ball, but that was the easy part and Naruto did already mastered it a long time ago. Now was the final phase of the technique. Naruto would have to propel the Thunder Ball like a cannonball, by focusing large quantities of Raten chakra, thus igniting the cannon and firing the projectile. As Naruto used more chakra, the ball was giving signs of becoming unstable, before Naruto dispelled it just like 1,000,000 times before. Minato, however, smiled and figured out what was wrong with Naruto's attempt. He understood the damage of an unstable Thunder Ball if it backfired on the ninja, but what Naruto didn't know was that the technique actually involved making the Thunder Ball be unstable, before shooting it forward by expelling chakra. Upon talking to Naruto about it, he asked for the blonde to try one more time. Now, instead of dispelling the ball of energy, focus more Raten chakra, and once the ball becomes unstable, shot it forward with chakra. Needless to say, Naruto was afraid of what the ball might do to his body if it backfired on him. However, Naruto trusted his father, so he attempted one more time, but now he would do just like his father instructed. Instantly, he created the ball and now began pumping more Raten chakra to it, making it unstable. Just as the ball was about to explode in Naruto's hand, Minato shouted for Naruto to use chakra and shot the ball forward, to which Naruto complied and used the necessary chakra, before screaming Raten Rekyuho, lightning release, Thunderball cannon jutsu. Instantly, the ball was propelled forward a group of trees and destroyed all of them in seconds. And, in case you all noticed, I changed the name of the technique in Japanese, since I found a more realistic translation to use, plus the first one was too large. Naruto was flabbergasted for a moment, so he just froze his body in the technique position, partially refusing to believe that after 3 years trying this technique, he finally was able to complete it. However, that only lasted a few seconds, since Naruto suddenly screamed in joy and amazement at being able to finally finish the technique. His father came, soon afterwards, congratulating the boy on his conquest, before they heard clap sounds from behind. When they turned, both of them were able to see that Kakashi was there applauding and carrying a smile on his face. He happened to arrive just moments before Naruto began focusing Raten chakra at the ball to make it unstable. Needless to say, he was impressed with Naruto's growth in lightning manipulation and wondered if the boy would surpass both him and Minato any day now. "Congratulations, Naruto, I came just in time to see it," said Kakashi, before Naruto rushed and went to hug his surrogate niece San from not seeing him since he left for his missions. After greeting the two blondes, Kakashi called Minato aside in order to discuss something that occurred, thus Naruto was left alone for a second. "Sensei, the Sandaime came to me and expressed his concerns over some actions from his ex-student," said Kakashi, earning a look in concern from Minato, who didn't need to know which student Kakashi referred. He knew about Orochimaru's greed, and he also knew how low he would be willing to fall to finish his goal. "What about the snake, Kakashi?" asked Minato. Sandaime believes that the rise of this new sound village has something to do with Orochimaru and his involvement with rice field country's daimyo. He believes that Orochimaru persuaded the daimyo into forming a new hidden village, thus offering him false hope of power against other countries, stated Kakashi, before seeing Minato showing his thinking pose and frown his eyes in dismay. Truth be told, to the Yondaime, Orochimaru was, in fact, Konoha's worst enemy, simply because of his skills, as well as his knowledge of Konoha's doings. Kakashi, assemble a meeting with the Sandaime, I want to talk to him about setting a long-term espionage mission towards Otto's actions, ordered Minato, to which Kakashi nodded and left, before Minato returned to his son, who was now resting on the grass, looking up the sky, but his look wasn't a happy, nor a normal one. It was quite the opposite, and Minato feared that Naruto heard his conversation with Kakashi. Upon approaching, Minato took a sit next to his son, before Naruto began the conversation. Dad, how strong is Orochimaru and why someone deals with him yet, given his actions? Asked Naruto, though he was remembering more about his sensei Anko and what she told about the snake Sanin. Minato sighed and took a while, before looking straight to his son. Naruto, what I'll tell you now, it's not because I'm your father, but your Hokage. Also, since you are now Chunin ninja, you deserve to know who is Orochimaru, began Minato before looking at his son, waiting to see if Naruto understood the seriousness of the situation. Naruto, for his turn, wondered about how his father was addressing him, since he never heard Minato so serious before, but he nodded, nevertheless. Orochimaru, as you knew from history books, is part of the Sanin, being named after their fierce battle against Hanzo the Salamander. Also, you know that the Sanin are composed of your godfather Jiraiya, Tsunade Hime, the granddaughter of the Shodaime Hokage, and Orochimaru, prodigious shinobi and the Sandaime's pride at the time. For a while, though, Orochimaru was rumored to make some dangerous experiments with human beings, in attempt of overcoming natural boundaries that the human body has. The problem is, Naruto, that Orochimaru is a lunatic and wouldn't stop at nothing to see his objectives go through. However, Sarutobi didn't want to believe others' opinions against the snake, until one day when he discovered the snake's experiments. The problem, though, was that Sandaime let him escape for whatever reason he refuses to tell. Now, it seems that he's on the loose again and he's dangerous. I know that Anko told you something about him, but I'll tell you again, he's dangerous and has the skills to top your godfather in battle and even me without the Hiraishin, explained Minato. Naruto didn't want to face the bastard at all, though he still wanted to know why no one dealt with the snake face yet. Upon voicing it to his father, Minato smiled for two reasons. First, because at least a Chunin wasn't anywhere near the level of a Sanin, and second because just like Minato, Naruto questioned the right thing. Why didn't Konoha send someone to hunt Orochimaru after he escaped? The answer to that question was the Sandaime Hokage. Sarutobi always had a soft spot for Orochimaru, simply because of the fact that the man was an orphan, as well as genius in terms of shinobi skills. Son, I know that you're worried about the village's welfare and pretty soon we'll deal with Orochimaru. Promise me, though, that you won't worry about him, and should you encounter him, do not attempt to confront him at all, asked Minato, to which Naruto smiled and nodded to his father. It wasn't that Minato found his son to be weak, it was just that Orochimaru was on a whole other level, both in terms of skills and experience, and Naruto was just recently promoted to Chunin. Well, Naruto, I'll go to the office. I believe that Kakashi already talked to the Sandaime, so he will be expecting me soon, said Minato before turning and walking inside, before he remembered something. Oh Naruto, I heard from the Anbu HQ that Yugao will be sent to a mission and won't come back for a while, take care, finished Minato as he turned to get inside, without even seeing Naruto's dejected face overhearing this upsetting news. He leaves for 2 whole months, and when he finally gets to see her, she is the one who is sent for a long-term mission, thus not giving them enough time for their own. Having nothing to do for the duration of his week off, Naruto remembered about giving a try in Suiton manipulation, so he went to the place where he could find plenty of material regarding the subject. The Konoha library was famous within the village and housed more than 3,000 books and scrolls for both civilians and shinobis to study. Of course, the shinobi section was both restricted against civilians and well divided into sections pertaining the different ranks and the study material allowed. Passing straight from the Jinan section, Naruto entered in the Chunin 1 and began to look for Suiton ninjutsu and try to get a feeling of said manipulation and see if he manages to add a third element to his abilities. The Hokage's office . After arriving at his office, Minato saw that the Sandaime was already there waiting while having a cup of tea. Ah Minato-kun, so nice of you to drop by. What is the reason of this meeting you wish to have with me? Asked Sarutobi, to which Minato picked up a scroll and sit on the Hokage's chair, before addressing the Sandaime. Kakashi told me about your suspicion over Orochimaru's actions. I was just thinking of keeping him on close watch. I saw how easily he dissuaded the rice field country daimyo into his cause, and he could, certainly, use his manipulation skills for some tougher opponents and allure them to attack us for him, stated Minato, before hearing an acknowledging sound coming from Hazuren's mouth. It's true that my old student manipulated the daimyo into joining his cause and now a new hidden village is formed. Although I know, for sure, the base serves for his experiments. I also understand your fear of him using others to harm Konoha as you're in the position to worry about the village's welfare. We don't know, whether or not, he still mourns not being picked for the Hokage's position and it pains me to believe that should he attacks Konoha, the reason would be clear as crystal, manifested Hiruzen, earning a nod from Minato who got up from his chair and turned to look at the village from the window. So we agree that we need to keep tab with him. Jiraiya isn't the right guy, since Orochimaru knows him, we must place someone else to follow the guy around and I have the perfect candidate for the mission, said Minato, earning a look in question from Sarutobi who in turn, questioned the blonde about it. Yamato, please come forward, shouted Minato, before an Anbu wearing a lion mask appeared inside the office, startling the Sandaime, since he didn't know what his successor had in mind for him. With his knowledge on Makuten ninjutsu, Yamato can hide better than anyone on our squad and can report the information back to us at least once a week, explained Minato, earning a nod from Sarutobi, who in turn forgot about the man's Makuten abilities. Sarutobi concurred with the blonde in terms of assigning Yamato to this mission as he nodded in acceptance, before Minato smiled and turned to Yamato to report his mission. Yamato, I'm assigning you to a long-term espionage mission towards Rice Field Country. Our target is Orochimaru and both I and the Sandaime are suspicious of his movements. You are to follow him around and report his movements to us every week. As it stands, I'll be setting a time limit of 6 months, seeing that the man is slippery, you are to initiate tomorrow morning. So pack your things and good luck. In case of trouble, you communicate us immediately, understood, ordered Minato, before Yamato saluting his commander and then vanishing within a sunshine. With Naruto . 3 hours later and Naruto was trying to reduce his headache by massaging his temples a bit. The amount of information about the subject was enough to master the element, at least for someone with the respective affinity. Naruto guessed that should Yugao-chan read everything, she would be as good as the Nidaime Hokage's level of control. Naruto learned of the man's famous water manipulation control and that he could use the water molecules out of thin air and use it for his techniques. As he focused, once again, on his headache, Naruto wondered how he would even be able to manipulate water-type ninjutsu. Aside from Fuuten and Raiten, the theory behind Suiten manipulation is hard enough and Naruto didn't want to think about how hard it would be to practice. Suiten manipulation was picked because of his advantage towards Katen ninjutsu, so Doton was out of question. Naruto didn't know if earth manipulation was perhaps easier to learn, but after his fight against the mist-missing nins and the jutsus he saw, well, needless to say, he liked them and wanted to use it. As he walked around the village, he was thinking about what to do with his time. Yugao was sent on a mission and wouldn't return any time soon. He could visit Neji, but he was afraid he would end up sparring with him and that was something he wasn't particularly fond of doing right now. Suddenly, though, a warming thought appeared inside his head and he headed inside a flower shop nearby. Once he got the flowers, Naruto rushed towards the hospital in order to visit his mother. On the way, though, he was wondering why his mother needed to be at the hospital full time, but shrugged it off as concluding it to be top medic knowledge and not something he would understand any time soon. As he entered inside the hospital, he went straight for his mother's room, since he already knew where it was. Upon opening the door, he was surprised to see that Kushina was asleep. He smiled and wondered about his little sister a bit. Naruto, sometimes, joked that since he looked just like his father so Misao would be the exact picture of his mother. Walking quietly, as in not wanting to awake her, he reached the table next to her bed and placed the flower inside a vase that was there. He, also, left a note attached to the bouquet, explaining that he was here to visit, but he didn't want to awake her, before he closed the door and left the premises. Just after he left the hospital, he heard his stomach growling, so it was ramen time. A few minutes later, Naruto was massaging his stomach a little, while remembering the wonderful taste of the noodles. No matter how many times he ate it, he just couldn't get enough of the food. He was heading towards his house for a little nap, seeing that he needed to rest as much as he could. After all, a week passes in a flash and he wouldn't be surprised if his father sent him on another mission just after his vacation week. As he walked, though, he was having an unnerving feeling of being observed by someone, but couldn't for the likes of him figure out who the person was or where he was hiding. Hiding behind the trees, a weasel-masked Anbu smirked upon seeing Naruto aware of his surroundings. After the Uchiha incident, Itachi was recovered from his shock at being the one who killed his father. However, as the time passed, he was feeling better and got reinstated to active duty. The thing, though, was that Itachi didn't let go of wanting to fight Naruto in the future and kept following him whenever he was inside the village. Being an Anbu, Itachi had access to mission reports and he got to see the thick report of Naruto's set of missions around the elemental nations. Suffice to say, Itachi was impressed and his will to fight Naruto increased even more. Itachi managed to see with his Sharingan, the subject of Naruto's studies, and applauded the blonde for him wanting to improve, even though he did already have what it takes to become at least a jounin with his skills. Itachi was impressed with the blonde's growing rate, and while it wasn't as good as his and Hatake Kakashi was, Naruto was definitely different than the other shinobis of Konoha. Itachi came to know about Sasuke's pathetic attempt of challenging Naruto and how it ended with Naruto outsmarting his pathetic little brother by vanishing before he had a chance to use the Sharingan to copy the blonde's techniques. Soon, Naruto, soon you'll be a worthy opponent for me to test my skills against, said Itachi, before he vanished. Back to Naruto, he didn't feel the presence any longer and wondered what that was all about. Naruto feared that perhaps Iwa ninja have infiltrated the village and were now following him in an attempt to subdue him once again, because of whose son he is. Well, no matter who came, Naruto would be prepared to fight to the death, and with the aid of his summons, Naruto would have an advantage against whoever tried coming against him. After a while, Naruto reached his house in order to get some sleep. It wouldn't do him good to keep worrying about Iwa ninjas invading the village to capture him. Just after he was promoted to Chunin, Minato came to him and explained that should Iwa attempt to kidnap him, it would constitute serious act of treason against the stationary pact between the hidden villages, which would constitute an act of war between the villages. So Naruto was assured that if Iwa valued their shinobi forces, they wouldn't attempt something stupid as kidnapping not only a Chunin of Konoha, but also the Hokage's son. Closing his eyes, Naruto was asleep, however he didn't notice that his wolf tattoo was glowing. Inside his head, Naruto woke up on a mountainous region and the stars were glowing in the sky. Upon looking forward, he saw the moon glowing with intensity, until he heard a voice next to him. "Beautiful, isn't it?" whispered Fenrir while in his white wolf form. Naruto was surprised at first upon seeing the wolf inside his dreamscape. He dismissed the issue and turned to face the full moon once again. "Beautiful doesn't begin to describe it. I didn't know you were able to enter inside my head so easily, Fenrir-sama," said Naruto, earning a slight snicker from the white wolf. "The seal marked on your arm allow me to communicate with you inside your mind, thus allowing me to project my presence inside your head. Don't worry, though, I'm not planning on doing this too often. Now, what I want to talk about is about your status as Wolf Clan Shinobi. As you know, we wolves tend to appreciate the moon, so it's only fair to believe that we strike at night, when the enemy is most vulnerable. Are you with me so far?" asked Fenrir, giving a little time for Naruto to get acquaintance to what the wolf intended to say, before he continued. "The shadow is our ally, so we wolves have techniques that far exceed your human techniques when it comes to stealth, and I plan to teach one of our techniques to you," said Fenrir, before seeing Naruto turning his head to look at the wolf, who instead kept looking at the full moon. "The technique is called Okami Haijutsu Kage Sudarusu, Wolf Secret Jutsu, Shadow Stealth, and it focused purely on the user's shadow. The technique involves focusing chakra directly through your shadow, thus making it envelop your body, thus making you as black as the shadow itself. Of course, it's not as difficult as it sounds, for this technique requires a sacrifice just like the Kushios. By passing your blood through the mark, you will be able to use Wolf Clan techniques," explained Fenrir, but Naruto was skeptical to such a thing being possible. Naruto remembered his sensei Anko explaining about the concept of stealth, but she also explained that attaining the true meaning of the concept is practically impossible as the body mass can't be invisible to the naked eye. However, this technique manages to hide the ninja's entire body inside a black color mantle, therefore appearing like a big shadow to the opponents. Fenrir could plainly see Naruto's doubt to this technique and smiled, knowing that the concept of hiding inside one's shadow seemed ludicrous to humans. He explained to the blonde that within Konoha there is one clan who is famous for shadow manipulation, and while they aren't as advanced as the Wolf Clan, it's fair to say that they will grow in no time. "I will use tomorrow for training, and at night, I'll attempt this technique you taught me, Fenrir-sama. If this works, though, I'll have to show my father and he will send me to missions that require such expertise," said Naruto, to which Fenrir asked him about what would be the problem of fulfilling more missions and also explained that should either Iwa or Kumo attempt to kidnap him, Naruto could use this technique and just disappear from view, before reinforcements arrive. Needless to say, the blonde enjoyed the idea a lot. "I appreciate what you did for me, Fenrir-sama, and as a Wolf Clan shinobi, I will not disappoint you," stated Naruto, earning a nod from the wolf, who in turn addressed the blonde. "I'm sure you won't," you're a fine ninja and will represent us with pride, until the next time we speak Naruto, said Fenrir, before his presence began to fade away. Next day. Waking up, Naruto went through all the usual routine, before going downstairs for some breakfast. Upon reaching the table, he found a note from his father saying that he needed to leave early to visit his mother and then would go straight to the office. After reading the note, Naruto shrugged his shoulders and went to the fridge in order to fix himself some sandwich and a glass of milk. As he fixed his breakfast, Naruto was thinking of several ideas for jutsus he could try apart from the one he learned from Fenrir. The techniques he learned was more offensive related, and while he used evasion skills to dodge, it would be good to create some defensive ninjutsu. He remembered the technique he used with Fuuten Chakra and the Hyuga's Kaiten technique and considered using his Cage Bunshines to increase the defense and even use it to turn the tables around. Also, Naruto was considering his second element, Raiten. The book his father gave him had one good defensive technique that was easy to make. The technique was called Raiten Saiki no Tate, Lightning Release, Static Shield Jutsu, and it simply involved the same theory behind his lightning manipulation exercises. By expelling lightning chakra and make it travel throughout your body, the energy can transform into a static shield, thus defending him from all sort of techniques except for wind-based ones. Finishing up his sandwich and the milk, Naruto was hard-pressed not to just leave the house and find the nearest training ground in order to train his 3 new techniques. However, just as he opened the door to leave, he saw his sensei and Kurenai at the door almost knocking the door. Naruto, I was just about to knock, where are you headed? Asked Anko, earning a look in surprise from her student, who in turn was really taken aback by the two's sudden appearance and feared for the worst. He knew that Anko didn't visit him much, well, rephrasing it, she never visited him at home, and Kurenai was the same. Seeing the two, made Naruto wonder whether or not his father sent them to pick him up for a mission or something. Sensei, Kurenai, don't tell me you came here for a mission, right? Asked Naruto, though the look he received from the girls did satisfy his morbid curiosity and sent a wave of relief to his heart. Anko and Kurenai looked at one another and was surprised at the blonde's question, before Anko showed her devious smirk and turned to Naruto. Why Naruto? I was thinking you'd be happy to see your sensei, but then I guess you only want to see me while we're doing missions, aren't you? Said Anko, earning, once again, a look in wonder from the blonde who knew his sensei enough to interpret her failed attempts of pranking the son of the prankmaster. Anko-sensei, considering that my mother is the queen of pranks, you'd think she would pass on her skills to me. Now as to your question, I was just surprised to see you two visiting me, that's all, stated Naruto, before seeing Anko rolling her eyes away just like a child behaved at being cut off by an adult. Kurenai, of course, laughed at the two's antics and the teacher-slash-student bond between them. She remembered about her team of Jinan and wondered if maybe she and Hinata could be as Naruto and Anko. Now, seriously, Naruto, where are you headed? I wanted to see how my students were doing on our vacation, but I can't find both Neji and Tenten, so I came here to see how you're doing, said Anko, to which Naruto nodded and explained that he was going to the nearest training ground and get some ninjutsu training done. He explained about the lightning technique he would be attempting and the new Fuuten defensive technique he was devising. Of course, Kurenai rolled her eyes upon seeing the blonde once again talking about ninjutsu this and ninjutsu that, earning a sigh from the blonde and a questioning look from Anko, who figured that this was news to her. Naruto explained to her that Kurenai objected to him learning a third element, as well as the fact that he could be learning some genjutsu to use. Needless to say, Anko laughed at Kurenai's failed attempt of changing the boy's fighting style. Kurenai-chan, Naruto is a close to mid-ranged fighter. His focus is on kenjutsu and ninjutsu. You're a long-range one, thus genjutsu is your area of expertise, explained Anko, before Kurenai told her that she did know that, but she explained that the reason for her behaving like this was because genjutsu isn't as popular as it once was and that her students didn't show any interest for the subject. Naruto couldn't help but overhear and asked about Neji's cousin Hinata and her ability to see through genjutsu with the Byakugan, to which Kurenai nodded, before explaining that all 3 of her students have abilities against illusion techniques, since they come from very powerful clans. My team is a tracking and information gathering team, with an Inuzuka, a Hyuga and an Aburame. They have their clan techniques to focus on and I can only teach them how to dispel the technique rather than using it effectively in battle, said Kurenai, though she changed the subject as Naruto invited them to go training with him, to which the two accepted and walked along to the training ground. Once at the training ground, Naruto decided to attempt the easiest one first and just use the rest of the day for his Fuuten attack. Immediately focusing on Raiten Chakra, Naruto remembered what the book contained and made the necessary hand seal combination. Of course, since this was the first time doing it, Naruto felt better to just do the seals needed before actually molding the necessary chakra. Nevertheless, the sequence, although a bit large, wasn't much of a challenge for the ninjutsu specialist, and Naruto memorized it after completing it 5 times. While he was training, though, Anko and Kurenai were watching the whole thing and were impressed with the blonde's ability at the subject. Anko, though already seen him because of her position, couldn't help but marvel at the boy's capacity for learning jutsus and vowed to help him learn Sutin in the future, well if Yugao doesn't already help him with that. Kurenai had to admit, as well, that the blonde was skilled. She saw him performing the hand seal sequence for the technique and it was really fast for the untrained eye to follow. Anko, you sure did a number on him right there. He is really skilled in ninjutsu, as I'm sure that in physical areas, he is as proficient, stated Kurenai, earning a nod from Anko, who in turn, explained that Naruto received advanced lessons with Asuma in regards to the twin knife style, thus being unpredictable to his enemies. She also mentioned about Naruto's attempt at Sutin element and wondered if the blonde would be able to, then, cover all weaknesses. Suddenly, though, they sensed chakra manifesting and turned to look at Naruto, who in turn was in the middle of the hand seal sequence, before whispering Raiten Psyche no Tate, lightning release, static shield jutsu. Immediately, both girls managed to see a field of static energy circle around Naruto and wondered if the technique was already completed. They saw him turning to them, still with the technique up, before he asked if one of them would be willing to help him test it by throwing a shuriken at him with full force. Initially, both of them weren't so anxious to do this, not because of lack of faith at the blonde's technique, but rather their inexperience regarding any knowledge of the jutsu and what would happen if the shuriken passed the shield and hurt Naruto. Anko, though, stepped in for her student and grabbed one of her shurikens, before throwing straight at Naruto. As the projectile approached, all 3 became expectant at whether or not the technique would work. When the shuriken reached her target, the static energy nearly fried the projectile, thus protecting Naruto at least against projectiles. Anko-sensei, could you test it against a Doton technique? I really want to test this defense out, asked Naruto, earning a nod from Anko, who thought about a technique to use, before begin the hand seal sequence. Doton Doryudan no Jutsu, Earth Release, Mud Dragon Projectile Jutsu, said Anko before a mud dragon head appeared and shot mud projectiles at Naruto. And just like the shuriken, the shield protected Naruto from the mud projectiles. Naruto smiled from ear to ear and now was only one test short of completing it. Anko-sensei, a cat and attack if you may, I want to test this technique further, asked Naruto, to which Anko nodded and made the hand seals for Cat and Houseka no Jutsu, Fire Release, Mythical Fire Phoenix Jutsu, before she sent fireballs at Naruto. Upon reaching the barrier, Naruto felt the shock and just knew he had to push more chakra to sustain the barrier, to which he did, thus blocking the last incoming fireballs. It looks like Cat and attacks require more chakra to sustain the shield, thus not being advisable to use it, then. I guess that's enough for this technique, thanks Anko-sensei, appreciated Naruto, earning a nod from his sensei, who in turn, asked him about his Fuuten technique and what it entailed. Naruto explained about how he learned Neji's Kaiden and mixed with Fuuten chakra, so he was thinking in terms of using 4 cage bunshines and create 5 hurricanes, before manipulating each one of them in a sort of hurricane dance. Giving the creator some space, Anko silently clapped the ingenious idea, but wondered about the chakra needed to sustain such technique. Suddenly, Naruto summoned 4 cage bunshines and positioned them in a square with him inside, before all of them began to spin, as well as adding Fuuten chakra to the spin. It wasn't long until 5 10-foot hurricanes were created, and they were all going on random positions around each other, as in each hurricane was dancing around the other. After a couple of minutes, the clones stopped spinning and then were dispelled, leaving only a little woozy Naruto holding his hand, while looking at the women in front of him, giving him all mad looks at him, and their hair were all messed up, presumably because of the wind force generated from 5 consecutive hurricanes. Needless to say, Naruto wouldn't want to stay still and face the women's fury, so he used whatever chakra he had left and vanished via Fuuten Shunshine, leaving the women looking around to see where the damn blonde was hiding. Appearing inside his room, Naruto smiled upon remembering their angry faces, but one thing was sure. He now knew 2 new defensive jutsus, one lighting one and his new Fuuten technique, which he decided to name Fuuten Arashi no Mai, Wind Release, Tempest Dance Jutsu. Nevertheless, the chakra consumption was huge and Naruto couldn't see clearly. He did manage to reach his bed and slept for several hours. Birth date. 1 week passed since Naruto got to train his defensive techniques and the one Fenrir taught him. At the time, Naruto thought he would never get to do the technique, But the secret to it all was the needed sacrifice for the technique, and he was able to focus chakra to his shadow rather easily. After that, he kind of slept till late afternoons and went to the library in order to study more about Suiten Ninjutsu, being that the most daring subject he ever faced so far, except for this ultimate lightning jutsu. Right now, though, all thoughts regarding techniques were set aside, since the only thing Naruto could think of at the moment was his soon-to-be-born sister Misao. Currently, he was seating at the waiting room at the hospital next to his girlfriend Yugao, who was holding his hand while he saw his father walking from side to side, presumably wondering if both his mother and Misao would be okay. Suddenly, the light indicating the operation was still in effect subsided, and both Minato and Naruto got up, only waiting for the doctor responsible for delivering the baby, left the room with a smile on his face. After all, he was also responsible for delivering Naruto a long time ago, and now he was given the honor of delivering now the Hokage's daughter. Minato couldn't help his anxiety any further and asked the doctor how it was. The man smiled at seeing the same scene that happened with Naruto and told father and son that Kushina was doing okay and the baby was a beautiful girl. It didn't take long for the Namikaze family to get reunited once again inside the operation room, and they saw Kushina there holding her daughter while smiling deeply at her. When she looked up, she saw both Minato and Naruto looking at her with big smiles on their faces, which made her smile, which was followed by tears of happiness. Their family just gained a new member, and everyone thought the same thing as they looked at the baby. Welcome to the family Namikaze Misao. Chapter 17, Yondaime Hokage. Naruto, can you prepare Misao's milk for me? Screamed Kushina before hearing a strong voice acknowledging said request. Kushina, then, looked at her little daughter while changing her clothes as well as tickling her stomach a little bit. No matter what happened to her, once she heard her daughter laughing, all trouble thoughts seemed to just vanish like they never existed. 2 years passed since Misao's birth, and the little girl was the exact copy of Kushina. Her red hair had already reached her tiny shoulders. As Kushina changed the little girl's wardrobe, she couldn't help but smile upon seeing the sparkling stone earrings on Misao's ears, which was a wonderful present given by Naruto's girlfriend Yugao, just after a mission towards Takigakure, Hidden Waterfall Village. For a while, after placing Misao on her crib once again, she looked at her daughter, while thanking the gods that Iwa didn't attempt to kidnap her as well as they tried to do with Naruto. However, Kushina realized that Iwa wouldn't attempt to invade the Namikaze compound from fear of having to face either the Yellow Flash or the Kazuryu. Kushina remembered when she heard Minato saying that Naruto was now listed as a B-ranked ninja on Iwa's bingo book by the name of Kazuryu. She also remembered Naruto explaining to her the mission that earned the name. Flashback on. Naruto was sent on a mission towards Earth Country along with 2 Chunins called Izumo and Kotetsu. Normally, his team would be sent with him, but since Neji was sent towards Takigakure as a diplomat from the Hyuga clan, the Hokage issued both Anko and Tenten to accompany him, thus setting Naruto with 2 other Chunins. The mission was rather simple. It consisted of 1 document retrieval from a merchant's house that in turn acquired the stolen document through the black market. Entering and leaving unnoticed was easy enough because of his Wolf Clan Shadow Jutsu. However, Naruto's team didn't believe the man would hire Iwa ninja for his protection, thus having to engage them in combat. Izumo and Kotetsu dealt with half of the enemies with their flawless teamwork from their Jinan years, which consisted of a Suiten attack and the use of weapons. Naruto was left with 2 Chunins and a Jounin, before he began a series of hand seals for his new technique called Fuuten Kazuryu, Wind Release, Wind Dragon Jutsu. Instantly, Naruto began molding chakra from thin air, therefore creating a full-fledged dragon before sending it straight towards the enemy. The Chunins were flying the minute the dragon hit them, however the Jounin did manage to hold his ground against the technique, although barely. Naruto, then, shifted a different hand seal and focused more chakra, thus increasing the power of the wind. After reporting the success of the mission, 2 days later, Minato smiled and handed his son a copy of Naruto's page at Iwa's bingo book, with the name Kazuryu, Wind Dragon. Flashback off. Out of the blue, a blond man walked inside the room and extended the bottle of milk for his mother, before seeing Kushina talk it and appreciate to him. In 2 years, Naruto grew up to be an even more similar figure of his father, the Yondaime Hokage. He let the hair grow up a bit to the part that his forehead protector couldn't hold them from falling on his forehead. His clothes remained the same as before, with the only difference was that now near the heart area, Naruto's vest was engraved with a white dragon. Mother, do you need anything else? Asked Naruto, earning a nod in negative from Kushina, who in turn appreciated her son's help. No, thanks, Naruto-kun. Your father awaits you at his office. It wouldn't be nice to show up late to your appointments, said Kushina, earning a nod from Naruto, while saying goodbye to his mother. After a while, Naruto was already out of his house and walking casually towards the Hokage's office. On the way, he was receiving a lot of looks from the village's population. He knew them all as they were many. The shinobi part looked at him with admiration and respect, but there were few that looked at him as in seeing a little yondaime. The civilian male population, being as ignorant as they are, only viewed him as the yondaime's son. The woman part, though, was really something else entirely. Because of his looks, both kunoichi and civilians looked at him with clear second intentions. However, Naruto knew no woman would try to come ask him out from fear of seeing Yugao's wrath once again. Smiling, Naruto remembered one time when a girl from his class tried her luck with him. She came at him asking him out on a date, but Naruto explained that he was already dating someone, hence why he wouldn't go. No matter how nice Naruto was to the girl, she tried one more time, only this time she tried dissuading the blonde from dating older woman and going out with her instead. Naruto could still remember the face of pure fear once Yugao landed in front of her with her Anbu uniform and asked what she was trying to do with her boyfriend, even after Naruto explained that he already has a girlfriend. The young Namikaze was very surprised, at the time, from hearing Yugao calling the girl hussy and focusing a little bit of killing intent at her with the sole purpose of scaring her. Naruto knew that scaring other women was Yugao's favorite hobby, so he let his girlfriend have her fun. After the girl pretty much vanished from sight, Yugao turned to him and smiled, thus showing Naruto that she enjoyed herself. Naruto and Yugao's relationship evolved considerably over the last 2 years. Apart from their respective responsibilities and missions, they managed to find time to be with one another, varying from double dates with Kurenai/Asuma and Anko/Iruka, as well as some alone time for them. A drop of blood came out of Naruto's nose, once he remembered their first time really together. Clearly, both Yugao and Naruto were dead nervous about the whole thing. They never dared to make a bigger step than they were ready for, and safe to say, both of them were having doubts about the next ordeal. Also, the fact that none of the two knew what to do, so each one of them asked to someone about what they were supposed to do. Naruto asked to Jiraiya and Yugao asked Anko. Needless to say, the vision of sex was quite distorted, at first. In the end, the act was sensational and both vowed to put up a notch on the relationship. The act happened close to 2 weeks ago and they would have done other times, except for the fact that Yugao was enrolled as a teacher at the Anbu HQ to train Anbu rookies while Naruto was sent on missions almost twice a week. His Wolf Clan abilities gave him an expertise in infiltration that few shinobis had, so the Hokage sent him on a lot to missions. As he walked towards the Hokage's office, the blonde wondered if his father would send him on another mission. Oh well, I guess I can't complain to the man, he's not only the Hokage, but also my father. At Minato's office . The Yondaime Hokage was, inside his office, reading what seemed to be one of Yamato's reports about Orochimaru's whereabouts. The blonde Hokage felt sorry for the Anbu in front of him, since he knew of how stressing a long-term mission could be. You're out there alone and you can only depend on yourself for pretty much anything. The man for his part appreciated the mask usage, because his face was deplorable right now. There were times when he didn't have time to sleep, because the damn snake would be on constant move. You're dismissed, Yamato. I'm sorry about this burden I placed on you, so it's only fair that I grant a 2-week vacation. Report here afterwards, said Minato, earning a nod from Yamato, before vanishing. After that, Minato returned to reading the report about Orochimaru. Along the time Yamato left for the mission, weekly reports were being delivered to the Hokage about the snake. In 2 years, the snake pretty much traveled through all the elemental nations in hopes of improving the only seal Minato disapproved of. The cursed seal, while granting the used a lot of power and speed, it corrupted the user's mind, thus changing his sanity. Mitarashi Anko was, until now, the only one Orochimaru ever tested it on, but the woman's will was strong enough to not rely on the seal at all. However, that didn't mean she was completely free from the snake's grasp. According to Yamato's reports, though, the snake managed to improve the seal after sacrificing many humans just for it. According to the report, Yamato saw 5 teenagers that had the seal and one of them happened to be the last remnant of the Kaguya clan. Upon the seal's activation, the body receives a burst of chakra and power, capable on going toe-to-toe with a mid-level Jounin at level 2. Minato knew also of the levels of the cursed seal, with the first consisting of the seal spreading its image throughout the body and granting the user an additional burst of chakra. The second one, though, was clearly more devastating both on the user and his enemies. The seal would transform the user's body and give him a monster-type appearance, not only granting chakra, but also superior strength and power. After a while, Minato sent the last file for his secretary in order to be sent to the archives and turned to look at the village behind him for a while. When the Sandaime Hokage was in charge, he used to do this often a lot, and Minato, himself, often questioned the reason behind this. At the time, the old Hokage only said that he couldn't explain and that if Minato wanted to know, he would have to take the old man's position. Now, he was the one doing it, and if someone asked him why, he knew the answer now. The Hokage position meant protecting the village's well-being, and by looking at those he protects, roaming free without a care in the world, it sent a wave of tranquility to the Hokage and allows him to think more clearly and even solve hard-pressed doubts. The next business of Minato's agenda was issuing a new espionage mission towards one of Orochimaru's contacts inside Fire Country. The Hokage found in one of the reports that Orochimaru had someone inside the Fire Daimyo's castle that has been sending him information about the country's economic aspects as well as some knowledge of Konoha that only the Daimyo would have access to. This caused Minato to shiver in fear at what the snake could possibly want with Konoha. Contacts made with the Kages of all the hidden villages were also a major concern to the blonde Hokage. Suna was allies with Konoha and Kiri as neutral. Kumo also closed a pact of neutrality when the Raikage came to see the Chunin exams. Iwa, though, remained bitter after the Third Shinobi Wars and could think of trying something against Konoha. Minato remembered their first attempt on his son's life close to 10 years ago and how much times Naruto had to face Iwa nins. The Yondaime, though, felt immense pride upon seeing Naruto's picture in Iwa's bingo book. As a father, he couldn't hope not to. After all, what father he would be if he didn't get to gloat to others about being the father of the famous Kazuryu. Iwa wouldn't think of attacking Konoha if both he and his son were inside Konoha, unless they would send their entire ninja regiment. I'll have to send someone to Iwa to investigate things, soon. We can't be caught in surprise in case of an invasion. A knock on the door awoke him from his slumber and entered Kurenai's team of genins. Minato also was proud of Team 8 for excelling in information gathering missions, and he had the perfect assignment for them. Ah, Kurenai, glad to see your team is on time. I have a B-ranked espionage mission and it's in the capital of Fire Country. I'll give the details once your fifth member arrives, said Minato, before seeing Kurenai wanting to ask a question. Excuse me Hokage-sama, but why are we in need of a fifth member for an espionage mission? Asked Kurenai. Even though this is an espionage mission, chances of this mission backfiring are too much of a risk for me to send your team alone. My policy happens to be the priority of our shinobi, and I don't intend to send someone on a mission without at least being more prepared to handle things. Don't worry, though, Kurenai-san, this little insurance of mine has nothing to do with your team's ability to handle these types of missions. Team 8 has excelled in information gathering missions, and as your Hokage, I'm proud of your team's achievements, stated Minato, earning a smile and a nod from Kurenai, followed by small feints of blushing and appraisal from Hyuga Hinata and a boost in pride from Inuzuka Kiba. Shino, though, being an Aburame, wasn't so easy to show emotions, but Minato knew about their subtle body movements and Shino made a subtle nod in appraisal. Another knock soon followed and Minato allowed entry. Excuse me Hokage-sama, did you call in for me? Asked Naruto as soon as he entered, before spotting Kurenai and her team of genins. Hello there Kurenai, how are you doing? Asked Naruto, to which Kurenai nodded before responding. Very good, Naruto. Asuma was searching for you for something, but I kind of forgot what it was. How is Yugao-chan? It's been a while since I last saw her? Asked Kurenai. She got stuck inside Anbu HQ for a while. Apparently, a new Anbu group arrived and she will be assigned for some heavy teaching. I hope, though, that she has a day off, or else I fear for both her and my sanity from not seeing her, said Naruto, but was interrupted by a throat clearance from the Hokage, before both apologized and turned to the report. Naruto, you'll be sent along with Kurenai's team towards the Fire Country's capital city. Our target is a man called Takagashi Hito, and he's rumored to be a direct supplier of sensitive information to Orochimaru, said Minato, earning gasps from the team and two serious looks from Naruto and Kurenai. Inside this file, you'll see a photo of said man and the location of his residence and office. Your mission is to spy on him for the duration of 2 weeks. Your target is to see which information is this man privy of and which information is being reported to Orochimaru. The next part of the mission will be chosen depending on the situation in hand. This man is to be neutralized after the completion of the first assignment, however you Naruto and Kurenai can decide if he is to be either killed or arrested for conspiracy against the Daimyo. Both choices have the same result, which is cease of information to be sent to Orochimaru, explained Minato, before Naruto asked. Hokage-sama, any security assets the man has so that we can be better prepared? Asked Naruto, to which Minato nodded, before giving him a photo. The man isn't stupid, Naruto. He knows of the danger behind his actions and he knows someone would attempt an attack against him. He hired a Kumo missing nin, however we do not know much about him. The only thing we have is a picture. Your job on this mission will be providing security to Team 8 while they do their job, explained Minato, to which Naruto nodded, and then the group scheduled to meet each other at the gates in half an hour with the necessary supplies for 2 weeks. Outside the office. After leaving the office, Naruto went to the Anbu HQ in hopes of getting Yugao for a quick lunch before he was scheduled to leave on his mission. He also wondered what Asuma-sensei wanted with him, but that would have to wait since he didn't have much time to meet both him and Yugao. However, just when he was about to jump one last rooftop near the Anbu HQ, Asuma landed in front of him, greeting the blonde. "Hey Asuma-sensei, Kurenai said you wanted to talk to me?" Asked Naruto, earning a nod from the bearded shinobi. "Naruto, I was meaning to find you, so that I could give you our new weapons. Here, take your set," said Asuma, before giving Naruto what seemed to be similar to the trench knives, but now bigger than before. "You surely noticed the elongated steel, which will help us against kenjutsu attacks, since it will protect a wider area. Also, this new type of metal allows our Fuuten chakra to travel throughout the steel much easier and can store some of the energy without the need of constant channeling. The only setback is the weight, but I don't think that will be an issue to the Kazuryu," said Asuma, before laughing at Naruto's slight blush in praise. "I'm really proud of you, Naruto. Even though I've been your sensei for only a month for your Chunin exams, I feel like we have a strong bond between us. After all, we represent the minority of Konoha that happens to possess a wind affinity, plus the fact that you co-authored my style. Use the new trench knives and tell me how it feels," said Asuma, to which Naruto nodded, before asking if the bearded man already tested it before. "I did use it, but it was against a C-ranked missing nin. So far, I didn't test it against a worthy opponent. However, you could do that in your new assignment," said Asuma, before seeing Naruto nod and appreciate the new weapon. A while later, sensei and student went different ways and Naruto was in front of the Anbu HQ, asking around for Anbu member Cat. The receptionist nodded at the request and called inside for Yugao to show up. Naruto hoped that his girlfriend wasn't too busy to see him, however when he saw her walking casually towards the reception, he smiled. "Anbu-san, there is a couple of things I wish to speak with you about. Could you accompany me outside for a moment?" asked Naruto, earning an impassive nod from the Anbu. Once inside the Anbu HQ, the woman couldn't just jump on her boyfriend and hug him after so long, nor could she greet him in ways that would demonstrate intimacy, so she just nodded and followed Naruto, but secretly wondering about their first time and also wanting to do the act one more time. Once outside, Naruto quickly used the wind sunshine and appeared on top of the Hokage monument, before talking Yugao's mask off. "Wow, you are more beautiful than before, Yugao-chan, if that was even possible," said Naruto, before seeing the woman smile and land a passionate kiss while throwing her arms around him. "Ah, Naruto-kun, it's been so long, I'm sorry about not having the time to meet with you. It's just that since a while ago, a huge group of new Anbu trainees came and needed training. They placed me in charge and I don't know when this will end, said Yugao, but was stopped as Naruto kissed her lips gently. "Yugao-chan, don't worry about me, it's your job, it's not like you asked to do it, right? Besides, just by seeing your face and feeling your lips, I can certainly say it was worth all the wait," stated Naruto, before was tackled to the ground with Yugao on top of him. The woman was livid. Naruto could set her off like this with just a few words and now she wanted to give him something. "Naruto, how much time do you have until you have to meet Kurenai's team?" Asked Yugao, before seeing Naruto thinking for a while. "Well, it's been a couple of minutes since I left the Hokage's office, so I have close to 20 minutes to meet them. Why?" Asked Naruto with innocence, before seeing Yugao show that face. Author's note, there is a lemon here if you want to read it. Link to the story is in the description. After, both Yugao and Naruto lied down for a while on the grass naked while looking at the sky. "Yugao-chan, I'll miss you greatly. My mission is to take 2 weeks' time," said Naruto, before seeing a sad nod from the girl. "I know, Naruto-kun, I'll miss you as well, but I also know that the Kazuryu would be sent to more missions after the name. I know you'll return to me and when you do, I'll be waiting for you with open arms," stated Yugao, before kissing Naruto one more time and then getting up to put the Anbu armor and her mask. "I have to go, Naruto-kun, the next hour of training will commence in 5, so I have to be there. Be careful out there, okay?" Asked Yugao, before seeing Naruto nod and put his clothes on. You know I am. Equals 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 at the gates equals equals equals. Team 8 was already waiting at the gates for their 5th member to arrive. He wasn't late, but having an over-hyperactive Inuzuka on her team kind of infuriated Kurenai. She really wanted to blame on Naruto but she couldn't, since Kiba was her responsibility. Nonetheless, Kurenai couldn't help but smile upon hearing Kiba asking questions after questions about Naruto. Since his mission towards Earth Country, Naruto aka Kazuryu became the center of attention of younger shinobis and Kiba was no exception. Kurenai remembered when Naruto's father, the Hokage, had the same fame towards the aspiring shinobi. Suddenly, the wind increased its pace and all 4 of them could feel the usage of chakra. When all of them looked towards the chakra destination, a small typhoon appeared before Naruto's presence was noticed. Sorry for the delay, Kurenai. I'm ready to go, said Naruto, earning a nod from Kurenai, before issuing her team to walk towards the beginning of the forest. 30 minutes passed and Naruto was sure to kill himself before the end of the mission. The reason being one noisy Inuzuka asking questions as well as stating things that was nearly impossible to occur. For example, he heard Kiba saying that the Kazuryu was responsible for sending close to 40 enemies flying with just one jutsu. Oh man, they are already spreading rumors about me, thought Naruto as he was walking along with Kiba while Hinata and Kurenai walked side by side close behind. Hinata already knew Naruto from being on her cousin Neji's team since their Jinan days, but she knew of his fame as the Kazuryu, so she kept asking questions to Kurenai, although in a lower tone of voice. Kurenai-sensei, how strong is Naruto, really? Neji isn't very descriptive, asked Hinata, to which Kurenai nodded and explained about Naruto's abilities. Since Naruto was 4 years old, he trained to be a shinobi. The academy jutsus you guys learned at 10, he already got it when he was 5. He began Fuuten elemental manipulation immediately afterwards and 10 years later, he is known, throughout the elemental nations, as Konoha's Kazuryu, Wind Dragon, because of a technique that was said to be impossible to be used with Fuuten ninjutsu. All of the elements are malleable, as you know, fire, earth, water and lightning. Wind, however, is merely composed of air current. It's impossible to mold the air into a malleable substance. Naruto did, though, no one knows how he did it, explained Kurenai, earning a questioned look from Hinata, before questioning if Naruto, himself, could explain. Naruto is very brilliant when it comes to ninjutsu, Hinata. However, his explanation wasn't enough to satisfy anyone's curiosity. According to him, by focusing high amounts of Fuuten chakra and picturing the wind being molded, Naruto would be able to do the technique, said Kurenai, and as expected, she saw Hinata's questioned look and smiled, before explaining that Hinata's looks were similar to pretty much everyone to whom Naruto tried to explain his theory. Once the group arrived at the beginning of the forest, they jumped towards the nearest tree and began their travel towards the capital city. Just as quickly as it began, Naruto diminished his speed and gathered along Kurenai, who was in the middle of the group, while Kiba and Hinata were in front and Shino was last. I do recall you saying about the Inuzuka, but I didn't know he could be so noisy, complained Naruto, earning a snicker from Kurenai, who in turn looked at the big grin Kiba was showing right now. He worships you, Naruto. Ever since your fame began, Kiba wouldn't stop asking questions about you and your abilities. I'm also pretty sure he isn't the only one, said Kurenai, earning a nod from Naruto. Naruto smiled, but on the inside, his mind was filled with doubt. Doubt about the reason behind being on the center of the village's praise. He worked really hard on missions and trained like crazy to be where he is right now, but no matter what, the yellow flash shadow still existed and it simply wouldn't go away. No matter what Naruto did and no matter how much people congratulated him for it, the blonde would always wonder if they were doing this because of whose son he is. Minato, himself, became aware of that problem close to 6 months ago and talked to Naruto about it. Flashback on. The sun was just settling down and Naruto was found training near to the Namikaze compound. His Suitin ability wasn't as good as his affinities, but the blonde was proud to say he could already manipulate water to the point of being able to do a technique or two. So far, he learned one defensive technique called Suitin Suijin Heki, water release, water barrier jutsu, and an offensive one called Suitin Han Ryu, water release, destruction torrent jutsu. Naruto was just finishing the needed hand seals for his offensive one, before a burst of water suddenly shot from behind him towards the imaginary opponent. After the technique, Naruto kneeled on the ground from severe exhaustion. He knew the cause as being attempting an elemental attack that wasn't the user's affinity. Nevertheless, Naruto would smile from knowing he was getting stronger. His father was observing Naruto with nothing short of pride upon seeing the blonde always improving his abilities. However, something that Kushina told him about really unnerved him and he really wanted to talk to his son about it. "Hi there, Naruto, I can see you're handling suit and training quite well, despite it not being your affinity," said Minato, surprising Naruto who only nodded, before sitting down to recover some energy and head to his room. "Father, I didn't see you there, you left the office earlier," stated Naruto, earning a nod from Minato before sitting down by his son's side. "Son, your mother told me about something concerning and I wish to talk to you about it," said Minato, before seeing the once happy face being turned to a sad one. "Dad, I know what you want to talk, but I don't have any explanations as to why I feel this way, but I do. I just don't know who to divide those who worships my skills because of whose son I am and those who do otherwise, well except for my family, my girlfriend and a couple of close friends," stated Naruto, earning an understating nod from Minato. "I happen to remember a lot of people referring to you as being my son, instead of just Naruto. And that clearly was what triggered this feeling of yours. The truth, son, is that everyone always look up to someone and that's what motivates the young generation to grow stronger than the old one," said Minato, though Naruto's face was still sad. "Yeah, leaving the shadow of the yellow flash is practically impossible, how can I hope to surpass you, father?" asked Naruto, before hearing a heavy sigh from Minato. "Naruto, do not be like this. You're one of this village's strongest Chunin so far and your team was responsible for great many accomplishments together. I'll have you know, that when I had your age, I looked at the Sandaime Hokage and Jiraiya sensei pretty much the same way you look at me right now," said Minato, this time earning Naruto's attention, before Minato continued. "The Sandaime Hokage was apprenticed by both the Shodaime and the Nidaime Hokage, son. The old man knows next to 1,000 jutsus of all elements and has survived 2 of the ninja wars, how could I not look up to him and surpass him? In the end, my knowledge with Fuuinjutsu allowed me to create the technique that granted Konoha victory against Iwa in the last shinobi war. Both the Hiraishin and the Rasengan enabled me to win many battles and I became the Yellow Flash of Konoha. However, I can tell you right now, with your age, I was nowhere near your level of skills, hell you already have 3 affinities you can use, plus you possess the Wolf Clan contract and their techniques. You should have more faith in yourself, Naruto, cause in the end, the only target you'll have to overcome is yourself." Flashback off. That time, I was still due to become known as the Kazuryu. But I guess my father is right, after all, I still have a lot of time to make a name for myself, thought Naruto as he jumped towards the next tree. 30 minutes later, Kurenai issued a halt to the team and they descended in favor of preparing their camp. After all, it was already getting dark and even if Kurenai's team could travel at night, it wasn't advisable. Once on the ground, Kurenai began to act as the leader of the group and gave each of them designated tasks. Kiba and Shino were to gather some food and water for them while she and Hinata would fix their camp. Naruto, for his part, was responsible for the camp's security measures. The Hokage, at one time, taught him a bit of too about security Fuuinjutsu. He used 2 types of seal, being the first one an alarm seal which should be positioned around a safe perimeter, the camp, and the other being a small trap seal that can keep the enemy occupied until either the group managed to escape or to get ready for battle. Also, since the alarm seal was created with Naruto's chakra, the seal will only inform the blonde of a breach in security, so he was to be alert at all times. The blonde didn't mind, though, as he appreciated the night as much as his summons. Once the group was done doing their respective tasks, everyone gathered up near a small fire Shino did with a katen jutsu and the girls started to prepare fish for everyone. At one point, Shino looked at Naruto's vest symbol and was curious as to why the dragon and not a wolf, from his summon. Naruto smiled upon remembering Fenrir being rather angry with him for not engraving the wolf instead of a dragon. The white dragon represents the technique that earned the name Kazuryu, Shino. Hokage-sama believed that people may not know my reputation from appearance alone, so the symbol would be a reminder of sorts. On a more personal note, I wouldn't say I enjoy being easily recognized simply because a ninja shouldn't be drawing attention like this, explained Naruto before seeing the slight nod peculiar to the Aburame clan. After Naruto's explanation, the group ate quietly and enjoying their respective fish. Nevertheless, the team with the exception of Kurenai who already knew Naruto was looking at the blonde as in trying to figure out something beneath his exterior. The group belonged to clans that could easily perceive when a man is either lying or not telling the whole truth, however none of them could see any intention of either lying or omission of information coming from Naruto. All 3 of them knew that Naruto was the Hokage's son and they were quite taken aback when Naruto called him Hokage-sama instead of To-san or father. No one decided to ask him, seeing that it would be a rather personal question, so they moved on and asked about Naruto's abilities. The blonde explained about his affinities and his recent studies with Chunin ninjutsu, as well as explaining about his twin knife style that Team 10 Sensei Sarutobi Asuma created and taught it to him. While the blonde was explaining, Kurenai could see that the children's eyes were all focused on Naruto, and she couldn't help but smile at the blonde's reputation among this generation of genins. Maybe it was the fact that Naruto was so young and yet as capable as many jounins twice his age, but the level in which he was speaking of his skills demanded respect, and the confidence behind it all was equivalent to a high-level ninja. The genins clearly thought of Naruto as being the perfect role model for them to grow stronger. Another positive aspect of the blonde was that he wasn't far-fetched to the kunoichi's abilities, thus explaining to the group how both his teammate Tenten and his girlfriend Yugao are the best weapons expert of Konoha. Kurenai knew a lot about Naruto's ninja team from hearing a lot of their achievements together. Oftentimes, partnered with Hyuga prodigy Neji, it was almost impossible to find an enemy these two couldn't beat. Plus the kunoichi Tenten was responsible for many things as well. Kurenai even remembered hearing Anko explaining that when her team is completed, there isn't much she is supposed to do other than observe the team perform the mission flawlessly. After the conversation ended, Kurenai issued Naruto to watch the group for the night, since only he could feel the enemy if they're close. Naruto didn't object and vanished within a small typhoon, thus leaving the team alone to go inside their tents. Kurenai-sensei, why only Naruto will be doing the night watch? We could switch with him? Asked Kiba, though Kurenai just pointed to the moon. Naruto enjoys the night. He enjoys even more when the moon is full. I don't know the details of the whole thing, but when he looks at it, something inside of him awakens and he's drawn to it. Even so, the Hokage, his father, once joked about Naruto being a werewolf in disguise. Another aspect is because the seal will only inform him about any intrusions, so he would have to be aware of his surroundings, therefore unable to sleep, explained Kurenai before issuing everyone a good night. Kiba stayed for a while and looked up to see Naruto standing on top of a tree log and looking at the moon. Wolves aren't in good terms with dogs, for reasons my mother didn't tell me, but for some reason, I don't feel like attacking Naruto. He clearly smells like one, but I can't sense any malice or negative thinking coming from him. Well, I'm eager to see the Kazuryu who handles himself in a battle. Thought Kiba as he turned around and went to the tent that he was sharing with Shino. Back to Naruto, he waited for everyone to go to sleep and remained for a while looking at the full moon. A while later, he cut the tip of his toe and passed the blood on top of the wolf seal on his arms, before making hand seals for Okami Kushios no Jutsu, wolf summoning jutsu. Right before him, a brown wolf with two tails appeared with a huge grin on his face. "Hello there Naruto, what's the count?" Asked the wolf, to which Naruto smiled and replied. "It's 3 victories to you my friend and 2 for me, but this time we'll be even," said Naruto, earning a snicker from the wolf in response to the challenge. At the Yondaime's office Minato was found seating on his chair looking at the amount of paperwork already done and a small pile that needed to be done. He knew that by tomorrow, this pile would pretty much double and he needed to find something to aid him in clearing a Hokage's worst nightmare. He was currently drinking some tea and only counting the time to go home when he saw his office window opening. Immediately picking up a kunai, Minato waited until the figure showed himself as being his old sensei. "Damn it Jiraiya-sensei, use the door the next time," shouted Minato, earning a snicker in response from Jiraiya. "Hello there my student, how the Namikaze family is doing these days?" Asked Jiraiya, earning a snort in annoyance from the blonde. "We're doing great, thank you. It would be good, though, if you'd get to visit Naruto a little bit, you're his godfather after all," said Minato, earning a sigh in embarrassment from the pervert. "Sorry about that Minato, I've been busy walking around. The snake is on the move again, I just couldn't leave him be and come here. Besides, I'm sure Naruto wouldn't mind me getting some time to visit him, I heard he's quite popular in Iwa. Like father like son," said Jiraiya, earning a smile from Minato. "I don't know if we should be pissing that Tsushikage more than we already did, I do have another child right now and I'd die if anything happened to my little girl." Truth be told, Minato already assured heavy security inside his house with seals both around the residence and inside Misao's room. Also, Minato placed a Hiraishin seal near Misao's crib to transport him instantly to her position. "Well, I came here to tell you something intriguing and it involves Iwa. As you know from Yamato's reports, Orochimaru has been traveling everywhere and clearly he spoke with all the Kages of the respective villages. Suna, Kumo and Kiri all declined even giving him the opportunity to speak, but that Tsushikage didn't share the same ideas. It was a good thing I was there at the time, as I saw the snake talking to the Tsushikage. The content of the conversation, though, I wasn't able to acquire, explained Jiraiya before seeing his student shiver instantly. Anything involving both Orochimaru and Iwa was enough to send even the Sandaime on edge, and he was well respected for his tranquility even upon facing tough situations. I was able to find a man inside the Daimyo's castle that was rumored to be sending information to Orochimaru about Konoha, both economic and military. I sent a team of genins with Kurenai and Naruto to find out what's being informed to the snake, before neutralizing the man by either arresting him or killing him. I've already informed the Daimyo not to get involved, because the rat would be suspicious and would abandon the whole thing, explained Minato, earning a nod from Jiraiya in appraisal to his student's abilities. An outstanding shinobi. You're already proved yourself to be, Minato, but now you've proved to be an outstanding Hokage and tactician. I'll remain on the lookout for Orochimaru in case he aspires ill towards Konoha. In any case, I fear he won't succeed since Konoha is under a competent leader. I'm sure Sensei is proud of choosing you for the position, said Jiraiya as he said goodbye to the blonde before vanishing, thus leaving Minato alone to wonder about the words given by his sensei. Oftentimes, Minato questioned his abilities as ruler of the village and wondered if he would protect Konoha just like his predecessors. Now, with Jiraiya, one of the Sannin and students of the Sandaime Hokage, praising him for his efforts, Minato couldn't help but smile and how he was handling the position. With the Sandaime, as head of the council, Minato didn't need to handle with much politics, thus focusing more where a Hokage should deal with, which was the village's military. Ever since Minato took up the position, the number of shinobis dying on the line of duty was severely reduced. He wasn't keen on the idea of sending the necessary amount of shinobis to a mission, thus adding 1 or 2 ninjas for better protection and higher rate of victories. The council, at the time, questioned Minato regarding the immeasurable gap that the village's economy would suffer because of Minato's idea, but because of the higher rate of success in missions, Konoha received a higher number of mission requests, thus increasing the village's vault big time. Another nice aspect of Minato's era as Hokage was the new academy schedule he created along with the Sandaime and how better prepared the new genins became because of it. At the beginning, some of the bigger clans were reluctant to place Minato at the position of Hokage, seeing that the Namikaze clan was pretty much non-existent. However, little by little, the Inuzuka, Aburame, Yamanaka, Akimichi and Nara changed their minds and gave a nice evaluation of Minato's government. It didn't take long for the bigger ones, the Hyuga and Uchiha, to support Minato as well, seeing as how much Minato's reputation echoed throughout the elemental nations. Leaving the office for the day, Minato smiled upon remembering Jiraiya's words about his ability as Hokage. The real test, though, would be under a stressful situation, quite like a war of an invasion of sorts, although, he wished that neither would occur any time soon. However, Minato wasn't naive enough to expect peace in the ninja world, so he just focused on protecting the ones living within Konoha's walls. The next day. Being accustomed to waking up early, Kurenai was the first one to get off her tent, before she turned to look as the beam of sunlight slightly obscured her vision. The day was beautiful and Kurenai, although in a mission, couldn't help but feel utterly relaxed. Nevertheless, she needed to go fetch Naruto and hear his report of his guard duty. As she walked, she wondered how Naruto could stay up all night and not be even a little bit tired. She kept a facade to her team when she explained that Naruto was accustomed to this type of situation, but she couldn't stop wondering how the blonde found the energy to stay awake all night. Looking up, she saw what appeared to be Naruto's foot and jumped straight up only to sigh in dismay as she saw Naruto playing shogi against what appeared to be a two-tailed wolf. "Hey Naruto, it seems I win again, I guess I to me, then," said the wolf companion, before seeing Naruto whine from being close to beat the damn wolf and tie the score. Little did he know, though, that Kurenai was watching the whole thing and silently wondering about the Kazuryu, B-ranked ninja according to Iwa's bingo book, awarded with extra caution, losing at shogi against a wolf, while he was supposed to be paying attention to the surroundings. After the wolf disappeared, Naruto turned only to see Kurenai looking at him like he was from another planet or something. "What? Do you expect me to just sit here with nothing to do? Besides, the seal would alert me in case of a breach in my security seals," said Naruto, earning a sigh in dismay from the woman who wondered if she should consider, maybe, berating Naruto for not focusing on his designated task or dismiss the issue, seeing as the blonde was up all night, while she and her team was down there resting for a good 8 hours. Choosing the latter, Kurenai issued Naruto to help her prepare some breakfast for the team, to which Naruto nodded and both of them jumped on the ground. "So Naruto, who was your companion back there and why you were playing shogi with your summons?" asked Kurenai as she boiled the water for one of her stews. The wolf's name is Bushin and he's one of Fenrir-sama's advisors. I summon him from time to time for a little play of shogi. The bastard won this time, but next time, I'll bet him for sure. As to why I do this, well I don't know. One day Bushin came to me and asked me about it and I said yes. He likes to play the game and no one would play with him, so I get to summon him from time to time, explained Naruto, earning a nod and understanding from Kurenai as she sliced some bread and threw them inside the pan. After a while, the rest of the team awoke and each had their breakfast, before cleaning camp and leaving towards the capital city for the mission. Alright guys, that's it for the video. If you enjoyed it, please feel free to leave a like and subscribe. As always, the rest of the story is already out over on Patreon, link to that will be in the description. Anyways, until next time, peace.